Singh, Principal, SGTB Khalsa College and Director, Jagadh TLC. Professor Vimal Rao, Project Head and Joint Director, GAT TLC. Dr. Asha Menon, Principal of Srimati P.N. Doshi Women's College. IQAC Coordinator and Vice Principal of Commerce, Mr. Raju Chauhan. Vice Principals of Arts and Home Science. Honorable dignitaries and principals of other colleges. All faculty members of our college and other colleges and our dear participants of today's FDP program. We are glad and happy to announce that we got more than 200 participants registered for our FDP from all over Maharashtra and other states, namely Odisha, Gujarat, Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, Tamil Nadu, Delhi, Haryana, Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, Karnataka, and Assam. It is an opportune moment to get insight on teaching learning skills in the 21st century from the eminent speakers throughout the FDP. In keeping with tradition of our college, let us begin with the inaugural session by playing SNDT Women's University song.
विश्व है भारत घर हमारा है स्वप्न ठाकर से हुआ साकार इसमें महर्षि कर दे तपस्या सारे इसमें हम दिशा और यहाँ दिन करे हमारा विश्व है परिवार भारत घर हमारा विश्व है परिवार भारत घर हमारा घर हमारा घर हमारा
To welcome is to do honor. To welcome is to establish integrity. I would like to take the opportunity to invite a dynamic and enthusiastic person who is the driving force behind this program, our principal, Dr. Asha Menon, to deliver a welcome note.
Thank you, Dr. Suchita Bauer. Good afternoon, everyone, and a warm welcome to this inaugural session of the national level 1 week online faculty development program on teaching learning digital skills in 21st century, organized by Srimati P.N. Doshi Women's College, Ghatkopar, Mumbai, under the aegis of IQAC in collaboration with Guru Angad Dev Teaching Learning Center under Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya National Mission on Teachers and Teaching. We have a galaxy of stalwarts present for this inaugural function. On the onset, I would like to welcome Professor Dr. Sonali Rode Madam, Joint Director, Higher Education, Mumbai Region, for graciously accepting our invitation and being here with us. I would also like to welcome Professor A.K. Bakshi, Chairman, Guru Angad Dev Teaching Learning Center, and Honorable Vice Chancellor, PDM University, Haryana, whose presence is so heartening. I also welcome Professor Vimal Rao, National Coordinator, Project Head, and Joint Director, Guru Angad Dev Teaching Learning Center, Ministry of Education, colleagues, from my institution and dear participants. How important is technology in education? The COVID-19 pandemic has demonstrated why online education should be a vital part of teaching and learning. By integrating technology into existing curricula, teachers can harness online learning as a powerful educational tool. The effective use of digital learning tools in classroom can increase student engagement, help teachers improve their lesson plans, and facilitate personalized learning. It also helps students build 21st century skills. It has now become essential for all teachers to take advantage of online platforms to keep themselves abreast with new technologies and make their teaching learning interesting and relevant. In today's age, the old school method of books and notes will not work. Teachers have to stay updated with today's trends and equip themselves with the latest in technology. They have to implement these technological innovations in their curriculum without losing their control over the classroom. Therefore, we thought of having this faculty development program to help teachers to design interactive e-content using open source software and various teaching learning tools, incorporate OERs in e-content and MOOCs, and effectively manage and conduct online classes to make it interactive. I wish this faculty development program the very best and that it also fulfills its objectives. I would like to put on record my appreciation to the FDP organizing team members, Ms. Himanshi Tyagi Madam, Mr. Raju Chauhan, IQAC Coordinator, Dr. Madhumita Bandhopadhyay, FDP Coordinator, and the organizing committee members, Dr. Vinod Zalte, Dr. Nilesh Matre, Ms. Sunali Doshi, Dr. Suchita Bhawar, and Ms. Nidhi Dattani for leaving no stone unturned to see that this program is a success. Thanking you all once again for being here with us for this inaugural session. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for the warm welcome. As we all know, our faculty development program is organized in collaboration with GAT TLC. Now I request Professor Vimal Raha, Madam, Project Head and Joint Director, GAT TLC, to address the audience. Over to you, Vimal, Madam.
Thank you, Dr. Suchita. May I request if I can share my screen? Yeah, it's done. Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you on behalf of Guru Angad Dev Teaching Learning Center to this FDP, which is being conducted in collaboration with Srimati P.N. Doshi Women's College, Ghatkopar, Mumbai, and themed on teaching, learning, digital skills in 21st century. My gratitude to Chief Guest of the inaugural event, Dr. Sonali Rode, Joint Director, Mumbai Region, Government of Maharashtra. Guest of Honor, Professor A.K. Bakshi, Vice Chancellor, PDM University, Haryana, and Chairman of GAT TLC. Respected Dr. Asha Menon, Principal, Srimati P.M. Doshi, Women's College, Mumbai. All the organizing team members from both the sides, and most importantly, all my colleagues who have joined from different parts of the country in this one-week program. I welcome you on behalf of GAT TLC, which is how now it is popularly known, Guru Angad Dev Teaching Learning Center, which has been established by Ministry of Education, Government of India, under Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya National Mission on Teachers and Teaching Scheme. This center is located at my own premier institution, Shri Guru Tegh Bahadur Khalsa College, a constituent college of University of Delhi. So I welcome you on behalf of my college and University of Delhi as well. This scheme has been centrally named in the honor of Bharat Ratna Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya ji, and at our college level, we are seeking blessings from Guru Angad Dev ji, who is the second of the 10 Sikh Gurus who were chosen none other than Guru Nanak Dev ji to take his preachings to the world. And we are having distinguished academicians who are guiding us in this center. And on behalf of entire advisory committee, I welcome you, headed by Professor A.K. Bakshi, and especially Professor Jaswinder Singh, who is the director. He will be joining with you in the valedictory session. So I am conveying welcome on behalf of him as well to all of you. GIDTLC has a state-of-art infrastructure in terms of the training of teachers, and this is not a post-corona thing. This is something we started in July 2016 after working for almost a decade at the national level in various projects. Our team realized that teachers are lacking the digital skills and the empowering content which has to be there to take them into ICT empowered pedagogies and which can be focused towards more learner-centric requirement. So July 2016, we were perhaps the only college who were given this scheme, and later on looking at our performance, we are now one of the leading centers out of around 90 centers in this scheme. And the scheme was then opened for other centers, other colleges and state universities also to apply. Few words of the inaugural event.
आज मैं विशेष रूप से बधाई देती हूँ प्रोफेसर बख्शी को, विमल जी को, जिन्होंने बहुत मेहनत करके इस सेंटर को जीवित रूप में आपके सामने प्रस्तुत किया। ये एक टीचर की ललक उसके उत्साह का उदाहरण है कि भारत सरकार ने दिसंबर 2014 को माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के हाथों पंडित मदन मोहन मालवीय नेशनल मिशन को राष्ट्र के सामने प्रस्तुत किया, लेकिन उसमें हमने एक शर्त रखी कि जो भी इस प्रोजेक्ट से जुड़े वो स्वयं एक अनोखा टीचिंग लर्निंग का प्रस्ताव लेकर आए, और उस प्रस्ताव में जो अनोखा हो अथवा वो प्रस्ताव अगर शिक्षकों के माध्यम से आए तो विशेष रूप से हमारा सहयोग ऐसे प्रोत्साहित शिक्षकों को जो दूरगामी परिणाम देख सकते हैं, ऐसे शिक्षकों को समर्थन करने का हमारा प्रयास रहे। By teachers, and my heartiest congratulations on that.
So my sincere thanks to entire Ministry of Education for giving us this big opportunity to serve our fellow colleagues. And since then we have been working to identify that yes, where we as teachers, we need to improve. It can be our subject specific requirements, pedagogy and ICT tools. And we always felt that there has to be a supporting, empowering material, not only the processes, how it is created, which can really be used for both the students as well as the teachers in their classroom to adopt the blended learning pedagogy, which is more learner-centric. But to adopt that, I think we have to be learning these technological tools. And that's where I think this workshop, this FDP, which is beginning today, will be going to make a significant contribution. As a team, we have also worked in another center at my college, Center for E-Learning, where we had the prestigious EPG Pathshala project, and more than 2,000 teachers across the country had contributed in the e-content development in the 4-quadrant format, where we realized that yes, the professional digital output which is required was lacking, and we had the supporting technical team. And another unique model which now is being replicated by many institutions across the country, where in-house facility of studio and technical team is now picking up. So here all this content, not only from these 6 subjects which we had completed in record time, is available, but you can also refer to almost 77 subjects content available on inflipdeck.ac.in in this project. In addition, there is a CEC also website where you get the content, and on SWAYAM portal, out of these many MOOCs were converted, and now we have prepared more than 50 MOOCs, some of them even jointly organized with the help of looking at the society's need, like Indian Cancer Society. We have worked with them, and we have also prepared a course on cancer fundamentals, which is useful for everyone. Our team has also given inputs for designing of the mandatory induction training program, which is faculty induction program, FIP, which is abbreviated. Prior to that, orientation program conducted by HRDCs, and there was no proper content framework that what all should be delivered. and it was more of the speaker specific. And for first time, Government of India decided that yes, there has to be some structure, a uniformity which has to be conducted. And out of these 12 modules, our contribution has been in around 8 modules have been taken as such. And I'm thankful to Ministry of Education for putting my institution name on this historical document, which is now part of each and every faculty induction program. Since then, we have been conducting various face-to-face programs in our center, as well as going to different places, different states. But then since April 2020, when Corona pandemic came, and I will agree with the principal ma'am that yes, Corona had contributed. I personally see that the mindset has been changed because there was no alternative for teachers but to adapt technology. Initially, they were fearing from that, well, no, we are not ready to adopt this but I think Corona has brought that comfort level that yes, it is not to be feared with, it is to be embraced. And yes, we have to learn it properly so that it can be integrated in a very positive way to provide our students a seamless interaction virtually as well as face-to-face, the blended model or the hybrid model, which is now evolving. In our online phase also, we conducted various webinars, FDPs, and the number is growing every day. I'm happy to share that today is the 88th program that we are starting within the last 2 years FDP. And till March 2022, we had touched more than 73,954 participants. And you can see the difference, what technology has brought in terms of our reach also multiplying exponentially. Is from 2016 to 2020, in 4 years, we could touch 9,000 teachers in face-to-face mode. But 2020 to 2022, within 2 years, we have touched 64,000. So really, I think the way the way we have designed our FDPs, which will be helping teachers to do their professional requirement as well as learn in this virtual format, is something which is being appreciated. We've also designed this particular template, which is Teachers E-Kit, and this is a 4-quadrant format accepted by Ministry of Education, where thousands of teachers are again contributing. And this is the development of open educational resource, which is for helping other teachers. When we say now for every subject, we have to integrate technology, we have to integrate newer pedagogies, but then where are the models? So I invite all the participating teachers to form groups. And if you think that, yes, this is how the technology and the pedagogy can be integrated, so learn these from the experts. We keep on conducting programs. Subject experts, you anyhow are there, and then see how it can be judiciously combined, whether it is in terms of the flipped classroom model or the Bloom's taxonomy. How it can be given as a model to other fellow colleagues is this Teachers E-Kit. We also have a National Resource Center of Chemistry, where we have the mandate of conducting ARPIT courses as MOOCs on SWAYAM platform. And since 2018, we have been conducting various ARPIT courses. And here again, as per the statistics of NTA, out of 42 different subjects across the country, our chemistry course has been rated number 1 in terms of enrollments which have happened for the candidates who have appeared in these examinations. For this contribution of more than 70,000 teachers training, just in May 2022, Smriti Jubin Irani ji again came and felicitated the entire GAD TLC team. So I'm thankful to entire continuous support of the entire Ministry of Education as well as Smriti Jubin Irani ma'am. All the participants here, I will request that if you also think that yes, there can be some collaborative program that you have in mind, which can be meaningful to our other fellow colleagues, please, you can approach us on this email ID and also join the Telegram link and tell your other colleagues also to join, because we keep on conducting various programs which are beneficial to all of you. Coming to this teaching learning digital skills in 21st century. I think in 21st century, without the digital skills, we cannot imagine the teaching learning process for our students, because the students who are coming in our classroom are already tech savvy. It is somewhere, I think, as teachers, we have to empower ourselves, embrace these technological tools. And believe you me, the moment you start integrating, you keep on getting your manual job more and more automated. And most importantly, not just the automation, we have to be using our intellect in our classroom for discussing. Thankful to Professor Bakshi, who will be giving the keynote address today, where he will also highlight on the entire new dimensions of teaching learning and how the students have to be prepared for the 21st century skills. Now, in that way, I think we have to take this FDP. We just don't require this for the promotion. That is one category. Yes, any of these FDPs or any FIPs that we conduct on any of the Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya National Mission on Teachers and Teaching Centers, they are recognized for career advancement scheme, which is your promotion. But then my humble request to all my dear colleagues is, attend these programs to upgrade your skills to become better and better teacher, to feel more empowered for your student. Because when we try to now shift, as the National Education Policy 2020 is envisaging on an entire transformation, and the role of technology has been underlined there. Also, outcome-based education, where we have to prepare our students not simply toward the subject-specific requirement, but for their competence in the professional world, as well as to make a better part of the society. I think we have to be technology empowered so that we can use better models like flipped classroom model, where good quality video content can be given, and in classroom we have more discussions with the student. So the blended model, it is not about the replacement of the teachers, but it is empowerment of the teachers with the help of digital skills. And I'm sure in this 1 week deliberation, there will be all the resource persons will be sharing their expertise, and many tools you will be learning, and definitely it is going to help the system. And all of you again become a responsibility. Don't just stop on being a participant. Prepare yourself to become resource person. I will rather appeal all of you that this is a changing time, much faster that we have, I think our generation of teachers have not witnessed earlier. And for that, I think Corona has really speeded up the process. It becomes our dual responsibility that those who are not aware about these tools, they learn. And when they become aware of these tools, they become competent and professionals in these, and do share this expertise with your school education system as well. So with these words, I will also mention, please be regular in your attending these. We will also be giving you the recorded session. In addition, assignment, quizzes and projects are compulsory, failing which any of these we will not be able to give the proper certification which is valid for CAS. So that is my humble request, and I once again welcome Chief Guest of the Day, Dr. Sonali Rode, Joint Director, Mumbai Region. Thank you, ma'am, for joining, and we are looking forward to your words of wisdom on this field. You are all in the government system, and I'm surely looking forward at how this NEP 2020 is being implemented in different state level. And also thankful to Professor A.K. Bakshi sir for having accepted to be the keynote speaker in this inaugural event. Thanks, Dr. Asha Menon and your entire team of organizing teaching and non-teaching staff for taking this collaborative event with us. And we are looking forward to a fruitful session. I'm sure this event is going to be successful one. And thanks to all the resource persons. And needless to say, welcome again to all dear colleagues who are with us in this virtual journey of co-learning together. I'm sure all of us will be learning from each other. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam, for briefing us about how GAT TLC have achieved milestones and are still taking efforts to transform teaching and learning in teachers. We are grateful to be associated with you. Leaders become great not because of their power, but because of their ability to empower others. With this motivational quote by John Maxwell, I would like to invite our FDP coordinator, Dr. Madhumita Bandopadhyay Madam, to deliver a concept note.
Thank you, Suchita. Good afternoon to all, respected honorable dignitaries and participants. I'm glad to inform that today we have around 200 participants who have joined this national level 1 week online faculty development program, a certificate program on teaching learning digital skills in the 21st century. The traditional higher educational system focused on the subject knowledge of the faculty. Therefore, the teaching learning process was restricted only to rote learning and textual content, even in the higher educational institutions. For the new age teachers, it becomes imperative to capitalize on the advantages of online platforms and methodologies. Therefore, they need to adapt to the mantra of e-learning on digital platforms. With the introduction of massive open online courses, MOOCs, there is flexibility to learn anytime and anywhere, and the possibility to personalize learning levels to match one's learning curve. This enables self-directed and open learning designed for mass participation. It has now become clear that technology cannot replace teachers, but technology in the hands of teachers can do wonders. Therefore, the need of the hour is to step out of the four walls of the classroom into the vast domain of e-learning through new pedagogy approaches in curriculum structure, design, delivery, and also assessment. This may be accomplished by ICT-enriched teachers' training skills, imparting knowledge of e-content and MOOCs. Aimed at improving the professional capability and performance of teachers to deliver effective and quality learning, we deliver this faculty development program and certificate course on teaching learning digital skills in the 21st century. We hope our participants will be able to make the best use of the knowledge that they gather in the next 7 days through this program. Hope you all have a good learning. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Suchita Bhuma.
Thank you, Madam. We feel honored to have with us the Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Sonali Rode Madam, Joint Director, Mumbai Region, Government of Maharashtra. I would like to call upon Dr. Vinod Zalte from Faculty of Arts to introduce our Chief Guest.
Thank you, Dr. Suchita. Honorable dignitaries present for this FDP and dear participants, it's an honor to introduce Chief Guest for the inaugural function of this FDP. We are indeed privileged to have thorough academician and administrator, Dr. Sonali Rode, Joint Director, Higher Education, Government of Maharashtra. She is Professor in English and currently Joint Director of Higher Education for Mumbai Region, and she has completed 1 year as a Joint Director. Her teaching experience is of 20 years. She is PhD guide and 7 students have successfully completed PhD under her guidance, and 7 students are working. She has guided 13 MPhil students. She has published 4 books and 35 research articles. She authored 4 chapters in MA syllabus for Amravati University and Delhi University. She has presented 23 research articles in national and international conferences. She is honored with 4 international and national awards. She is a BOS member of Amravati University and Mumbai University, and she was the director of 3 IAS training center Kolhapur. It is indeed a proud privilege to have Dr. Sonali Rode, Madam, as the chief guest for this FDP. I welcome you, ma'am, to address the gathering.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for the introduction. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, now you are not audible.
Now you are on mute.
Okay. This technology thing is very, I mean, tricky thing. Sometimes you are muted and unmuted. It happens all the time. I thank, first of all, Dr. Asha Menon, madam, for inviting me as a chief guest for this national level FDP program. The whole team of PN Doshi Women's College, as well as the concerned, the people from Guru Angad Dev Teaching Learning Center, PMMMT, Ministry of Education, Khalsa College, University, Delhi, Professor A.K. Bakshi, Jaswinder Singh, Sir, Vimal Rar, and the organizing committee and the whole team of PN Doshi Women's College. First of all, I thank you all for this wonderful opportunity to speak about online teaching, learning, digital skills in 21st century. After pandemic, this is very much necessary for each and every one of us to update our knowledge in ICT. Because earlier, as I joined as a teacher, when I joined as a teacher, or most of us who are now at the stage of being associate professor or professors, they have completed their services around 20 years or 15 years. We all were used to use chalk and duster method in our classrooms. And suddenly one day Corona came and we were supposed to handle all the gadgets. We were supposed to teach online. We were supposed to learn online. We were supposed to be available all time to the students and the teachers, other people online for our stakeholders. So adjusting with this new thing of adjusting with technology, adjusting with the teaching online, sometimes I used to feel when I used to take lectures before joining this post as a JD, or even today when I take MA's classes in my college, Elphinstone, when online, I feel like I'm talking to walls, because it is like one-way communication. In a classroom, we can see the faces of children, and then we can at least understand whether they are getting a point or not. Whatever they are doing in the classroom, we can clarify their questions and their queries immediately. But in online mode, it is not at all possible, because sometimes whenever I used to take my lecture early in the morning at 8 o'clock, like I used to call the names of the students who have joined the class and hello, answer this question or that question. That person was like, the video was stopped and the audio is muted. So there was no reply most of the time. I have recorded all those sessions, and it's a very funny feeling whenever I listen to them ki I am talking to the walls. Actually, in fact, I felt like that. But yes, because of pandemic, we were forced to use technology and we lost our human touch with our students. But technology also gave us lots of opportunities to explore various areas in teaching, various ideas to implement during online mode, which we were not able to do when we were in classroom. We were able to present our slides, PowerPoint presentations. Then we were able to share screens, and then we would be able to show them whatever is happening online around the globe by sharing our screen to the students. So yes, it was a the phone.
No, it was Dr. Prabha's mic.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Prabha. So this is again a hindrance in our online teaching. Sometimes even during online meetings, I find this very much difficult. Somewhere somebody is fighting behind at home, or doing something else. So even our students used to do this, but still online teaching or digital skills, teaching learning digital skills are like they have given us more opportunity to explore our ideas, how to implement them to make our students better citizens, better learners, better students, and ultimately better person, human being. By using various ICT methods, like we were able to minimize our, we were able to save our time, because we were able to use one program, and at the same time thousands or hundreds of students were able to access that program. For example, on MOOCs, when we developed short units into the short courses, which were open to all the students around the world, and they were accessed by those students, and they got something from those, they learned something from those MOOCs. It is a very great achievement. And yes, in CAS also there is a benefit of this MOOCs development. If you develop MOOCs, there are some points awarded in API. As an administrator, I am telling you this, but as an academician, I would like to tell you that using MOOCs is the best thing, because you can implement your own creativity into those MOOC development, MOOC courses, and you can make the hardest subject easy for these students to understand by using animation, by using pictures, by using your own the diagrams and charts and graphs. Most of this time students are not able to understand only words or only lines, but some people who are visionary learners, who have visual learning method, they can understand the concept through pictures. So it was easy. Sorry, it becomes easy to teach everything through online, because we have the access to show animated things on the screen, or we can show them pictures, graphs, we can make our presentations. And these open online courses, which are accessed by several students, we can also get feedback. Whatever we are teaching is we are on the correct path, or we need to improve ourselves, or we need to change something. Yes, we need to change all the time. We need to keep our knowledge all the time updated while using digital skills, because every time, every second, there is a new information generated on the internet, and that information should be with you all the time, because you should be updated all the time at that level. Because whenever your student joins the class, he is ready with a question regarding that new information. So yes, we need to keep updated. And while using chalk and board method, when we used to carry books through the classrooms, I have seen teachers who used to use their written notes of which were for like 20 years old notes. They used to carry in the classroom, dictate them, and finish the lecture. But because of online mode, because of this digital meeting, I'm sorry, because of a call, it is disturbed. Because of this digitalization, because of the online teaching mode, now we are able to teach us, keep up ourselves update. We are upgraded. Earlier we were those who never touched computer, they were called computer illiterate people. Now we all are literate people in that sense. And by using this online digital skills, the online teaching method, we are able to reach to the thousands of the students who are not present in the classroom, but who are at least able to attend class through online mode. But yes, those who are deprived of this opportunity due to some financial causes are there, then range issues are there. Most of the times students are unable to join us. And I have found disadvantages of this online I'm sorry to say that, but after getting used to online teaching and learning method and MCQ type questions, now the students are not ready to move back to written papers and written
वो देना extent of the witnesses.
So, Babita ma'am, will you please mute? Yeah, thank you. So, I feel that along with using online teaching, digitalizing our teaching learning methods, we must also make our students write. And in that, I would like to, I'm proud to tell you that on behalf of our office, I have, taken up an initiative which is carry home exams, in which we make students write down something by hand on paper, scan that paper and submit it on email or in Google Classroom. We have organized an online kind of essay writing competition and poetry writing competition on this occasion of 75 years of independence. So, though online methods or digitalizing teaching and learning methods is useful, we can reach to the thousands of students at the same time, but still it has its own lacunas also. But as per the need of the time, we need to move on, and we need to accept the whatever situations are present in front of us, and we need to upgrade ourselves, and we have to develop such kind of contents which are helpful to the rural students also, who will be able to understand the difficult terminologies which are not which they can't access information to. So these kind of MOOCs can be developed, and these students can access those MOOCs, and they can learn a lot from this. So on this note, I would like to thank you all for listening me and giving me this opportunity to be a chief guest and talk something about teaching learning digital skills in this 21st century. Thanks to pandemic, which gave us this opportunity to use these skills, implement these skills, online skills while teaching and learning. So I hope you will all learn much during this 1 week program, and you will be more enlightened at the end of this program. I wish all the very best to all the participants. And once again, I thank you, Menon ma'am, and the whole P.N. Doshi Women's College team for inviting me and listening me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam, for your inspirational session and making us understand the importance to upgrade and adjust in shifting paradigm in teaching learning process. We feel honored and privileged to have with us Professor A.K. Bakshi, guest of honor and keynote speaker of today's program, Chairman of GAT PLC and Honorable Vice Chancellor of PDM University, Haryana. I request Ms. Nidhi Dattani from Faculty of Home Science to introduce Professor A.K. Bakshi. Over to you.
Thank you, Suchita. Good afternoon. I'm honored to have the privilege to introduce Professor A.K. Bakshi and invite him to deliver a session on empowering teachers for challenges in higher education in India in the 21st century this afternoon. Professor A.K. Bakshi is the founding Vice Chancellor of PDM University, Bahadurgarh, Haryana. He has been the Executive Director of Tertiary Education Commission, Mauritius, and Vice Chancellor of UP Rajashri Tandon Open University, Allahabad. Professor Bakshi held the prestigious Sir Shankar Lal Chair of Chemistry for more than 2 decades and also headed the Department of Chemistry at the University of Delhi. He has also served as a director of the Institute of Lifelong Learning, as well as of Center for Professional Development in Higher Education, Delhi University. Presently, he is the chairman of the National Resource Center of Chemistry, Government of India, Guru Angad Dev Teaching Learning Center of the MOD at the SGTB Khalsa College, University of Delhi. He has also been the member of the Standing Committee of the National Mission on Education through ICT of the Government of India between 2009 and 2011. He was the chairman of the National Science Digital Library, projects of the CSIR in both chemistry and polymer science, and the chairman of the Content Advisory Committee for Chemistry for Sakshat portal of the MHRD Government of India. A double gold medalist, record breaker, and PhD from the University of Delhi, Dr. Bakshi did his postdoctoral training at the University of Erlangen, Nuremberg, Germany, with Professor J. Lattig at the Kyoto University and at the Institute of Fundamental Chemistry with Professor K. Fuki and Professor T. Yambe. He has also been a visiting scientist in the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, Mumbai, and the Indian Institute of Sciences, Bangalore. His research interests include theoretical polymer chemistry with special reference to electrically conducting polymers and biopolymers, as well as innovation in science education, ICT in higher education, e-learning, and MOOCs. He has authored and co-authored more than 180 research papers and 63 e-modules for PG chemistry courses and urban programs of the MHRD, besides mentoring and guiding students for master's and doctoral programs. Professor Bakshi was elected as the president of the section of the Chemical Sciences of the Indian Science Congress Association for the year 2011 and 12. He has been a member of the editorial boards of the Indian Journal of Chemistry and Journal of Scientific and Industrial Research published by the CSIR, and also the chief editor of the UGC-sponsored journal Chemistry Education Review. He has been the recipient of several awards and academic honors since 1978, naming a few received by him in the last 5 years: World Education Award in 2017, International Public Figure Award 2020, Acharya Chanakya Shikshavid Samman 2020, and his Excellence Education Award in 2021. He was felicitated twice, once in September 2009 and December 2011, for his distinctive and outstanding contributions to education, including e-transformation of the University of Delhi by the former President of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, and recently in May 2022 by the Union Minister Srimati Smriti Zubin Irani for his outstanding contributions as the Chairman, GAD TLC, in the professional development of teachers of the country. Professor Bakshi has also been a member of various professional and academic bodies and committees of MHRD, UGC, NAC, TST, CBSE, NCRT, and various universities and colleges. Last but not the least, Professor Bakshi has also the distinction of being one of the first persons from the universities of India to have been selected as the member scientist of the 3rd Indian research expedition to Antarctica in 1984. This expedition built India's permanent base, Dakshin Gangotri, in Antarctica. I'm thrilled to have the opportunity to hear from Professor Bakshi this afternoon. We appreciate his willingness to share his expertise and personal experiences during his keynote address on empowering teachers for challenges in higher education in India in the 21st century. Welcome, sir. But before we hand over the session to Professor Bakshi, a small announcement for all the participants. All the attendees are hereby informed that questions for today's sessions can be posted in the chat box on the WhatsApp group as well as in the YouTube. I now invite Professor Bakshi for his keynote. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you very much, Nidhi, for your very kind words of introduction. I'm really impressed the way you communicated, and I think we need teachers like you. Anyway, but it's a pleasure to be here, and I'm very happy that we have the company of very distinguished dignitaries with us. We have Dr. Sonali Rode, Joint Director, Higher Education, Mumbai Region, Government of Maharashtra. Principal Madam Dr. Asha Menon, the Principal of Shrimati P.N. Doshi Women's College. Professor Vimal Rar, Project Head and Joint Director, Guru Angad Dev Teaching Learning Center, other distinguished dignitaries, and last but not the least, dear participants from all over the country. It's indeed a great honor and a privilege to have this opportunity to deliver a keynote address at the inaugural event of this 1 week faculty development program being organized by Shrimati P.N. Doshi Women's College, Mumbai, in collaboration with Guru Angad Dev Teaching Learning Center of the Ministry of Education. You know, this Guru Angad Dev Teaching Learning Center has been created under Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya National Mission on Teachers and Teaching. It is a central government scheme with a focus on teachers and teaching. And that is why Guru Angad Dev Teaching Learning Center has been conducting various programs basically to empower teachers on different aspects of higher education. I'm very happy that in that series, today we have a new faculty development program on a very important topic, teaching, learning digital skills in the 21st century. And I would really be very pleased to share some of my thoughts relating to this in this keynote address. Before I start, let me share my screen, please. So this is the title of my talk. Would you please confirm, is my screen visible and am I audible?
Yes, sir. The screen is visible and you're audible also.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So as you can see, the title of the talk is very, very broad, but it covers almost all aspects. It is empowering teachers for challenges in higher education in India in the 21st century. So I will basically discuss about what are going to be the challenges in higher education in India in the 21st century and how teachers need to prepare themselves to meet those challenges. Challenges, as you can see in the screen, are the opportunities in disguise. Therefore, these have to be viewed from that perspective. It is a motivational talk for all of you, aimed at empowering higher education teachers to enable them to succeed and thrive in the 21st century. And believe you me, if you follow what is being said and try to adopt that, it can prove to be a game changer for you. This talk is entirely based on my conceptualization and long experience and will help you prepare for life. You know, the basic thinking behind this talk is this Chinese proverb. What is it? Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man how to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. So that is going to be the thinking behind this talk. We want our teachers to be prepared for lifetime. Why I'm talking about empowering teachers? Because the quality of an education system can never exceed the quality of its teachers. So if you want to enhance the quality of an education system, you must raise the competence level of the teachers. Otherwise, it will never be possible. And once teachers are empowered, they in turn will empower their students. So let's empower teachers to support student learning. Please note that our greatest natural resource is the minds of our children. India is one of the youngest nations of the world. 50% of the population less than 25 years. And 65% population is less than 35 years. So we need to ready our children for future. And to a great extent, responsibility rests with you, teachers. Students may be 25% of our population, but then they are 100% of our future. This is something which we cannot afford to forget. And please remember, a child miseducated is a child lost. We cannot and we should not afford to lose even a single child. Now, coming to the roles of a teacher in higher education, I mean the traditional roles. They are to disseminate knowledge, that is teaching, and to create knowledge, that is research and guide research. And of course, academic administration and management also. But the first two roles are the main roles for a teacher in higher education. And a teacher is expected to excel in both of them. See, in my opinion, if you want to be an outstanding teacher or a researcher, you need to have a very sound and deep knowledge in your subject. You should be excellent in practical skills. Then you should have a clarity of concepts, and your teaching should reflect the amount of thinking you have done on the subject. Teaching is not merely passing down information. And then if you want to become an outstanding teacher or a researcher, you should have the passion to become like that. Please remember, nothing great in this world has ever been achieved without passion. So you must have the passion. And if you want to be an outstanding researcher, what you need is you need to be and you ought to be an out-of-box thinker. You should be innovative and creative, have an analytical mind, and then 4 C's. 4 C's means curiosity, creativity, courage, and commitment. These 4 C's are very important for a researcher. And for both outstanding teacher or researcher, you must have excellent communication and presentation skills. You know, they can do wonders because no one will take the pains to listen to your ideas until and unless your communication is effective and impressive. So you should work hard on that front. Please remember, all the great speakers were bad speakers at first, but then they worked hard and came up. Having said that, let me now come down to the challenges which the higher education faces in the 21st century. Now, first we will take up the challenges of the present information age. We are living in an information age where getting any information is just possible with a click of mouse. But this age is an age of uncertainty. You know, there is a future of jobs report published by the World Economic Forum, according to which 65% of the children entering primary school in 2019 will be working in jobs that don't even exist right now. So you are not sure where your students will be employed tomorrow. So that way it is an age of uncertainty. Then this is also an age of artificial intelligence. This is an age where the artificial intelligence will equal the intelligence of the students by the time they finish their education. So what does it mean? It means that if I can have machines with the same intelligence as you, then why do I need you? So that's going to be a big question mark. And believe you me, these types of jobs will be in danger in future due to artificial intelligence, automation, or robotics. All those jobs which are repetitive or of predictable nature. All those jobs which involve no critical thinking, no critical analysis, no research base, or no specialization. Slowly those jobs will be taken over by machines. And then this is also an age of mass education. All countries are basically focusing on enhancing gross enrollment ratio. This is an age where more students over the next 30 years will graduate than since the beginning of the recorded history. So what does it mean? That means in future, there are going to be very few traditional jobs, but many takers. So the competition is going to be very, very tough. So all this poses a challenge to the teachers as to how to teach the child to succeed in a future that is so uncertain. So this is something you have to keep it in mind. Second challenge is the 21st century learning needs. You know, it is said that in the 21st century, if you want to excel, you need basically two things. Rigorous academic content, that means you should be very good in the subject. And then you should also have 21st century skills. These two, taken together will lead to deeper learning. And that is a must if you want to succeed in this 21st century. And these 21st century skills are a set of abilities which students need to possess if they want to excel in this age. And these are the 21st century skills. They come under three headings. One is the learning skills, which involve critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, and communication. Then literacy skills, information literacy, media literacy, and technology literacy. And the third is life skills, flexibility, leadership, initiative, productivity, and social skills. Taken together, these are 12 main skills. And these skills are going to be the deciding factor in this information age. You may ask the question, why is it suddenly that these skills have become so important? The reason is that you cannot have machines with these skills. You can't have a machine which is critically thinking. You can't have a machine which is creative or which is having leadership quality. So all those individuals who have these skills, they will be in an advantageous position in the years to come. So this is something you have to keep it in mind. Skill development, unfortunately, continues to be a major concern in India. Although there is a ministry, but still, the need for skilled workforce is increasing day by day, and we are not able to meet the requirements. And there is a report that a shortfall of over 4 million high-skilled workers will be there in the world by 2024. So you can very well see what a strange situation we are entering. On one hand, there will be many jobs, but then you won't have the highly skilled people. And on the other hand, there will be very few traditional jobs, but many takers. So how to overcome this? This is going to be a big challenge in the years to come. That is why, many companies all over the world now are hiring people without degrees. They want only skill sets. And one more thing which is happening, even the concept of success has changed now. As a result of 21st century education, the concept of success has changed. Success has a different meaning now than what it had in the past. Successful people in the 21st century will create their own jobs rather than working in the traditional job market. Jobs for life concept will be finished altogether. People will choose their own working hours and office, live and work anywhere in the world. They may work with peers across the globe. And in any job, upskilling and reskilling will become an absolute necessity. You cannot continue to remain in the same job with the skill set with which you started the job. Things will change in between. So you have to be mentally prepared for lifelong learning if you want to have a very successful and fulfilling career. Then successful people will change what they are working on to keep up with their interests and abilities. You can change the job. They can outsource things they don't like doing. Then travel as often as they like, for as long as they like. And then there will be nothing like a fixed salary or increment like that. They may enjoy earning potential that is not capped by a salary figure. So this is going to happen in future. Things are going to change in every field, including education. Therefore, while teaching students, we have to keep these things in mind, and we need to focus on competence. And competence comes through quality education, and quality education in the 21st century will focus on these three things: knowledge, disciplinary knowledge, interdisciplinary knowledge, and practical knowledge. Then 21st century skills, which I just told. And one more thing, and that is your personality, which will determine your values, attitudes, traits, disposition, etc. These three things taken together constitute what is called competence. That is why, all over the world, people now talk about competency-based education and assessment. They want to test, when we were students, the focus was only on knowledge. Personality and skills, not many people talked much. But now all the three things, you cannot ignore anyone. You not only teach them, you also test them. You test knowledge, you test skills, you test personality development. So this is how the things are going to change. So the focus in the 21st century should be on acquiring competence. That is what I would say. And in this regard, personality becomes very important. Because there is a report that 87% of all people fail in their life. Not because of capability, but because of personality. And then the worst part is they don't know that their personality is coming in the way of their doing well. That's a strange predicament. Because, personality development is very much neglected in our country. How you deal with people, what is your mindset, are you always remaining worried or angry? Many people have different types of personalities. They may be professionally very competent, but because of these personality traits, they are not able to go very far off in life. So this is also something which you have to keep it in mind. Another challenge which is going to be there in the 21st century is you need to create innovative minds, creative and innovative minds in India. You know, I personally feel there is a crisis of innovation and creativity in Indian education system. Look at the fact, no Indian scientist working in India has been able to get Nobel Prize after 1930. C.V. Raman was the person who got Nobel Prize in 1930 for the discovery of Raman effect. After that, no Indian scientist working in India has been able to get Nobel Prize. These people got, but then they were non-resident Indians. Amartya Sen, although he is an Indian, but for decades he has been staying abroad. Even Abhijit Banerjee, who got Nobel Prize in 2019, is an American citizen. So what I want to say is, Nobel Prize is not a lifetime achievement award. No, not at all. If you want to excel in research at that level, you need minimum these three things: enormous amount of creativity and open-mindedness. You need willingness to collaborate. We in India, people work in isolation. Don't tell to others, they will also start working. This type of mindset we have. And then we need perseverance and resilience. We sometimes want immediate gains. That may not be possible. I remember 2 years back, one Nobel laureate in chemistry, he was 97-year-old. So mindset is a big problem, and this creativity and open-mindedness is required. Even our, ranking, world university rankings, many of our institutions are going down. Universities, there is a decline in the world ranking. And please remember, one of the main reasons for the poor world ranking of our higher educational institutions is poor quality of our research programs. Sometimes best students don't come to research. In science, I'm sure many of them go to engineering or to the medicine, and then who come to basic sciences. Not many are prepared to come to research. So now the question comes, why do we lack in quality research? Why? After all, why do we lack in quality research? It is because of a fundamental flaw in our education system. And what is that flaw? Just watch this small video.
For decades, people have been finding hundreds of flaws in the education system. No conceptual understanding, no creativity, children are stressed, and the list goes on. All these are symptoms. But what is the root cause to all this? What is the fundamental flaw in the education system? Let us play a rapid-fire game. You have 1 second to answer every question. Let's start. First question, A4? Okay, no more questions. Did you think apple first? 98% of people are most likely to think so, because that was what we were told in our kindergarten. Imagine that this was done differently. Say we had asked you for all the words starting with A: ant, ace, April, apt. Different answers would have popped out of everyone's head. Do you see where the problem is? Before children start going to school, every child is unique. Every child thinks different. But the education system makes every child think the same. This is the fundamental flaw in the education system. Why did this start? During the Industrial Revolution in the 18th century, the education system was designed to make children ready to work in factories. The factories did not require people to think, but to only work like robots. So, the education system stripped children of their freedom to think and destroyed their true potential. The same education system continues even today. Only the industries have changed. A study by NASA shows that 98% of children think different before they start going to school. As they go through this education system, at 25 years of age, only 2% think different and 98% think the same. So how does the education system make every child the same? Let's go back to the apple example. Kindergarten lessons told us that A is for apple. We asked you for words that start with A. Our education system gave us the answers. We asked you a question. Answers make you the same. Questions make you different. Right from kindergarten, the education system keeps giving answers. Instead of asking children how plants make food, the science teacher gives you the definition of photosynthesis. Instead of asking them to describe the sun, the teacher tells them that the sun is a ball of fire at the center of the solar system. Through their years in school, children lose the capability to think on their own. Whether it is their choice of career or their relationship or any situation in life, they become.
So you can understand how our education system strips the children of their ability to think on their own. And that's why, we are in a state in which we are. Our education system is outdated and does not encourage thinking, innovation, and creativity amongst students. And please remember, without creativity, there can be no progress. And we would be forever repeating the same pattern. As a matter of fact, creativity is as important as literacy. But we are not focusing much on creativity. Besides this, there is one more problem why we are not doing well in research, that, grant for research is much less. Government gives about 0.6 to 0.7% of the GDP spent on research and development. And it is nearly constant for the last 2 decades. And this is not enough. We need private sector to come forward. And then if you compare it with other countries, our expenditure on research and development is quite low. This is also one reason. Next challenge, before the teachers is going to be need to enhance quality of higher education in India. This is the need in future. Ensuring quality higher education is one of the most important things we can do for future generations. The question is, if you look at science education or higher education in India, it focuses on 3 things. What do we teach? It's not only valid for chemistry, but it is valid for all subjects. Generally, we have outdated and heavy syllabi. Then how do we teach? Pedagogy. Generally, we follow teacher-centric and chalk method, talk and chalk method. And then how do we assess our students? Students follow examination-driven learning. They will learn only those things which can come in the examination. So that's not the purpose of education. Let's look at the first aspect, curriculum. Curriculum is a total learning experience. Now, the new education policy clearly mentions that curriculum should be light. Only core essentials should be included, because knowledge is growing very, very fast in all disciplines. There was a time when human knowledge was getting doubled in 150 years. But now this has come down to almost 73 days. That is, the knowledge is getting doubled so fast. That means what we know is getting outdated very, very soon. So this is a big challenge before all of us. That is why, people say we need to have skill-based and industry-led curriculum. What are the requirements of the industries? What type of skills you need? You revise curriculum accordingly. But teachers also need to be equipped accordingly, because teachers might not have studied all those subjects when they did their post-graduation, etc. So they need to be equipped also. Please remember, outdated syllabi increase the gap between what is learned and what should be learned. And this affects the quality of research, because you will always remain followers and not able to become leaders in any research field if we do not have modern syllabi. And then we also need to have a coordination between school education and higher education. This is a must, because at school level the foundations are laid, and when students come to higher education, they're already quite grown up. You can't change them much. Second is the pedagogy, how we teach them. We still continue to follow talk and chalk method of teaching, which is a teacher-centric approach, mainly a monologue method. You cannot explain many complex concepts on the board. It presumes that all students learn in an identical fashion. That may not be true. You can't solve many problems in the class due to the paucity of time, and then it is slow and time consuming. And then this education system focuses more on examination, rote learning, and scoring high marks. This is the reality. So we have to shift our teaching to learner-centered learning instead of teacher-centered learning. Teacher-centered learning is mainly focusing on how can I improve my teaching, whereas learner-centered learning is focusing on how can I improve students' learning. So in the 21st century, any discipline you may take, science, physics, chemistry, history, economics, commerce, any subject you may take, you have to engage learners. Because please remember, learning is not the product of teaching. Learning is the product of activity of the learners. So this is the basic thinking. Therefore, we need to engage learners. So what is the philosophy behind learner-centric education? The philosophy behind learner-centric education is that students learn best when they are engrossed in the topic, motivated to seek out new knowledge and skills, because they need them in order to solve the problems at hand. And all this is possible in this information age. Any information you want, you can just get by a click of mouse. And please remember, learner-centric education does not apply one method of teaching. It's so many methods come under learner-centric education. For example, in traditional learning, what do? Students are told what they need to know, they memorize it, and then a problem is assigned to illustrate how to use that. That is the traditional learning. But in problem-based learning, which is a learner-centric learning, a problem is assigned, then students have to identify what they need to know in order to solve that problem. They learn that, they search that, and apply that to solve the problem. So it is a problem-based learning. Same is the case with the project-based learning. Same approach. Even collaborative learning environment is becoming very, very popular these days. I have one idea, you have another idea. Let's work together and come out with the best idea. And this strategy, this is a new strategy, think, pair, share. This is called TPS, Collaborative Learning Strategy. Think means a problem is assigned to a person, he or she thinks. Then that person is paired with another. They listen to each other's ideas, share their ideas, create new ideas. And then they are made a part of a bigger group. They listen to each other's ideas, share their ideas, share your partner's ideas, create new ideas together. So this strategy works very well. It promotes participation, focuses attention, and engages students. So it's something like, excuse me, turning your classroom into a collaborative learning community. So, but it is for the teachers to follow in the 21st century these methods. They need to encourage their students to learn through collaborative learning process. Then there is one more, flipped classroom model, which is becoming very popular. These are the two people who developed this. Now, what is there in flipped classroom model? A teacher will create a video lecture on any topic and share it with the students. Student will watch the video lecture at home and then prepare questions for the teacher. So here student will work 2-3 times. They will watch, prepare questions, and then at school or at college, teacher will facilitate discussion and will answer students' questions, and student will ask questions and participate in the learning activities. So this is a flipped model. This is becoming very, very popular all over the world. And if you look at these universities, Harvard, Stanford, Wharton, these are the leading universities of the world. You know, what are they doing? They focus more on case studies, experiential learning, project-based, problem-based learning, collaborative learning, and very little focus on lecture-based learning. We in India still continue to focus on lecture-based learning. Oh, 16 lectures per week or 14 lectures. No, that is outdated. We have to change. We need to follow an integrated approach to teaching. And sometimes, you know, we teach subjects in isolation as if they have nothing to do with the other subjects. Present day world is of interdisciplinary research. We need to, you know, follow an integrated approach. Then we also need to design activities and assignments that challenge the student's mind, enhance creative thinking ability, improve analytical skills, and give students more control over their learning. But why we are not able to do? Because our teachers are not able to do this. Because they themselves are the product of the old system which focused on rote learning. And that is why, you know, we are not able to change much. And then recall my first slide, the quality of an education system cannot exceed the quality of the teachers. So we have to raise the competence level of the teachers. Please remember, if we teach today's student as we taught yesterday's, we are going to rob them of tomorrow. Teachers must change with the changing times. This was my article in Times of India about creativity crisis in the Indian education system. This is my another article about flipped classroom, why it is important for 21st century learning needs. And the third component of education system is assessment. How do we assess our students? Even the new education policy says we need to transform the culture of assessment in India, because assessment drives learning. The way you assess your students start learning in that way. If you will ask rote learning, they will do rote learning. If you will ask some analytical question, they will have to think about that. Our examination system is still rote-based, mainly about textbook content and testing facts, definitions and procedures described there. Anything from outside the textbook is branded out of syllabus or even protested. That's the way how we function. You know, cognitive learning is a 6-level hierarchy. Anything you learn, it goes through 6 stages, from lower order thinking skill to higher order thinking skill, from remembering, understanding up to creativity. But are we able to teach that way, or are we able to assess our students on all thinking levels? No. Assessment process in the country needs to be made more scientific to encourage multiple skills of the students. We need to have questions in examination with a focus on discouraging rote learning, conceptual clarity, thinking, innovation, and creativity, real life situations, unfamiliar situations. We need to enhance problem solving and analytical abilities. Now you see, Central University's entrance test has become very popular. Common University Test. And it is mainly MCQs. But MCQs have certain limitations. It's not possible to measure the ability or to apply knowledge to complex problems. There is no opportunity for the students to demonstrate the depth of their knowledge. In MCQ, you can't do that. Then no opportunity to showcase their creative, logical, and analytical skills. How will you show in MCQs? MCQs are like, what we say, Kaun Banega Crorepati, like that. No test of effective writing or oral skills. Just take mark. So writing skills are also suffering in the way. So this is the three things which I mentioned are important. Another challenge is that we need to embrace technology and become tech savvy. You know, it's very difficult to imagine education without technology in the 21st century. You know, this is, you can see on the left-hand side, what all happens in 1 internet minute. You know, I can just read 16 million text messages are sent in 1 minute in the world. 4.1 million videos are viewed in 1 minute. Then so many, you know, posts and everything, you can very well imagine how much is happening in 1 minute on internet. And now this was a report that Japan is coming out with an internet which is close to 100,000 times faster than the current speed. So you can very well imagine where the world is heading to. But please remember, technology should be used strategically to benefit the students. Because it is now being felt that excessive use of technology by the students has impacted adversely the generation of original ideas and hence creativity. It has affected, there's no doubt about that. And you have seen already how ICT has impacted all areas of higher education. We saw it during Corona times. And this is the summary. Teaching learning has changed. We have e-learning and MOOCs. For experimental work, you have virtual labs. You can do very quick revision of the syllabi through email, discussion forum, or video conferencing. In research, literature survey can be done faster through electronic databases. Online examination or assessment is becoming very popular. Even professional development, refresher and orientation courses are through online SWAYAM platform. And many ICT-empowered pedagogies have come, flipped classroom, etc., about which I said. So you can see how things are changing in the 21st century. And none of this is possible without teachers. So you need to become tech savvy. You should be a great teacher and at the same time tech savvy. And now virtual universities are going to come. So in the light of what I have said, the roles of the teachers are going to change in higher education. Now we need tech-savvy teachers in ICT skills. If tomorrow students are enrolled in e-learning or MOOCs, and if they have some queries, who will answer? It is the teachers only. So teachers must know how to manage virtual classroom and discussion forum. They must also learn to know how to engage students by learner-centric pedagogies. Teachers should become coaches, mentors, rather than, there was a time when teachers were the knowledge providers, but that's no longer the case. Now there are multiple sources of knowledge. So teachers are more or less like a facilitators. Now MOOCs are there. Our center, Guru Angad Dev Teaching Learning Center, has developed maximum number of MOOCs in the country, almost 50 MOOCs. But not everybody is able to develop, because you need to be very good in the subject, and then you need to have excellent writing skills and presentation skills. What we sometimes lack is the presentation, how your ideas should be presented in a very systematic and logical manner. So a change of mindset is required amongst the teachers. From what I know is enough to I must learn more. Their thinking should also become interdisciplinary. Upskilling is required and you should learn other related subjects. So what I want to say is that the regular professional development is the need of the hour. Please remember, professional development is a journey and not a destination. One course or one refresher or one orientation, that will not work. And senior teachers should do professional development courses more than the junior because they did their MA, MSc, etc. long back. They need to be updated. So everybody needs to do that. And I always feel that teaching profession, best minds should come to the teaching profession because teaching is one profession which creates all other professions. And now even people are talking about teacher education at the time of recruitment because teachers generally we test knowledge. You know, you are UG, PG, NET, PhD, but generally we test knowledge. But whether you have the teaching ability for that, teacher education should be done for maybe 3 months course should be there at the beginning. Good promotional avenue should be there. And those who are excellent teachers, there should be awards for excellence in teaching. Most of the awards generally are for excellence in research. That is why sometimes teaching gets neglected. So professional development, refresher courses, etc. is the need. Another challenge is empowering teachers for education 4.0. See, India is very soon going to enter an era of education 4.0, which is going to be a total technology mediated education. See, the world is presently passing through 4th industrial revolution. 3 are already over. They were based on steam, electricity, computing, etc. And now is the intelligence, artificial intelligence. So education 4.0 is aligned with the needs of industrial revolution 4. What type of workforce is required for industrial revolution 4.0? That comes from education system. That is what we call as education 4.0. And these are going to be the technologies of the future. Artificial intelligence, robotics, virtual reality, Internet of Things, augmented reality, data science, gamification, etc. And one thing more which is going to happen in the next few years is education system is slowly shifting towards personalized learning. Personalized learning means learning specially for you. Because you know, every learner is unique. Every learner has different needs. Every learner has different comprehension rate, learning capacity, and method of gathering information. And you can find out the strengths and weaknesses of any learner using learning analytics. And once you know the strengths and weaknesses, then you can prescribe a curriculum for him or her based on this analytics. That is personalized learning. Even gamification is now coming all over the world. Through games, you learn. That means learning is based on gaming concepts. What are the gaming concepts? Competition, incentives, and goal attainment. And many games are available. For example, I come in chemistry. These are the games in chemistry. These are the video games for teaching, learning chemistry, and many others for other disciplines. This was my article in Education Times of the Times of India, that how Education 4.0 will work for coming generation. So this is another challenge before you. You need to understand that. You know, facts don't cease to exist just because you ignore them. These are the realities which we will have to face. And again, I am repeating, technology will never replace great teachers, but technology in the hands of great teachers can be highly transformational. You know, unfortunately, what is happening now is teachers are becoming tech savvy, but then they are losing touch with their own subject. That is harmful. That is detrimental to their interest. They are teacher first and tech savvy later. So combination can do wonders. This was my article in Times of India. Technology won't replace teachers. So what I mean to say to you, ladies and gentlemen, is that education in future is going to be an amalgamation of the transformations driven by education 4.0, National Education Policy 2020, present pandemic, emerging student needs, and new technologies. And now I come to the last part. I'll take a few minutes, which I think is the most neglected one, but which is the most important one, your personality. You know, when we were students, nobody told us these things. And now we realize, oh, we should have been told. Therefore, I want to tell you. As I said earlier, proactive personality is the need. Personality, I mean, a set of traits and behaviors that characterize an individual. Personality doesn't mean your looks. You know, first thing is we should not be so much obsessed with our work that we forgot the art of living. Life is also passing, no? So you must learn the art of living. The art of living means the capability to draw pleasure from life and to succeed in the greatest test called life. So don't be so much obsessed that I have to do this, and your life also goes away. Like that should not happen. Already, you know, in India, according to the World Happiness Report, India is already at 136th rank. So people here are not generally very happy. I know what tension, always worried, thinking something. They don't enjoy. They are always in some sort of a tension. And that affects their behavior, their personality, their traits, their dealings with other people. And please remember, all the art of living lies in a fine mingling of letting go and holding on. One thing which you should be proactive. If you are proactive, you focus on preparing. If you are reactive, you focus on repairing. So please be proactive. Then proactive people don't wait for the ship to come in, they swim out to it. That's what I mean. Then you should decide your priorities in life. And then, you know, follow those priorities using time management principle. This is very, very important. Manage your time. Try to maximize your performance in the shortest time. Please remember, today is the tomorrow you worried about yesterday. Time management is life management. You know, there is a Hindi quote, बंदी है हाथ पर सबके घड़ियां मगर पकड़ में किसी के एक लम्हा भी नहीं. Time is passing. You have to manage it. Don't let it pass like that, because every day is once in a lifetime. Don't forget that. And then one more thing which I would say, which I also learned quite late, is live in the moment. Don't think too far. The present moment is the only moment available to us, and it is the door to all moments. Life becomes more meaningful when you realize the simple fact that you will never get the same moment twice. Don't let moment pass like that. You know, try to think over this. You know, when we were young, this song was very popular. This is a well-known song. And one more quality you should have is self-belief. You know, if You want to succeed, you must first of all believe that you can. Always believe in yourself. Look at the quote. A bird sitting on a tree is never afraid of the branch breaking because her trust is not in the branch but in her own wings. That is what it should be with you. Any line you may be, you are in teaching, research, or anywhere, where you want to excel. Excellence should be the key word. Please remember, a penguin can never be a giraffe. So try to be the best penguin you can be. Self-discipline is other quality you should have. No, this can change your life. Self-discipline basically means the mastery over your thoughts. If you can control what you think, you can control what you do. Because there is nothing in this world which can trouble you more than your own thoughts. We die because of our own thinking. And overthinking always leads to unhappiness. Cages are not made of iron, they are made of thoughts. An average person, thinks at least 70,000 thoughts a day. You can control that by practice. If you can learn self-control, you can master anything. Start practicing it. It will take time, but slowly it would be possible. Then work hard sensibly. Many people are very hard working. But what is more important in working hard is direction is more important than speed. Choose the right direction very, very carefully. Then many of us are not able to mark big in life because, we start living in a comfort zone. Life begins at the end of your comfort zone. Please remember it. It's only after you have stepped out of your comfort zone that you begin to change, grow, and transform. Then many are not able to make a mark because they are always fearing failure. So overcome the fear of failure in life. Look at this quote. जब तक तुम डरते रहोगे, तुम्हारी जिंदगी के फैसले कोई और लेता रहेगा. So overcome the fear of failure. Failures can be the pillars of success depending upon how you take them. Your attitude towards failure determines your altitude after failure. One more thing, when I was young, I also used to worry a lot. Always, I don't know, it depends upon how you have been growing. Stop worrying and start living. Because, worry is a misuse of your imagination. You suffer more in imagination than in reality. One day you will look back and realize that you worried too much about things that don't really matter. But by that time would have gone. You can't undo that. Have empathy. This is a very important interpersonal skill. This helps you to connect with another person. Empathy basically means seeing with the eyes of another, listening with the ears of another, and feeling with the heart of another. That means you put yourself into another person's shoes. Just watch this.
I recently came across this image and story and had to share it with you. The man in this picture doesn't know that there is a snake underneath. The woman doesn't know that there is a stone crushing the man. The woman thinks, I am going to fall and I can't climb because the snake is going to bite me. Why can't he use a little more strength and pull me up? The man thinks, I am in so much pain, yet I'm still pulling you as much as I can. Why doesn't she try and climb a little harder? The moral is, you can never see the pressure the other person is under, and the other person can't see the pain you're in. This is life. Whether it's with work, family, feelings, or friends, we should try to understand each other a little more. Try to see the situation from the other person's point of view. Put yourself in their shoes. Learn to think differently. Be more open to other perspectives and opinions. A little kindness and patience goes a long way. Everyone we meet is fighting their own battle, some you will never hear about. You may wish other people would be more understanding and compassionate and helpful to you. So be all those things for other people. Lori Deschênes once gave some priceless advice. She said, practice the pause. Pause before assuming. Pause before accusing. And pause whenever you're about to react harshly. You might avoid saying things you'll later regret. Be kind to each other.
Then you should also control anger. Anger is a normal emotion. Everybody gets angry. But what is important is never say mean words out of anger. Your anger will pass, but your mean words can scare a person for life. Use kind words or be silent. And there is a very famous, advice. Never reply when you are angry. Never make a promise when you are happy. And never make a decision when you are sad. Maybe that in all the three cases, you may have to repent later on. One thing you should remember, beneath anger, there always lies some fear. And one more, sometimes a small success may go to your head. People become arrogant. There is a difference between confidence and arrogance. Confidence comes from self-belief, about which I talked earlier, whereas arrogance comes from ego. So never become arrogant. There is a famous Hindi quote, कभी किसी चीज का घमंड आ जाए तो शमशान का एक चक्कर लगा आना, तुमसे बेहतरीन लोग वहां राख बने पड़े. Remember that you are dust and to dust you shall return one day. That nobody can stop. So keep this reality of life always in mind. One day you will wake up and there won't be any time to do the things you wanted to do. Do it now. Don't postpone the things. Don't procrastinate the things in life. You don't know how much time you are left with. And in all this, have a very high opinion of yourself. Look at this. Don't have a low opinion of yourself. That's not modesty. That is self-destruction. Hold yourself in uniqueness in regard is not egotism. It is a necessary precondition to happiness and success. And while I was preparing this, I just noted down what are the habits of the most successful people in the world. Common habits. One is strategic planning and deliverance. Laser sharp focus and determination. Risk-taking ability. They are very courageous people. Then health and fitness. They take care of their health. And then hard work and consistency. Never give up attitude. These are the common habits of successful people. And please remember, success is a product of daily habits, not of random activities. Take care of your body, take care of your health, because it is the only place you have to live. And please remember, intelligence and skills will also function at the peak of their capacity if your body is healthy and strong. So, ladies and gentlemen, what I mean to say through this talk is, at the end of the day, your biggest competition is you only. You have to win over yourself. You have to become master of yourself, not the puppet. You don't have the problem, you are the problem. स्वर्ग भी तू है, नरक भी तू है. इन दोनों का फर्क भी तू है. जिंदगी छोटी नहीं होती है, लोग जीना ही देरी से शुरू करते हैं. जब तक रास्ते समझ में आते हैं, तब तक लौटने का वक्त हो जाता है. And please remember, it's never too late to be what you might have been. This is the life mantra. Live every second of your life. Stop worrying about the future, because ultimate future for all of us is death. Nobody can stop that. So stop worrying and start living. Forgive people and forget. Try to stay positive. So I've told you so many challenges. And challenges keep us fresh. There is a very famous quote. A ship is safe in harbor, but that's not what ships are built for. Similarly, humans are not designed to be happy in status quo. So continue to remain dissatisfied with yourself so that you can get better and better. Challenges are what keep us fresh. This is the good principle you should have both at workplace and in your life. Don't take every challenge as a problem, take every problem as a challenge, and you will enjoy life. And a message, last message for all of you before I close down. There is a book called Die Empty. This is written by Todd Henry. Once Todd Henry was asked, what prompted you to write this book? He said that he was attending a director's meeting business meeting where director asked the audience, which is the richest land in the world? One said oil-rich Gulf states, other said diamond mines. Then he said, no, it is the cemetery, it is the burial ground, which is the richest land in the world, because millions of people have died or departed this world, and they carried with them many invaluable ideas which could not come to the light. They are buried there along with them. And that is the richest land. So from here he got the idea and wrote the book Die Empty. So the message is live full, die empty. Don't die old, die empty. That's the goal of life. Go to the cemetery and disappoint the graveyard. No one has ever become poor by giving. And it's for teachers too. They give and give and give. Let's share everything with the world. Let's go empty-handed.
सुनो गजर क्या गाए समय गुजरता जाए और दिन वाले भोर भोले भाले सोना ना सुनो गजर क्या गाए
ठहरता नहीं है जीवन कहीं भी ठहरता नहीं है आँधी से तूफान से डरता नहीं है तू न चलेगा तो चल देंगी राहें तू न चलेगा तो चल देंगी राहें मंजिल को तरसेंगी तेरी निगाहें तुझको चलना होगा
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure being a part of this program and sharing some of my thoughts with you. I hope you like it. Try to adopt these things in your life. You may be 30, 40, 50, 60-year-old. All that time has gone. Still, it's time to change your life. There will be no looking back. Share your comments. This is my cell number. This is my mail. Please remain in touch, and all the best for this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for summarizing the core message of organizing faculty development program in such an effective manner. Already in the chat box, we are showered with a lot of messages like excellent, inspirational sessions that shows how effective your session is and reached more than 200 participants. Thank you for giving us insight on 21st century skills, learning, literacy, and life, focusing on major concern in skill development and how education systems skip the ability of thinking in learners, how it is important to highlight learner-centric education. I completely agree, sir. In fact, all the participants will agree that we have a huge gap in the teaching learning process. And today we have to transform this in TPS, which is think, pair, and share. the collaborative learning. Sure, the strategies will work in terms of the benefits of the growth of the students. And very true, sir, teachers must change with the changing time. And so collaboratively, we have to make the changes. And making us understand how the role of the teachers in higher education has changed. We have to be a facilitator, mentors, more than a knowledge provider. Today, all the teachers are techno-savvy, but you have explained us how effectively we have to use technology and how to engage our students while teaching learning process. And your articles, videos, audios, and codes have truly an eye-opener for all the participants today. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Suchita. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We'll
If participants have something to say, any question or any comment or any other reference, they are most welcome, provided we have time.
So I request Dr. Nilesh Mhatre from Faculty of Commerce to take question answer session.
Thank you, Dr. Suchita. I first thank our speaker, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor A.K. Bakshi, sir. Sir, that was a great session, and thanks for giving us such an enlightening talk. In fact, the chat box is full with lots of compliments, sir. Many of our participants have posted some questions in the chat box. However, due to the time constraints, we have grouped them and we'll ask a few of them as we are already running out of the time and the next session is about to start. And our next speaker is also in the waiting room, sir.
Okay, then we can,
No,
they
sir,
can write to me. It's okay, they can write to me and I can talk to them, or I have given my cell number. We can talk at that time. I did not know that there was a session to follow. So it's okay, perfectly all right.
At least can you take one? Sir?
Please, one, of course, anything.
Okay, sir.
Whatsoever is possible, I would like to address.
But before I ask the question, I really appreciate the participants, those who have posted the question, Dr. Shivaji Methe, Ms. Elizabeth George, Mr. Raj Kumar, Smita Rajesh, Professor Sunil Ghadge, Ms. Tony, and many more, sir, those who have posted the question. But some appealing questions are there. Mr. Raj Kumar is asking, sir, that he wants you to address the issue that how teachers can equip themselves with the chapters and the new concept coming day by day that they didn't learn in their entire lifetime, provided by that they are learning, that their learning ability degrading day by day considering their age factor, busy schedule, family time, and he's more concerned specifically for the non-added colleges, those who are not paying that much, but they want the skilled people. So,
see, what I would say is that one problem is with our syllabi. Our syllabi continue to remain very much outdated and heavy syllabi. I remember I was the author of the NCERT class 11th and 12th chemistry books long back. And many of the things which I learned as a student are still there. Whereas the world has progressed so much. No doubt that those things were important at that time, but not now. Many of these things now could become a part of the history. And many new developments have taken place. As a matter of fact, all those new things should be added in the curriculum. They should be added in the syllabi of the various subjects. Now, the problem comes that many of our teachers themselves have not studied those things. That is why it is said that we should have the regular faculty development programs on new and emerging areas in each discipline. Once we, develop our teachers, then we can introduce them as a part of curriculum. And only then things will change. Otherwise, I am sure we continue to remain followers. We will never be able to become leaders until we change the things. So syllabi have to be modern. Regular professional development is the need of the hour. And there was a time when one refresher or one orientation courses, it should be now every year two faculty development program should be a must for every teacher. And then new syllabi, that means 25 to 30% of the syllabi should be upgraded maybe in every 3 to 4 years. Only then things will change. Otherwise, we are happy, students are happy, but we are not able to come up to the mark. We are not able to make a mark in industries, in engineering, in technology, because our knowledge is outdated. That's what I feel. And then we should also, it is said about India's education system that we have 21st century students, but the content which we teach is sometimes of the 19th century. The method of teaching is of 20th century. So there is a mismatch. So we will have to change. Only then things will change. Otherwise, everything will remain on paper. Now, new education policy says we need to shift focus from rote learning to creative thinking, etc. But how? By writing on paper, it will not happen. Teachers need to be trained. So that's not happening. That's my worry. Anyway, there is a lot more which can be said, but thanks a lot. Thank you very much.
Thanks for addressing the question. Sir, one more question, one last question, sir.
Let the speaker speak, if there is possible. Let the participant ask the question. Otherwise, if we don't have time, please.
Sir, I'll ask, sir, on their behalf. The question has been asked by Professor Sunil Ghadge. And he is asking, sir, in the world changing education system, teacher is only service provider and students become customer. Under the GATS, that is, I think, General Agreement on Trade in Services, which is the clause of WTO. And then how it is possible, sir?
What is possible? I could not get the question.
In the world changing education system, the teacher is only service provider and students become the customer.
No. Why do you view it in that way, that teacher is only the service provider? Things are slowly changing. There was a time when teacher used to be the knowledge provider, source of knowledge. We looked forward to the teacher to learn something. But with technology, with internet, now as I said today also, the role of the teacher is changing. Teacher is more or less a facilitator. They need to tell them the direction in which they need to go. Their role is going to be more like a mentor rather than a mere knowledge provider. Only thing is, we need to give that direction to our students. And we need to tell them information literacy, media literacy, technology literacy. Students must be told how to get any information from technology, how to get any information you want. Those things should be told. Otherwise, I'm very sure that students don't need that hand holding which used to be the case earlier. No, not at all. We need to give them the problems where they think on their own. That aspect is unfortunately missing in our system. Education is not the learning of the facts. It is the training of the mind to think. And unfortunately, in our system, that training of the mind to think is not happening. That's not happening. That's not happening. Parents also want their students to get 95%, 100%. Now look at the CBSE results, which came 3-4 days back. 100% score it has come. I think a student's mark sheet has become a prestige sheet for the family, but a pressure sheet for the child. What is happening because of rote learning? Nothing. So I think the focus of our education system is different. As I showed you the video, we are stripping the students of their ability to think on their own. And I think it is a big damage which we are doing to our system. We examine one student against the other. That's another problem. Oh, he got 89, you get 90. Okay, competition. What's there? There is a mad race for scoring high marks, which leads us nowhere. I was also the topper of Delhi University. I was the record breaker of Delhi University. I remember when I went to Germany and worked with the Nobel laureate and other persons, they told me, oh, you are very bright, but the level of the research which you did, it's quite old. You need to work. So you sit for 2-3 years, read everything, and then start doing research. I had to do that. There I realized the importance of modernization of the syllabi. Oh, all these things, I would have also come up like that. So, that is what I showed in one of my slides. Our outdated syllabi increase the gap between what is learned and what should be learned. And that affects the quality of research. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your answer. As your last slide says that tujhko chalna hoga, that we also have to go ahead. Thank you, sir. I think we can conclude the session with the right note that in the age of AI, the teacher must equip with the advanced digital teaching learning skills to meet the learner's needs. Thank you very much for the great session. I would like to request Dr. Suchita to please take over the session.
Thank you, Nilesh sir. Now I would like to request Ms. Sonali Doshi from Faculty of Home Science to deliver formal vote of thanks. Over to you, Sonali.
Thank you, Dr. Suchita. A very good afternoon to one and all. It's my proud privilege to propose the vote of thanks. I would like to express my deep gratitude to the chief guest for the inaugural session, Honorable Professor Sonali Rode, Joint Director, Mumbai Region, Government of Maharashtra. My sincere appreciation to you, ma'am, for taking out time from your busy schedule to grace this event. I acknowledge with gratitude the presence and huge contribution of Honorable Professor A.K. Bakshi, Chairman, GED TLC, Vice Chancellor, PDM University, Haryana, Honorable Professor Vimal Rao, Project Head and Joint Director, GED TLC, in planning and organizing this FDP, and Honorable Professor Jastinder Singh, Director, GED TLC, Principal, SGTP, Khalsa College, University of Delhi, for his support. I would like to express my thanks to our management for their unfailing support and motivation for all our activities, and to our enthusiastic Director of SPRJ Kanya Shala Trust, Dr. S. Kumudavali. My sincere thanks to our dynamic and enthusiastic Principal, Dr. Asha Menon, the spearhead behind all our endeavors. Just wanted to share with you all that it was Asha Ma'am's initiative, and under her guidance, the program was put into action. I would like to express my sincere thank you to the IQAC Coordinator and Vice Principal, Faculty of Commerce, Mr. Raju Chauhan, and our Vice Principals, Dr. Rekha Randive, Faculty of Home Science, and Mrs. Madhuri Vaidya, Faculty of Arts. My sincere thanks to Ms. Himanshi Tyagu ma'am for being a channel of communication between our college and GED TLC. I would like to extend my thank you to our registrar, Mr. Sanjay. I truly appreciate the continuous efforts of our accounts team, Ms. Sampada Vaikankar and Mr. Priyesh Balfiwala. I put on record my sincere appreciation to the technical support team, Ms. Hashmat Khan, Ms. Vaishnavi and Mr. Vaibhav Solkar. Heartfelt thanks and appreciation to the organizing team involved in planning and bringing together the FTP headed by Dr. Madhumita Bandyopadhyay, FTP Coordinator, Dr. Vinod Sarthi, Dr. Nilesh Matre, Dr. Suchita Bover and Ms. Mukti Dattani, and myself, Ms. Sonali Doshi. I would like to thank our support staff for their assistance. And finally, a big thank you and warm welcome to each one of the participants for joining and participating in 1 week FTP titled Teaching Learning Digital Skills in the 21st Century. Wishing all of you all an enriching week ahead. Thank you once again. Dear participants, the next session will begin in 5 minutes.
Hello, madam.
Yes.
Hello. Yeah, I'm Smita Bora from Amrisha Mahila College, Malad. affiliated to SNDT University. Will you please give the email ID of the sir? Okay, yeah, it is there. Yeah, it is there in the chat box. Hello.
Thank you, sir, for sharing.
Thank you.
Sir, you're on mute.
Given my email ID as well as cell number. Sorry, just a minute.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We have ended the session 1 of today. We will shortly start with the session 2. We have a lecture by Jisu Jaskanwar on new era digital teaching learning skills and its relevance in new education policy. This we will start within 5 minutes. We'll take a 5 minutes break and we'll start with the first session of today. Just now we have just completed the inaugural session. We will start with the next session within 5 minutes. So we meet here by 4:22. So it's 4:22. We will meet by 4:27. So 4:27, all of you let us assemble again. You may be in the Zoom. You need not leave the Zoom. We'll again come back and we will start with the next session. Thank you so much. Thanks to everyone. Bakshi sir, it was a wonderful lecture. We have really enjoyed it. And I was feeling that whatever you preach, and you are an example of that, the association that I had with you for the past 1 month, you've been so humble, so kind, and I mean, it was a very, very excellent session that we had. It was a great beginning for us. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome, Jisu sir. We have Jisu Jaskanwar already with us. So we'll just test everything. Jisu sir can share his PPT. Of course, we will not start before 4:27, but meanwhile, we can ask Jisu sir to share his screen. Jisu sir, have you made him the host? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Is my voice audible?
Yes, sir. You are completely
Okay.
audible.
Is the voice audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. We are just testing. I will just share my screen. Just give me a second, ma'am. Is the screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Is it visible?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay. Is the screen visible?
Yes, sir, it
Yes,
is
sir.
visible.
Yes,
Okay,
sir,
okay.
yes, sir.
Okay. I will just play a video. I just want to check. Is everything fine? Just.
Sure, sir. We can do that.
Hanji. Is the audio level fine, ma'am, for the video? Audio level?
Have you put on an audio, sir? Sir, have you put on the audio?
Yes, Hanji.
Sir, I can't hear anything.
Is the audio?
One. On the.
It's not audible, sir.
Sir, actually, you have to go on the top and share the audio.
Okay.
On the top, you have to go and share the audio.
Okay.
So you go on the top and you will see share audio.
Fine.
So that is only when you share the screen, sir, you can see it on the top.
Okay.
On
now,
the top.
I will
On the
play it
top,
again.
sir, you can just go down and you can see there, you have to share the audio, sir. On the top, you have to go on the top. Only after you share the screen, you can go on the top and share the audio.
Now, is it okay?
No, sir, it's not audible. You have to go up, sir. On the top.
The video is visible or not?
Yes, sir, video is visible. Video is absolutely visible, but we can't hear the video.
Okay, I will, my voice is there right
yes,
now?
we can hear your voice, but the video is not
Okay,
audible because
I will
you have to
just
share the sound.
So
You have to
another
share the
thing,
sound.
when you share the screen, it also says share computer sound. So
Okay,
maybe
okay.
you need to
So
put
that is on the top. On the top, when you click, you will see a kind of drop down, and there you can go and share the sound. On the top, sir. और sandwich है क्या?
It's given same as system, microphone. Let's try, ma'am.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Is it audible now?
No, sir.
No?
आप ऊपर जाके ना share audio कर दीजिए सर. ऊपर जाइए. वो drop
नहीं आ
down
रहा
हो
मैम,
जाए.
ऊपर तो कुछ भी नहीं आ रहा, म्यूट आ रहा है, स्टार्ट आ रहा है, पार्टिसिपेंट चैट, न्यू
Share
शेयर.
sound करके एक होता है सर.
1 minute, Madhumita, 1 minute. Sir, you close the screen, you share the screen again, and when you do that, you on the bottom left, you will get share computer sound, and you're supposed to say,
Okay, I
click
will
on that.
try it again. No worries.
Yes.
Start video. Is it audible now?
No, sir. अभी भी नहीं सुनाई दे रहा.
Sir, you will have to stop sharing the screen first and then share again.
Okay, okay, ma'am.
Yes, yes.
Okay, if I share my screen like okay, computer audio.
सर अभी आप शेयर कीजिए. शेयर करके ऊपर देखिए. ऊपर मतलब ऑन द टॉप. टॉप में जाके आप क्लिक करोगे तो डाउन ऐसे ये आएगा ड्रॉप डाउन और वहां पर शेयर साउंड दिखेगा. और वो जो प्रेजेंट करता है उसी को दिखाई देता
Ma'am, again I will try.
है. 1 minute सर, हम एक बार देखते हैं. हाँ, एक सेकंड.
Is the screen visible now?
1 minute सर, एक सेकंड. हाँ बोलिए. सर फर्स्ट यू शेयर द स्क्रीन. आप शेयर कीजिए स्क्रीन को. शेयर कीजिए, वापस शेयर कीजिए. आप शेयर कीजिए स्क्रीन सर.
Okay, ma'am. I'm sharing the. Is the screen visible now?
Yes.
Okay. Now I will just.
Yes.
Go to...
Nidhi, can you help him? He's already shared the screen.
Now I'm playing the. Is audio coming, ma'am?
Audio no. Audio is not coming. कुछ भी नहीं आ रहा. अपने मैम.
Sir, can you hear me? Good evening, Jesus sir. Can you hear me?
Yes,
And
now
nothing else.
is the
And I stood
sound there?
at a distance.
Yes, it
Video
is.
sound.
and watched what would happen.
हाँ, yes sir. अभी सुनाई दे रहा है.
Okay. हाँ जी.
अभी सुनाई दे रहा है सर.
Fine, fine. I'm playing it. हाँ जी.
या सर, लेकिन आपका वॉल्यूम थोड़ा बढ़ाना पड़ेगा शायद.
मैं वो मैम कर लेता हूँ. I will do that.
हाँ, अभी सुनाई दे रहा है. यस सर, अभी सुनाई दे रहा है.
Next
बिल्कुल
door
सुनाई.
to our office in New Delhi, as is very usual in India, there is a slum. And
we can hear
the
you
slum
now.
and the office are divided by a wall.
Sugata Mitra is a researcher for NIIT, a software and education company.
he did an so now it is audible, na? Video is audible.
Yes, sir. Video is audible now. अभी
And,
video audible
and it's visible also.
हाँ, लेकिन आपने वीडियो स्टार्ट किया है, अभी तो सिर्फ आपका एक स्लाइड दिख रहा है जहाँ पर होल इन द वॉल स्टार्टेड वो वाला दिख रहा है, लेकिन आपका यूट्यूब जो है आपने स्टार्ट किया था जो वो नहीं दिख रहा है हमें. So you can start the screen. I mean, the film is not visible to us. Only the audio was visible. We could hear the audio.
Okay, I will just I will do one thing. I'm starting from the beginning.
Okay.
Let's see.
ठीक है, आप स्टार्ट कीजिए, देखिए.
Is it visible now?
हाँ, सर दिख रहा है.
हाँ जी.
And we can see.
You can see the first slide. That's the national
Yes,
level.
sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
बिल्कुल
Okay.
दिखाई दे रहा है.
Now I'm going to the second slide. Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Third slide
बिल्कुल.
visible. Fourth slide. Fifth slide.
Yes,
Sixth.
yes.
Now I'm playing the
yes.
video. Let's
सारे
see.
slides दिख रहे हैं.
हाँ जी. I'm playing the video. Let's see.
Yes, आप वीडियो प्ले कीजिए.
अभी वीडियो दिखाई दे रहा है आपको मैम? Is it visible or not?
नहीं, हमें वीडियो नहीं दिखाई दे रहा है, हमें सिर्फ सुनाई दे रहा है.
Okay, so
तो
I
आप
have
एक काम कीजिए सर, मैं आपको एक आइडिया बताती हूँ.
हाँ
आप YouTube में जाइए और उस वीडियो को रखिए और अभी शेयर स्क्रीन करके फिर YouTube में जाके उसको क्लिक कीजिए. मतलब when you share the screen, you will be able to see the YouTube.
Okay, I'm just doing one thing.
हाँ, यहाँ देखिए सर, ये हो रहा है.
मैं
हाँ.
अभी दिखाई दे रहा है?
हाँ, दिखाई तो दे रहा है. अभी स्टार्ट कीजिए आप.
मैं अभी स्टार्ट कर रहा हूँ. हाँ जी. I'm just starting it.
हाँ सर, सुनाई तो दे रहा है.
वीडियो
Yes,
दिखाई
दिखाई भी
दे
दे
रहा
रहा है. वीडियो भी दिखाई दे रहा है.
As is very
है? And audio is also there?
हाँ, audio is also there. Video is also there.
Fine. So I have to
दोनों
switch between presentation and video again and again.
Yes, sir. आपको
Now
वो करना पड़ेगा. नहीं,
slide visible this time? No.
अभी तो visible नहीं है सर, आपका नाम ही
Visible.
सिर्फ.
Okay. So I will again go back to the screen. Now it's visible.
Yes, sir. अभी
Okay.
आपका मतलब अभी शुरू
So
हो
I
रहा
have
है.
to
Yes.
switch. Yeah. I have to
Yes, you have to switch, sir. You have to
Yes. हाँ
switch.
जी.
Yes.
Fine. Okay, ma'am.
So I think we will start, sir. The time is up. Because हमारे participants अब आ गए हैं, sir. Should we start the lecture?
Yes, ma'am. We can start the lecture.
So today we move on to the session 2 of the day. We have Jisu Jaskanwar, who is the Assistant Professor and Department of Education, University School of Open Learning, Punjab University. He will be giving us a talk on new era digital teaching learning skill and its relevance in new education policy. So I would like to invite Dr. Shobha Bharat from the Faculty of Home Science to introduce Jisu Jaskanwar. Dr. Shobha Bharat.
Thank you, Madhumita. Warm greetings to all the dignitaries and the participants present here. It is my proud privilege to introduce Shri Jisu Jaskanwar Singh, Assistant Professor in Education, Department of Education, University Sources of Open Learning, Punjab University. He has a master's in zoology, specialization in cytogenetics, master's in mass communication, master's in education, guidance and counseling, and educational technology. He has completed internships in very interesting places like G's Channels and a photojournalist in Indian Express, Hindustan Times, etc. He has been a resource person for CBSE board and capacity building programs and workshops in numerous institutions. He has contributed to issues related to child sexual abuse and trafficking and environment protection. He has been the coordinator for photography course and guest faculty in a number of colleges. He has been a member of curriculum designing committee at the NCTE and Punjab University. He has been very active in imparting extension lectures and extension education on a number of topics in multimedia, career counseling, photography, and teacher education in a technological era. He has numerous articles published in print media and participated in radio talks on different matters close to his heart. We are honored to have you amongst us. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
ma'am. Okay, we are starting the session. The topic is New Era Digital Learning Skills and its relevance in new national education policy. So starting with the topic, so in this talk, basically our objectives are to understand the new era digital teaching learning skills and how these new era digital learning skills serve the goals of national education policy. And we will be discussing about various technologies and how we can integrate virtual reality, augmented reality or MR into that is mixed reality into our lesson plan. Then how we can integrate smart board into our lesson plan and using mobile phones and tablets for education. And so this is a brief outline of the lesson and moving forward. Basically, when we talk about teaching, teaching is a skill. Like right now, like as I'm a faculty of education, we are teaching in teacher education department, and we impart skill training to the teachers so they can go and teach. So it is a very specialized field. This is a professional course when we talk about teacher education, and teaching is for sure a skill. And there are few exceptions also. Few individuals are gifted teachers. They don't need any formal training how to teach, and they are very good teachers. But definitely teacher education really pays. Right now, basically what this faculty development program is giving you exposure about various aspects of teaching and various domains, psychological domains, then technological domains about relating to teaching. So टीचिंग एक कला भी है और एक स्किल भी है और इसे सीखा जा सकता है और इसकी आप ट्रेनिंग ले सकते हैं जो हम टीचिंग की बात करते हैं इनिशियली जब हम टीचिंग एड्स की बात करते हैं व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट टीचिंग एड्स वी वर यूजिंग ब्लैक बोर्ड्स और वाइट बोर्ड्स टू राइट as a teaching aid, or we used to use charts, but these days with the advancement of technology, a lot of multimedia is being used by the teachers, smart boards, light board, and many other teaching aids the teachers are using in their classroom. So how to use a teaching aid is also a great skill, and these skills are taught in the teacher education program. So first of all, if we just go back, like we say India is a leader of ICT at the global level. A lot of professionally trained individuals are working in developed countries in the IT sector, and India is a powerhouse of ICT. So a lot of IT professionals are in USA, in Europe, in Australia. So they are doing wonderfully well, maybe in Google also, in Microsoft also, in Adobe also. A lot of professionals from India, they are serving these big giants multinational companies. So if we just go back into the history, there was a very interesting experiment which is called Hole in the Wall. It was basically the brainchild of Dr. Sugata Mitra. He was a chief scientist at NIIT in Delhi in 1992, and he wanted to do some experimental in incidental learning. क्या बच्चे अपने आप भी कोई चीज सीख सकते हैं, और या हम कह सकते हैं with some minimal human guidance. So he has an idea. So what he did, they just left a computer in a wall. There was a small hole in the wall, and they installed a computer there. And after some times, what they observed was the students has learned the skills of computer, handling computer and basic working of computer on their own. And there was peer learning also. When in education we talk about peer learning, and the results were really very surprising. The world was really amazed how this can be possible. यानी दुनिया को विश्वास ही नहीं होता था कि बिना किसी की मदद से कोई बच्चा कंप्यूटर कैसे सीख सकता है। अगर हम आज की डेट में देखें तो अगर आप किसी बच्चे को, छोटे बच्चे को मोबाइल फोन या आईपैड पकड़ा देते हैं तो बच्चा अपने आप आईपैड को मैनूवर कर सकता है, फोल्डर्स में चले जाता है, इंटरनेट का एक्सेस कर लेते हैं। तो सेम थिंग वाज हैपनिंग देयर इन 1982। एट दैट टाइम कंप्यूटर्स वर वेरी एक्सपेंसिव, और ये जो एक्सपेरिमेंट था दैट वाज अ बिग आई ओपनर। और हमारे माइथोलॉजी में भी है, जैसे कहा जाता है कि जो माइथोलॉजी में हम बात करते हैं कि वहाँ पे गुरु की मूर्ति रख के वहाँ पे एकलव्य ने तीरंदाजी सीख ली थी। सो सिमिलरली यहाँ पे कंप्यूटर था, तो बिना किसी की गाइडेंस के या मिनिमम ह्यूमन गाइडेंस स्टूडेंट्स हैव लर्नड, और द जो भी वहाँ पे छोटे बच्चे थे उन्होंने अपने आप कंप्यूटर सीख लिया। सो आई एम जस्ट प्लेइंग अ वीडियो फॉर यू। How it all started.
This is CNN. Next door to our office in New Delhi.
Is the audio visible? Audible? Sound aa rahi hai?
Yes, sir, it's audible.
As is very usual in India, there is a slum, and the slum and the office are divided by a wall.
Sugata Mitra is a researcher for NIIT, a software and education company. He did an experiment to see how quickly slum children who had never touched a computer could become net savvy.
I made literally a hole in the wall, a rectangular hole, and I put a Pentium into it. And I connected that to a 2 megabit per second internet connection, so that from the slum side of the wall, you could see the screen and you could see the touchpad. And I just turned it on and did nothing else. And I stood at a distance and watched what would happen.
Is the screen visible? Is the screen visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Hanji. So here, Dr. Sugata Mitra in a CNN video, he's explaining. This is a way back in 2008. This is a very old video. He's sharing the students or the kids who have never seen computer. Maybe they are not going to school even. They were able to operate द कंप्यूटर। उन्होंने कंप्यूटर अपने आप चलाना सीख लिया। जहाँ पे टेक्नोलॉजी की बात आती है, इंडिया को हम कहते हैं वी आर लीडर्स इन आईसीटी। तो इन पास्ट दिस इज अ वेरी गुड एग्जांपल विद अस व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट टेक्नोलॉजी। और इफ यू लिसन टू द लेटेस्ट टेड टॉक lectures of Dr. Sugata Mitra, so he is really talking of great revolutionary ideas relating to technology. और नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में भी जहाँ टेक्नोलॉजी की बात हुई है तो वहाँ पे भी इन्होंने टेक्नोलॉजी को लेके, और ये 2008 की जर्नी है, दिस इज वे बैक इन 2008, हाउ द टेक्नोलॉजिकल सीन और द आईसीटी एवोल्यूशन हैज टेकन प्लेस इन इंडिया। आई एम शेयरिंग अगेन वन मोर वीडियो. This is by the channel again CNN.
Children clamor to get a look at something fascinating. What is it? A computer. Some children in India have never had access to one before. I come here every day. That's why I am happy, says 8-year-old Shabanam as she plays with the educational games. What you are seeing inspired the book Q&A, which eventually inspired the movie Slumdog Millionaire.
What can a slumdog possibly know?
It's called the Hole in the Wall Project, dreamed up by a scientist in Delhi who wondered what would happen if he stuck a computer in a wall in a poor neighborhood and let children have free access to it with no supervision, only a monitor that researchers can peer through in another location.
We saw that kids were beginning to do interesting things, and in a couple of days they had got around to learning a set of things which they normally don't do in classrooms, even when we teach them in a formal sense.
In essence, the children started teaching themselves. I don't have a computer, 12-year-old Rahul Tiwari says. I came here from the very beginning and I learned by watching others. After watching others, even I know how to operate it. Tiwari was just 6 at the time. This educational project has spread like wildfire over the past 6 years. This was the first one. Now there are 48 of these across Delhi, and the ideas have caught on across the world. And you'll notice it's really just for kids. These were put up to discourage adults from getting in here and close to the computers. Just as in the movie Slumdog Millionaire, some of these disadvantaged children know more than the adults around them now.
This is one area where they know more than their parents or their friends. So I think seems to do a tremendous amount to their self-confidence.
The computers are loaded with educational software and word applications, something that can help them later in life. Eventually, the project wants to link some of the computers with internet access, allowing children to access a world they may have never seen otherwise. In this real-life drama, it isn't just fate that is playing a part in improving the lives of slum kids. It's the work of a few good men and women who dare to believe in the spirit of children. Sarah Seidner, CNN, New Delhi.
So as we have seen in the CNN video, अब देखिए CNN के जो reporters थे way back in 2009, all the way from USA, they came to shoot this phenomena, hole in the wall, how students are using technology, and this was a really very novel or novice idea for the world. So moving ahead, I would like to share a video of this professor Walter Leuven. He's my role model, and maybe he's a role model for many other teachers or the individuals who are in teaching profession or in they are involved in imparting training. So he's from MIT, and I'm just sharing a video with you, his teaching methodology, how he teaches, and
one of the most remarkable.
Just a sec.
Things I just mentioned to you is that the period of the oscillations is independent of the mass of the object.
Is the audio visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Audio and video visible?
If I join the bob and I swing down with the bob, that you should get that same period. Or should you not? I'm asking you a question before we do this awful experiment. You count. Wow, my expectations are high. I want to hear you loud. You ready for this? Yeah. 3, 2, 1. And here is the femur of an elephant. 0. So I need a volunteer. 1, 2, relax. What does it remind you of? One, 0. T with Walter Leuven.
Is the screen visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay. So if you
Yes.
just look at the teaching methodology or the teaching aids used by Professor Walter, that's really mind-boggling. जिस तरह से वो अपने टीचिंग एड्स का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं MIT इंस्टीट्यूट में पढ़ाने के लिए, एंड ही इज़ इंटरनेट सेंसेशन, और इनके लेक्चर्स को बहुत सारी कंट्रीज में ट्रांसलेट करके अब लोकल भाषाओं में बच्चों को फिजिक्स पढ़ाने के लिए, और जो बेसिक कॉन्सेप्ट्स है न्यूटन थर्ड लॉ या और इनकी किताब भी आप पढ़ सकते हैं, फॉर द लव ऑफ फिजिक्स। जो मेरा बेसिकली स्ट्रेस देने का या अंडरलाइन करने का पॉइंट है कि टेक्नोलॉजी चाहे जितनी मर्जी आपके हाथ में है, लेकिन टीचर भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। टीचर का पढ़ाने का तरीका और किस तरह से वो टीचिंग एड्स का इस्तेमाल करते हैं क्लासरूम में, और इस तरह के लेक्चर प्रिपेयर करने में बहुत सारी मेहनत इन्वॉल्व है, टीचर की डेडिकेशन। और आप इमेजिन कीजिए कि फिजिक्स का आपका लेक्चर है, आपने एक ऊपर से एक वायर हैंग की हुई है रूफ टॉप से, और उसके ऊपर आप हैंग करके पेंडुलम की अगर थ्योरम प्रूव कर रहे हैं अपना मास आप लेके, तो कितनी ज़्यादा डेडिकेशन और कमिटमेंट है टीचिंग प्रोफेशन को लेके। तो ये मेरे रोल मॉडल भी हैं जो प्रोफेसर वॉल्टर हैं, और बहुत सारे टीचर्स के रोल मॉडल हैं, किस तरह से पढ़ाना चाहिए, किस तरह से अपने आइडिया शेयर करने चाहिए। सो ही इज़ एन अमेजिंग टीचर। Moving forward, there was a small news clipping where he's sharing how he prepares for the lecture. So I'm sharing a video with you. किस तरह से ये अपना लेक्चर प्रिपेयर करते हैं, इसमें इनकी आप कमिटमेंट, इनकी डेडिकेशन, हाउ द टेक्नोलॉजी इज़ बीइंग यूज्ड। जो हम एजुकेशन टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करते हैं, टीचिंग एड्स की बात करते हैं, तो किस तरह से ये अपने लेक्चर में जो इसकी प्रिपरेशन है या होमवर्क सर करते हैं, तो उसके बारे में ये वीडियो है। आई एम शेयरिंग अ वीडियो विद यू।
A modern day Mr. Wizard, the college professor who's become an international star on the internet.
This is the CBS Evening News with Katie Couric.
Coming up next, a professor who defies one of the laws of physics, the one that says it's boring. It's not every day that a new scientific force is discovered, but we've just found one, a physics professor who's become a major tour de force on the web. As Richard Schlesinger reports, it's because he teaches gravity with levity.
One of the latest stars of the internet is not young or hip. He's 71-year-old Walter Lewin. That's Professor Walter Lewin of the MIT Physics Department.
Here's Robert. I have a certain way of lecturing which is not so conventional.
Professor Lewin also has a gift for understatement.
3, 2, 1, 0.
He's made physics a phenom worldwide.
660. 880. 880. Now I want to entertain you with something amazing.
His lectures are among the most downloaded acts on the internet, with lessons like this one.
There we go.
Explaining pendulums.
You count. This hurts.
And this one.
So what I'm going to do now, Simon, I'm going to beat you with a cat fur.
Where he uses cat fur and Simon the student.
Let me just start beating you a little bit.
To explain electrical charges.
I make them aware of things that they were never aware of. They are beginning to ask questions that they never asked before. That is a way of changing someone's life.
His fans flood him with email, including one from a budding Iraqi physicist.
You made me love USA also because you are there and MIT is there.
Spreading? Lewin has learned a lesson about teaching physics. It's not rocket science. It's more like theater. You've got to keep your audience interested. And if that means risking your life to demonstrate the diminishing power of pendulums, so be it.
Physics works, and I'm still alive. See you Wednesday.
Richard Schlesinger, CBS News, Cambridge, Massachusetts.
सो अगर आप प्रोफेसर को देखिए कितनी ज़्यादा डेडिकेशन और मेहनत के साथ ये पढ़ाते हैं, और लेक्चर जो भी इन्होंने अपनी डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन, लेक्चर कम डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन वर्ड अगर मैं यूज़ करूं, तो कुछ दिन पहले पूरी तैयारी करके पूरी प्रैक्टिस करते हैं। अगर 1 घंटे का लेक्चर है, 1 घंटे का पूरा बोल के देखते हैं। उसके बाद थोड़े दिन रह जाते हैं लेक्चर को, जो इनका फाइनल लेक्चर है उससे पहले प्रैक्टिस करते हैं। फिर जिस दिन लेक्चर डिलीवर करना है तो मॉर्निंग में आके फिर प्रैक्टिस करते हैं, क्योंकि कोई एक्सपेरिमेंट या कुछ अगर प्रैक्टिकल डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन वो दे रहे हैं तो वो कहीं मिस ना हो जाए। तो you can just see the kind of dedication this teacher has. Multiple times he practices all the steps in lecture cum demonstration method he is going to use. So he's basically a big role model to lot many teachers. If you remember the scene from the What is a Machine from the 3 Idiot movie, basically we have to change the mindset of teachers also. There could be creative answers also, and national policy of education, national education policy also stresses on the creativity part, but unfortunately this thing is really lacking in like most of the time, and in many levels of education, maybe at primary level or secondary level, in the higher education level also. So mindset of teachers also need to be changed. Only then the real, like in the 3 Idiot, that was a big stire on the education system of India, like the rote learning, रट्टे मारना, और उसमें जैसे वो अगर वो एक अपनी जो प्रेजेंटेशन दे रहे हैं, एक वर्ड चेंज कर दिया, चमत्कार का कुछ और वर्ड वहाँ पे चेंज हो गया है, अगर आपने रट्टा मारा हुआ है, चीज़ की समझ नहीं है, तो इट कैन बी वेरी डिजास्ट्रस, या बहुत ही कॉमिकल सिचुएशन क्रिएट हो जाती है। जो 3 Idiot में जिस तरह से दिखाया गया कि आंसर्स या सोच आपकी पर्सपेक्टिव डिफरेंट हो सकती है, और जो अभी जो पॉलिसी डॉक्यूमेंट है इसमें भी क्रिएटिविटी पे स्ट्रेस दिया गया है, एंड मोर ओवर ऑन टेक्नोलॉजी। बेसिकली आई एम टॉकिंग ऑन टेक्नोलॉजी, टेक्नोलॉजिकल पार्ट. There is a very inspiring story where Srinath K from Munnar district of Kerala, basically is working as a porter at the railway station in Ernakulam. And in 2018, just before COVID-19 pandemic, he has cleared his village field assistant exam. There's a small video explaining why the achievement made by him is so great. जो उन्होंने ये एग्जाम क्रैक किया है, ये क्यों इम्पोर्टेंट है और यहाँ पे टेक्नोलॉजी ने कितना बड़ा रोल प्ले किया है. सो आई एम प्लेइंग द वीडियो फॉर यू.
अब हम आपकी मुलाकात केरल में रेलवे स्टेशन पर लोगों का सामान उठाने वाले एक कुली से करवाएंगे. इस लड़के ने रेलवे स्टेशन के वाईफाई और अपने फोन की मदद से पढ़ाई की और केरला पब्लिक सर्विस कमीशन की लिखित परीक्षा पास कर ली. इस लड़के का नाम श्रीनाथ है. ये केरल के एर्नाकुलम रेलवे स्टेशन पर पिछले 5 वर्षों से कुली का काम कर रहा है. अक्सर परीक्षा की तैयारी करने वाले छात्रों को आपने भारी भरकम किताबों से घिरा हुआ देखा होगा, लेकिन श्रीनाथ पिछले 5 वर्षों से ऐसे ही अपने कंधों पर यात्रियों के सामान का बोझ लाद कर चलता है. इस लड़के के मन में कुछ बनने की तीव्र इच्छा थी, लेकिन उसके पास पढ़ने का समय नहीं था और संसाधन भी नहीं थे. इसीलिए श्रीनाथ ने रेलवे स्टेशन पर लगे फ्री वाईफाई का इस्तेमाल किया. लोगों का सामान उठाने के दौरान भी कानों में ईयरफोन लगाकर अपनी पढ़ाई से जुड़ी ऑडियो बुक्स सुनी, क्वेश्चन पेपर्स डाउनलोड किए और खाली वक्त में उन्हें हल किया. श्रीनाथ ने इस तरह अपनी परीक्षा की तैयारी की और विलेज फील्ड असिस्टेंट की नौकरी के पहले चरण के लिए उसने क्वालिफाई कर लिया है. अब अगर श्रीनाथ ने इंटरव्यू भी पास कर लिया तो उसे केरल के राजस्व विभाग में सरकारी नौकरी मिल जाएगी.
रेलवे स्टेशन में फ्री टाइम पे अपना डाउनलोड वाईफाई से गूगल में जा कर के अपना केरला पब्लिक सर्विस कमीशन का क्वेश्चन जो डाउनलोड करके उसको पढ़ाई करना शुरू किया. जो काम होते टाइम पे भी कान में भी फ़ोन लगा करके सुनता था. उसके बाद जो फ्री टाइम मिलता था उस टाइम में वीडियो निकाल करके उसी में पढ़ाई करता था. इसी जैसे मैं करता रहा. एक दिन अपना केरला पब्लिक सर्विस 8 महीना 9 महीने से पहले एक ये सप्लीमेंट्री आ गया, जैसे विलेज असिस्टेंट कंपनी कोऑपरेशन. इसी में एक वैकेंसी निकला हुआ है, इसलिए उसके लिए मैं फॉर्म भरा तो फॉर्म मेरे को टेस्ट के लिए मेरे को बुलाया। मैं जाकर टेस्ट लिख करके मेरे को 82 मार्क मिल गया 100 में से, इसलिए मेरे को बहुत खुशी लगा।
ये खबर देश के हर युवा को प्रेरणा देने वाली खबर है। हमारे देश के करीब 700 रेलवे स्टेशंस पर पब्लिक वाईफाई की सुविधा है और इस वाईफाई के जरिए हमारे देश के लोग हर वो चीज देखते हैं जो उन्हें नहीं देखनी चाहिए। इस वाईफाई के जरिए ज्यादातर लोग हर वो काम करते हैं जो उन्हें नहीं करना चाहिए। ऐसे में केरल के श्रीनाथ ने पूरे देश को ये सीख दी है कि फ्री वाईफाई का सदुपयोग कैसे हो सकता है। ये खबर आपको ये बताती है कि अगर मन में लगन हो और मेहनत करने का मादा हो तो तस्वीर बदली जा सकती है।
So that was the story of Srinath के उन्होंने किस तरह से by using technology he has really cleared his Kerala Public Service Commission exam। और एंड में जो लाइन बोली गई है कि जो यूथ है, अगर if we use technology in a very right way so आप बहुत आगे जा सकते हैं। सक्सेस और स्टूडेंट्स के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा मैसेज है और ये टेक्नोलॉजी को भी हाईलाइट करता है। अगर इसका सही ढंग से इन अ राइट वे, इन द राइट डायरेक्शन इफ वी यूज अ टेक्नोलॉजी, इट कैन रियली ट्रांसफॉर्म समबडीज लाइफ, जैसे कि श्रीनाथ की लाइफ यहाँ पे बदली है। और उन्होंने 100 में मोर देन 80 मार्क्स इन्होंने ही वाज एबल टू स्कोर मोर देन 80 मार्क्स आउट ऑफ 100। तो और सिंपल इन्होंने ई बुक्स, अपनी ऑडियो बुक्स डाउनलोड की हुई थी और हेडफोन्स लगा के he was working also, लेबर का काम कर रहे हैं, इतनी मेहनत कर रहे हैं। एट द सेम टाइम ही इज प्रिपेयरिंग फॉर हिज एग्जाम ऑल्सो। कोई कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूट नहीं गए हैं और उन्होंने फ्री वाईफाई का इस्तेमाल करके जो कि कॉर्पोरेट सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के अंडर बहुत सारी कंपनीज प्रोवाइड करती हैं रेलवे स्टेशन पे, और उस तरह से उन्होंने फ्री वाईफाई का इस्तेमाल करके एंड ये पूरी नेशनल न्यूज़ बनी है। और यहाँ पे टेक्नोलॉजी का रोल दिखाया गया है कि अगर टेक्नोलॉजी का सही इस्तेमाल हो तो इट कैन रियली वर्क वंडर्स। इसके बाद मैं आपके साथ क्योंकि जब हम नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी की बात करते हैं, मैनी टाइम्स दे आर टॉकिंग अबाउट आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस। तो गूगल की एक बहुत बड़ा इवेंट ऑर्गेनाइज होता है एवरी ईयर, दैट इज कॉल्ड IO इवेंट, या जैसे इनपुट आउटपुट आप कह सकते हैं IO इवेंट। ये माउंटेन व्यू कैलिफोर्निया में जो इनका ऑफिस है लॉस एंजलिस के पास, इनका जो बहुत बड़ा, और वहाँ पे इनका जो एम्पी थिएटर बना हुआ है, तो वहाँ पे हेयर सुंदर पिचई जो गूगल के CEO हैं राइट नाउ, तो जो इन्हें लीड कर रहे हैं गूगल को, तो ही इज़ गिविंग अ प्रेजेंटेशन। और इसमें देखिए कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस किस लेवल पे पहुँच गया और आने वाले टाइम में तो क्या चमत्कार होने वाले हैं। सो हाउ गूगल असिस्टेंट कैन रियली मेक अ रियल फोन कॉल। सो आई एम प्लेइंग अ वीडियो फॉर यू, किस तरह से टेक्नोलॉजी किस लेवल पे पहुंच गई है। एंड अगेन आई एम गोइंग टू connect this point of view with the policy document. So I'm playing the video for you.
Hi, I'm calling to book a women's haircut for a client. Hi, I'm calling to book a women's haircut for a client. I'm looking for something on May 3rd.
It turns out a big part of getting things done is making a phone call. We think AI can help with this problem. Let's say you want to ask Google to make you a haircut appointment on Tuesday between 10 and noon. What happens is the Google Assistant makes the call seamlessly in the background for you. So what you're going to hear is the Google Assistant actually calling a real salon to schedule the appointment for you. Let's listen.
So how can I help you? Hi, I'm calling to book a women's haircut for a client. I'm looking for something on May 3rd. Sure, give me one.
दो यार मेरे को चलाने दो, ये सड़क पे
मोड़ के दे रहा हूँ. What time are you looking for? At 12 p.m. We do not have a 12 p.m. available. The closest we have to that is a 1:15.
Do you have anything between 10 a.m. and 12 p.m.?
Depending on what service she would like. What service is she looking for?
Just a woman's haircut for now.
Okay, we have a 10 o'clock.
10 a.m. is fine.
Okay, what's her first name?
The first name is Lisa.
Okay, perfect. So I will see Lisa at 10 o'clock on May 3rd.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Great. Have a great day. Bye.
That was a real call you just heard. The amazing thing is the assistant can actually understand the nuances of conversation. We've been working on this technology for many years. It's called Google Duplex. It brings together all our investments over the years in natural language understanding, deep learning, text-to-speech. By the way, when we are done, the assistant can give you a confirmation notification saying your appointment has been taken care of. Let me give you another example. Let's say you want to call a restaurant, but maybe it's a small restaurant which is not easily available to book online. The call actually goes a bit differently than expected. So take a listen.
See how may I hear you?
Hi, I'd like to reserve a table for Wednesday the 7th.
For 7 people?
It's for 4 people.
4 people? When?
Next Wednesday at 6 p.m.
Oh, actually we leave here for like after like 5 people. For 4 people you can come.
How long is the wait usually to be seated?
For when, tomorrow or weekday or?
For next Wednesday, the 7th.
Oh no, it's not too busy. You can come for 4 people, okay?
Oh, I gotcha. Thanks.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Again, that was a real call. We have many of these examples where the calls quite don't go as expected, but the assistant understands the context, the nuance. It knew to ask for wait times in this case and handle the interaction gracefully. Look, we're still developing this technology, and we actually want to work hard to get this right, get the user experience and the expectation right for both businesses and users. But done correctly, it'll save time for people and generate a lot of value for businesses.
और अगर आप इस वीडियो में अगर देखें, जब ये कंप्यूटर आपसे बात कर रहा है या गूगल असिस्टेंट आपसे बात कर रहा है, तो यू कैन नॉट मेक आउट कि ये कंप्यूटर बात कर रहा है या आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस इज टॉकिंग टू यू, बट इसमें जो छोटी-छोटी चीज़ें, हाँ, इस तरह के वर्ड्स भी वो कंप्यूटर बीच में इनकॉर्पोरेट कर रहा था। हाउ वी स्पीक, हमारे बोलने का अंदाज़ कैसा है, तो ये सॉफ्टवेयर की, और आने वाले टाइम में जैसे वो मिर्ची मुर्गा या आरजेज़ प्रैंक्स करते हैं आपके साथ, जो आप रेडियो पे कभी सुनते हैं, एफएम रेडियो पे, आपको आने वाला टाइम जो फ्यूचर आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का आप इमेजिन कर सकते हैं कि आपको खुद भी नहीं पता चलेगा कि आप किससे बात कर रहे हैं। आर यू टॉकिंग टू अ रियल पर्सन और ए कंप्यूटर? और ये आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस इस लेवल पे जा रही है, टेक्नोलॉजी इज रियली एडवांसिंग इन अ वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग वे। और
Okay, perfect. So I will see Lisa at 10 o'clock on May 3rd.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Great. Have a great day. Bye.
So artificial intelligence is really moving leaps and bounds, बहुत ही फास्ट पेस से मूव कर रही है टेक्नोलॉजी। और अगर हम थोड़ा सा टेक्नोलॉजी को अगर 2 या 3 डिकेड्स अगर हम पीछे चले जाएं, इफ यू जस्ट लुक एट द टेक्नोलॉजी कैसे फास्ट इवॉल्व हुई है, अगर पीछे 20 साल पीछे चले जाएं या 10 years बैक, सो देयर वर ऑडियो कैसेट्स, देन इट्स टर्न टू डिजिटल, और अब क्लाउड की बात करते हैं, वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट फ्रॉम एनालॉग डिजिटल टू क्लाउड। सो टेक्नोलॉजी इज रियली मूविंग वेरी फास्ट, द वे इट्स इवॉल्विंग, And same is true for the video part. That was the audio part and video part. जितनी भी UGC कंट्री वाइड क्लासरूम के प्रोग्राम्स हैं या EMMRC के जितने भी सेंटर्स हैं, they were recording, या NCERT के स्टूडियोज they were recording their video lectures. These were on analog tapes. चाहे बीटा कैम पे हाई क्वालिटी रिकॉर्डिंग्स थी, या घर पे अगर आप हाई 8 कैसेट्स या मिनी DV कैसेट्स पे रिकॉर्डिंग करते थे आज से कुछ साल पहले. एंड इट शिफ्टेड टुवर्ड्स डिजिटल CD वाले कैमरास आगे सोनी के या और भी ब्रांड के थे, द डिजिटली रिकॉर्ड होने स्टार्ट हो गए. फिर हार्ड डिस्क वाले कैमरास आए. नाउ वी कैन रिकॉर्ड इट ऑन द मेमोरी कार्ड्स या इंटरनल मेमोरी आपके वीडियो कैमरास में. और देखते देखते टेक्नोलॉजी, जो वीडियो की स्टोरेज की कैपेसिटी थी आपकी, पहले एनालॉग पे हम स्टोर करते थे, देन वी यूज्ड टू स्टोर ऑन डिजिटल मीडियम. नाउ इट हैज शिफ्टेड टुवर्ड्स द cloud computing. So the technology is really evolving very fast from analog, digital, and to the present day towards the cloud. So again, the technology, artificial intelligence is to be used for automatic delivery robots or autonomous vehicles. So very soon you will have taxi services. If you just book a taxi, the taxi will be at your home and these will be driverless cars. So ये फ्यूचर बहुत दूर नहीं है जो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की हम बात करते हैं. तो ये हमारे लिए एक बहुत बड़ी चैलेंज भी लेके आ रहा है जो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस. जैसे हम पहले बात करते थे कि जैसे कंप्यूटर्स आएंगे बहुत सारी नौकरियां चले जाएंगी, दे विल बी लॉस इन द जॉब्स. बट जॉब्स बड़ी भी हैं, कुछ कम भी हुई हैं किसी सेक्टर्स में. जब पुरानी पॉलिसी 1982 में हमारी आई थी तो तब इंटरनेट ने आके पूरी डिस्ट्रप्शन की थी. बट दीज डेज वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस एंड ऑटोनोमस व्हीकल्स आर रियली चेंजिंग द वर्ल्ड. और एक बड़ी जो कमाल की बात हुई है ओवर द पीरियड ऑफ टाइम, वी इन एजुकेशन टेक्नोलॉजी वी से कन्वर्जेंस ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी. व्हाट वी मीन बाय कन्वर्जेंस ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी? व्हेन वी से कन्वर्जेंस ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी, convergence of technology, basically we talk about earlier you used to carry Walkman for listening to the music, या इसमें रेडियो भी आप जो पॉकेट रेडियो था आपका, आप हेडफोन्स लेके आप मूव करते थे. यू नीडेड एक्स्ट्रा कैलकुलेटर, वीडियो कैमरा, आपको मेजरमेंट के लिए स्केल्स चाहिए, वॉच चाहिए, कैमरा चाहिए, टॉर्च चाहिए, रेडियो, अलार्म क्लॉक, देन स्टिल कैमरा, कंपास, टेलीविजन टू वॉच वीडियोज. But these days everything has converged into a single device, that is your smartphone. Smartphone is a computer also. ये आपके लिए songs play कर सकता है. ये जैसे टेलीविजन पे आप स्क्रीन पे अपने कुछ सीरियल देखते थे तो आप अपने क्लाउड के थ्रू जितने भी आपके OTT प्लेटफॉर्म्स हैं उस पे आप कुछ कंटेंट देखना चाहते हैं, यहाँ तक कि रिमोट कंट्रोल भी आपका मोबाइल फोन आपके लिए काम कर रहा है. सो दिस इज बेसिकली व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट कन्वर्जेंस ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी, everything has converged into a single device. तो मल्टीपल डिवाइस कैरी करने की आपको ज़रूरत नहीं है. आपको आपकी वॉच आपको टाइम भी बताती है, और ये आपके लिए ई बुक्स भी हैं, लाइब्रेरी भी आपकी है. यहाँ तक कि अगर आपने वैक्यूम क्लीनर जो रोबोटिक या वायरलेस ऑपरेटेड आप अपने मोबाइल से ऑपरेट कर सकते हैं. यहाँ तक कार्स भी आजकल अगर आपने ऑन ऑफ करनी है तो स्मार्ट डिवाइसेस हैं, कार्स भी उसमें अंदर चिप लगी हुई है तो आपके मोबाइल से आप कनेक्ट कर सकते हैं. सो और टेलीफोन पहले डिफरेंट था आपका एनालॉग. सो एवरीथिंग हैज बीन कन्वर्ज्ड इनटू अ सिंगल डिवाइस. दिस इज अ कंप्यूटर आल्सो, एंड मोर ओवर यू कैन डू ऑनलाइन ट्रांजेक्शंस आल्सो ऑन योर डिवाइस. तो टेक्नोलॉजी कुछ ही समय में इतनी ज़्यादा कन्वर्ज हो गई है, हमें इतने मल्टीपल डिवाइसेस की ज़रूरत नहीं है. वी जस्ट इन्वेस्ट इन अ सिंगल डिवाइस एंड इट्स सॉल्व अवर पर्पस. या आप ऑनलाइन शॉपिंग करना चाहते हैं तो ऑनलाइन शॉपिंग भी आप अपने मोबाइल डिवाइस से कर सकते हैं, और एजुकेशन के लिए भी ये ट्रू है. अब बात आती है नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी की. व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी, specifically in the point number 23 and 24, they deal with the technology use and integration. How as a country India should use technology and how we should integrate this technology in our higher education sector. And it talks about online and digital education and how we can fairly distribute this technology or fairly use this technology for each and every state of, चाहे अमीर हो गरीब हो, क्या हम टेक्नोलॉजी सब तक पहुंचा सकते हैं. तो ये बात हमारे जो ये डॉक्यूमेंट है, डॉक्यूमेंट में ये मेंशन्ड है। एंड बेसिकली कोई भी पॉलिसी डॉक्यूमेंट होता है, ये दिस इज अ विजन डॉक्यूमेंट। ये आने वाले टाइम की बात करते हैं। दे टॉक अबाउट द फ्यूचर, और किस तरह से हमें फ्यूचर को हैंडल करना है, टैकल करना है, और किस तरह से जो चैलेंजेस हैं हमारे पास, हमारी स्ट्रेंथ क्या है, हमारी वीकनेसेस क्या हैं। सो दिस विजन डॉक्यूमेंट्स गिव्स अस डिटेल्स अबाउट द फ्यूचर प्लान, या हमारा जो रूट मैप कैसा रहेगा एजुकेशन सेक्टर को लेके, सो स्पेशली इन हायर एजुकेशन। तो ये पॉइंट नंबर 23 एंड 24 इन दिस पॉलिसी डॉक्यूमेंट, इट टॉक्स अबाउट टेक्नोलॉजी। अब जो प्रेजेंट पॉलिसी डॉक्यूमेंट है, बेसिकली हमारे पास जो फ्यूचर की सबसे बड़ी चैलेंज आ रही है वो है डिस्ट्रप्टिव टेक्नोलॉजी ऑन द होराइजन। जिस तरह से आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस पेनिट्रेट कर रही है हमारी सोसाइटी में और हमारी डेली लाइफ में, सो इट इज रियली गोइंग टू रेवोल्यूशनाइज अवर लाइफ। और इसे डिस्ट्रप्टिव टेक्नोलॉजी इसलिए बोला है, इतनी फास्ट चेंज हो रही है और हमारी लाइफ को एकदम ही बदल के रख देगी। दिस इज अ रियली बिग स्टेप आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की हम जब बात करते हैं। अगेन एंड अगेन दे मेंशन अबाउट आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस इन द डॉक्यूमेंट। और अगर आप थोड़ा सा हिस्ट्री में अगर पीछे देखते हैं, वी जस्ट गो बैक इनटू द हिस्ट्री, when we talk about 1986 and 1992 national policy of education was given। ये विजन डॉक्यूमेंट जब आया हमारे पास, जब ये ओल्ड डॉक्यूमेंट जो इससे पहले की पॉलिसी थी 1992 का, सो एट दैट टाइम इंटरनेट वाज जस्ट प्रोपेगेटिंग, ये बढ़ रहा था इंटरनेट का इस्तेमाल, लेकिन उस टाइम पे पता नहीं था कि इंटरनेट कैसे आपकी दुनिया बदलने वाला है। नोबडी न्यू, इट वाज वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू प्रेडिक्ट द डिस्रप्टिव इफेक्ट ऑफ द इंटरनेट, कि किस तरह से ये आपकी लाइफ में बदलाव लेके आएगा। और आजकल तो इंटरनेट इतना ज़रूरी हो गया है, आपकी इंटरनेट बैंकिंग, ऑनलाइन शॉपिंग, एजुकेशन, कोविड में, तो वी कैन नॉट इमेजिन लाइफ विदाउट इंटरनेट। और जब ये नेशनल पॉलिसी ऑन एजुकेशन 1986 और 1992 में आई थी, एट दैट टाइम इंटरनेट वाज रियली ग्रोइंग, एंड इन द मीन टाइम किस तरह से बदलाव है, एवरीबडी knows about that. Now, when we talk about this NEP, that is National Education Policy 2020, right now हमारे दरवाजे पे artificial intelligence is standing there, and the document mentions that specifically that when we are writing this document, जब ये publish हुआ है document या government ने adopt की policy, जो भी इसके recommendations थी, कैसे हमें education provide करनी है in the country, such a very diverse, culturally diverse, very vast country, geographical barriers हैं, cultural barriers हैं, और इतनी diverse country है, तो हमें किस तरह से education यहाँ पे impart करनी है। So artificial intelligence is just standing on the door, ये हमारी society को knock कर रही है वहाँ पे। 3D 7D virtual reality, तो यहाँ पे जैसे कि अगर आप symbol देखें तो technology is just standing, so this is really providing a big challenge। एक तो हम डॉक्यूमेंट लेके आ रहे हैं, और ये वही हो रहा है कि जब इंटरनेट आया तो उस टाइम पे वो पॉलिसी डॉक्यूमेंट लिखा गया था, और किस तरह से जो बदलाव आए हैं। तो ह्यूमन रिसोर्स, जो हमारी मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ ह्यूमन रिसोर्स डेवलपमेंट, तो उन्होंने आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस पे बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रेस दिया है कि हमें इसके बारे में भी सोच के चलना पड़ेगा, हम आंखें बंद करके नहीं चल सकते जब हम ये पॉलिसी डॉक्यूमेंट की बात कर रहे हैं। सो अगर आप छोटे बच्चों को देखिए, टेक्नोलॉजी इज बिकमिंग पार्ट ऑफ अवर लाइफ, दिस इज पार्ट एंड पार्सल ऑफ अवर लाइफ। छोटे छोटे बच्चे मोबाइल फ़ोन का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं, स्मार्टफोन्स, और ये डिवाइसेस बहुत इकोनॉमिकल भी होते जा रहे हैं। पहले जैसे आई स्टिल रिमेंबर, अगर आप वे बैक 15 साल पहले अगर आपको कंप्यूटर परचेज करना है तो इट वाज कॉस्टिंग मोर देन 40,000 या 80,000 के आसपास कॉस्ट करता था। आजकल अगर आपको लैपटॉप लेने जाना है तो वो 30,000 तक आपको बेसिक जो क्रोम बुक है, या 20,000 में भी आपको लैपटॉप मिल जाता है। तो टेक्नोलॉजी इकोनॉमिकल भी हुई है, जो आईसीटी टेक्नोलॉजी की अगर हम बात करें, और मोबाइल फ़ोन्स आने की, और जो मोबाइल फ़ोन की आजकल जो प्रोसेसिंग पावर है, इनिशियली व्हेन वी यूज्ड टू यूज़ द कंप्यूटर्स 15 साल पहले या 20 साल पहले की बात करें, तो रैम होती थी 256 MB की रैम होती थी। आजकल 4 GB रैम अब मोबाइल फ़ोन में, 8 GB रैम। सो आज से 15 साल पहले के जो कंप्यूटर्स से भी दे आर 10 टाइम्स बेटर, जो आपके मोबाइल फ़ोन्स जो आपको कंप्यूटिंग पावर दे रहे हैं। तो टेक्नोलॉजी इज़ बिकमिंग पार्ट ऑफ आवर लाइफ, और ये रियलिटी है। और जो टेक्नोलॉजी, नई टेक्नोलॉजी आ रही है, चाहे छोटे बच्चे हैं या बड़े हैं, दिस इज़ अ वेरी इंट्यूटिव एंड यूज़र फ्रेंडली टेक्नोलॉजी। जो इंटरफेस है, आप टेबलेट पीसीज की बात कर लीजिए, मोबाइल फोन्स की बात कर लीजिए, जस्ट यू टैप ऑन द मोबाइल फोन, आप अपनी फिंगर से ऑपरेट कर सकते हैं। आपको कोई बहुत किसी कॉलेज या यूनिवर्सिटी जाके मोबाइल फोन चलाना सीखने की जरूरत नहीं है, या टैब सीखने की जरूरत नहीं है। आप थोड़ी देर प्रैक्टिस करते हैं, आपको समझ आना शुरू हो जाता है। तो टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत इंट्यूटिव और यूजर फ्रेंडली बनती जा रही है। सो एनीबडी कैन यूज, और ग्राफिकल इंटरफेस इतना अच्छा है। ग्राफिकल इंटरफेस से अगर इंडिविजुअल को कंप्यूटर की बेसिक नॉलेज नहीं भी है, लेकिन उसके आइकन्स जो बने हुए हैं, माई कंप्यूटर, फोल्डर्स, किस तरह से यूज करना है, कहाँ पे टैप करना है, डबल टैप करना है, तो आप थोड़ी देर उसमें अगर इफ़ यू जस्ट फिडल विद द टेक्नोलॉजी, उससे पंगे लेते हैं, आप सीखने की कोशिश करते हैं, तो आप अपने डिवाइस पे मास्टरी हासिल कर सकते हैं जो टेक्नोलॉजी है। और जैसे जैसे नए नए मॉडल्स आते हैं, नए नए फीचर्स इसमें जो मोबाइल कंपनीज हैं या टेबलेट बनाने वाली कंपनीज हैं, दे आर एडिंग न्यू फीचर्स एवरी टाइम। कोई नई लॉन्च होती है तो इसका नया मॉडल आता है, तो न्यू फीचर्स आर डेफिनेटली एडेड। मूविंग अहेड, इस पॉलिसी डॉक्यूमेंट में, जो भी प्रेजेंट पॉलिसी डॉक्यूमेंट है, दे मेंशन कि इंडिया के पास इतनी अच्छी, जो आप कह सकते हैं कि वी आर हेडिंग टुवर्ड्स अ नॉलेज इकोनॉमी। जब इंडिया ने अपना जो मिशन टू द मार्स, जब ये कंप्लीट किया है, इट वाज कंप्लीटेड इन अ फ्रैक्शन ऑफ द बजट विच अदर कंट्रीज आर स्पेंडिंग। तो इसमें अगर आप यहाँ पे देखें तो यूएसए ने, दे हैव स्पेंडेड मोर देन $671 मिलियन। और अगर आप यूरोपियन स्पेस एजेंसी की बात करें, $386 मिलियन। जापान के एरोस्पेस एक्सप्लोरेशन एजेंसी, दे हैव स्पेंडेड $189 million. And if we talk about Russian Federal Space Agency, they have spent $117 million. And the same project India completed in just $74 million. So that was a big achievement in 2013, and the whole world was looking after India के उनकी तरफ देख रहे थे कि कमाल कर दिया कि इतने कम पैसों में, like India's frugal mission to Mars, they have achieved a big milestone. So right now India have more than 35 satellites. इसमें कम्युनिकेशन सैटेलाइट्स आ जाती हैं, टेलीविजन ब्रॉडकास्टिंग, रिमोट सेंसिंग, और इंडिया ने अपनी मिलिट्री सैटेलाइट या नेवल इंटेलिजेंस के लिए भी लॉन्च की है सैटेलाइट। सो वी आर ऑलरेडी हेडिंग टुवर्ड दैट रेस, जो ग्लोबल लीडर्स की हम बात कर सकते हैं कि हम कम पैसों में और क्वालिटी प्रोडक्ट, हम स्पेस एक्सप्लोरेशन, और इसमें साइंस की, दिस इज अ पिनेकल। आपने इसमें फिजिक्स, केमिस्ट्री, आपके मेटलर्जी, एवरीथिंग इज इन्वॉल्व, और हमारी जो स्पेशलाइजेशन है या हमारी नॉलेज है, नो हाउ है, ये वर्ल्ड क्लास है। और जब हम बात करते हैं टेक्नोलॉजी की, व्हेन दिस डॉक्यूमेंट, पॉलिसी डॉक्यूमेंट टॉक्स अबाउट टेक्नोलॉजी, आई पर्सनली फील technology was a savior in the COVID-19 pandemic, especially in the teaching learning sector. अगर हमारे पास टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं होती, इंटरनेट नहीं होता, आप इमेजिन कीजिए लॉकडाउन लगा हुआ है, तो कितना बड़ा हैवक या कितनी बड़ी त्रासदी होती कि बच्चे पढ़ाई से बिल्कुल ही टूट गए हैं। बट थैंक्स टू द टेक्नोलॉजी, हमारे पास इंटरनेट था, व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप्स थे, वेबसाइट पे, टेलीविज़न के ज़रिए किसी न किसी तरह से हमारी एजुकेशन चलती रही है। और जिन लोगों को, और स्पेशली टीचर्स जो टेक्नोलॉजी से डरते थे, और अगर आप राइट नाउ इफ़ यू जस्ट पॉन्डर, अगर आप सोचें, तो अभी भी जो लेक्चर चल रहा है, ये भी लेक्चर ऑनलाइन टेक्नोलॉजी प्लेटफॉर्म पे, जूम जो ये ऑनलाइन टीचिंग प्लेटफॉर्म है, वो ये यूजिंग। अर्लियर ये बिजनेस मीटिंग्स के लिए यूज़ होता था, बट वी हैव रियली इवॉल्व्ड, और बिजनेस मीटिंग्स को छोड़ के टीचर्स ने इसे अडॉप्ट किया, इसके न्यूएंसेस या छोटी निटिग्रिटीज इसकी सीखी, किस तरह से हमें दूर बैठे हुए जो हमारे लर्नर्स हैं उन तक अपनी बात कैसे पहुंचानी है, कैसे अपने पावर पॉइंट प्रेजेंटेशन शेयर करनी है या अपना वीडियो शेयर करना है। सो दिस टेक्नोलॉजी हैज रियली गिवन अस लॉट, एंड दिस वाज अ ट्रू सेवियर। हमारे बच्चों का समय बचाया है, और इसके ड्रॉबैक्स भी हैं डेफिनेटली। मोर स्क्रीन टाइम, आई साइट बच्चों की वीक हुई हैं, या आप आइसोलेशन में बच्चे बहुत चले गए हैं, टेक्नोलॉजी पे डिपेंडेंट बहुत हो गए हैं, उतने सोशलाइज नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। डेफिनेटली एवरीथिंग हैज प्लस एंड नेगेटिव पॉइंट्स, बट अगर आप मॉडरेटली यूज़ करें और जो पेंडेमिक में कोविड-19 का पेंडेमिक का वेरी अनफॉर्चुनेट थिंग, this technology has really given us a lot and we should be really thankful to the technology कि जो एजुकेशन सेक्टर था वो चलता रहा है और बच्चों की पढ़ाई हिंडर नहीं हुई है। कुछ लेवल में फ़र्क ज़रूर आ सकता है, जो क्वालिटी एक टीचर फेस टू फेस दे सकता है डेफिनिटली उतनी बात तो नहीं बनती, लेकिन फिर भी समथिंग इज़ बेटर देन नथिंग व्हाट वी से, तो वो चीज़ डेफिनिटली टेक्नोलॉजी हैज़ टेकन केयर ऑफ। और इस डॉक्यूमेंट में ये भी कहा गया है, जब हम नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी जो लेटेस्ट डॉक्यूमेंट है, वो कहता है कि आजकल की जो टीचर्स हैं उनकी क्रिएटिविटी को भी सैल्यूट है। देयर आर मेनी टेक सेवी टीचर्स, एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं, यहाँ तक कि स्टूडेंट एंटरप्रेन्योर्स भी हैं, उन्होंने कुछ ना कोई नई ऐप डेवलप की है। और मैं कल का न्यूज़पेपर पढ़ रहा था, उसमें एक बच्चे ने कॉम्पिटिशन में पार्टिसिपेट किया है और उसका फॉरेन का टूर था, और वो स्टूडेंट ने जब वो कॉम्पिटिशन क्लियर कर लिया, वेब डिज़ाइनिंग का था, उसमें वो ब्लॉग शेयर कर सकता था, ब्लॉग का लिंक, वीडियो अपलोड करने की ऑप्शन थी, ही इज़ क्रिएटेड। बट जब बाद में उसकी एज वेरीफाई की गई तो ही वाज जस्ट 15 इयर्स ऑफ एज। तो उसने अडल्ट के साथ कॉम्पीट किया और 15 साल के बच्चे ने जो वेबसाइट क्रिएट किया है, इंडियन चाइल्ड, और ये नेशनल न्यूज़पेपर में न्यूज़ थी। तो बच्चे भी जो स्टूडेंट एंटरप्रेन्योर है, तो अब कंपनी ने उन्हें ये कहा कि बच्चे आप डोंट फील डिस्करेज्ड या डिसहार्टेंड, आप अपना छोटा ना फील कीजिए। जैसे आपकी पढ़ाई पूरी होगी, वी विल प्रॉमिस कि आपको हम गारंटेड जॉब देंगे, आप हमारे पास आके जॉब कीजिए अगर फॉरेन में आप जॉब करना चाहते हैं। बट राइट नाउ वी कैन नॉट टेक, जो उनके रूल्स थे, पॉलिसी थी, प्राइस मनी था, तो उनको फॉरेन ट्रिप पे नहीं लेके जाएंगे। सो देयर आर मेनी स्टूडेंट एंटरप्रेन्योर्स जो टेक सेवी टीचर्स हैं। और एक बहुत वायरल वीडियो हुआ था, अगर यू रिमेंबर, ड्यूरिंग द कोविड पेंडेमिक, तो टीचर वहाँ पे हैंगर लेके जो ऑनलाइन क्लास ले रहे हैं, उन्होंने जुगाड़ करके, यहाँ पे जुगाड़ टेक्नोलॉजी, तो पुणे के जो टीचर थे उन्होंने ट्राइपॉड की तरह, अब मार्केट में जा नहीं सकते, स्टूडियोज आर क्लोज, ट्राइपॉड खरीद नहीं सकते, लेकिन जो भी उन्हें चीज़ मिली, उन्होंने छत पे एक रस्सी बांध के, कपड़े की रस्सी या उससे उन्होंने बना के, और उन्होंने उससे अपना फ़ोन हैंग करके और ग्रीन बोर्ड, और बच्चों को जो क्लास लेनी है, पढ़ाना है या अपना लेक्चर रिकॉर्ड करना है। सो इट शोज़ द क्रिएटिविटी ऑफ अ टीचर, और किस तरह से टीचर्स ने टेक सेवी होना सीखा है, कि जिस तरह के भी हालात हैं, घर पे बैठे, अगर क्लासरूम नहीं है, स्टूडियो नहीं है आपके पास, बट विद द हेल्प ऑफ मोबाइल कैमरा में, जैसे कन्वर्जेंस ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी की मैं आपसे बात कर रहा था, व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट कन्वर्जेंस ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी, सो कन्वर्जेंस ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी में आपकी स्टिल कैमरा, मोबाइल कैमरा, और जो आपका वीडियो कैमरा है, ऑडियो रिकॉर्डिंग फैसिलिटी, ये सारी चीज़ें एक ही डिवाइस के अंदर, जो आपका मोबाइल फ़ोन है, व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट कन्वर्जेंस ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी, तो टीचर्स ने बहुत ही अच्छे तरीके से इस्तेमाल किया। टीचर्स पे बहुत प्रेशर भी रहा है, क्योंकि यू हैव टू इतने शॉर्ट पीरियड में टेक्नोलॉजी को मास्टर करना, गलतियाँ की, फिर सीखा भी है। दिस वाज अ न्यू लर्निंग एक्सपीरियंस फॉर टीचर्स। नए-नए प्लेटफ़ॉर्म, माइक्रोसॉफ्ट टीम, गूगल मीट पे, या ज़ूम प्लेटफ़ॉर्म पे, या और भी जो प्लेटफ़ॉर्म थे, वो आपके जो ऑनलाइन मीटिंग के प्लेटफ़ॉर्म्स हैं, तो स्टूडेंट्स ने भी नई ये टेक्नोलॉजी मास्टर की। स्टूडेंट्स के लिए भी नया था, कैसे क्लास को जॉइन करना है, अपना माइक्रोफ़ोन ऑफ करना है, वीडियो ऑन करना है, वीडियो यू हैव टू स्टार्ट द वीडियो, यू हैव टू जस्ट क्लोज़ द वीडियो। तो बहुत सारी चीज़ें, आपने शेयरिंग कैसे करनी है, चैट बॉक्स में कैसे आपने आंसर्स देने हैं, तो बहुत सारी नई-नई चीज़ें टीचर्स ने अपनी क्रिएटिविटी, और ये एक वायरल वीडियो था, आई एम शेयरिंग विद यू द स्क्रीनशॉट ऑफ दैट वीडियो। Now I'm sharing this small video with you. He's a very good friend of mine, डॉक्टर अनिल ठाकुर, और इन्होंने चंडीगढ़ में, या मुझे लगता है कि नॉर्थ इंडिया में, आई थिंक, जो सेल्फ मेड, खुद घर पे बनाया हुआ फर्स्ट लाइट बोर्ड, इन्होंने खुद एक्सपेरिमेंटेशन की। और ये कोविड पेंडेमिक के दौरान डॉक्टर अनिल ठाकुर ने अपनी जो क्रिएटिविटी दिखाई है, ही इज़ अ फैकल्टी फ्रॉम लॉ डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ पंजाब यूनिवर्सिटी। इन्होंने अपने घर पे पहले एक छोटा पायलट प्रोजेक्ट बनाया, उन्होंने एक छोटा बोर्ड बनाया। जहाँ तक क्रिएटिविटी की बात आती है, टीचर्स आर रियली वेरी क्रिएटिव, और ये पॉलिसी डॉक्यूमेंट बताता है। तो मैं ये क्रिएटिविटी की बात आपसे शेयर कर रहा था, हाउ दिस टीचर इज टीचिंग। और ये लाइट बोर्ड ये नॉर्थ वेस्टर्न यूनिवर्सिटी यूएसए में स्टार्ट हुआ था, जो सबसे पहले लाइट बोर्ड बना है। स्टैनफोर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी विच इज़ नोन फॉर माइक्रो टीचिंग, हम बीएड में या टीचर एजुकेशन में बात करते हैं, दे आर लीडर्स इन टेक्नोलॉजी, एजुकेशन टेक्नोलॉजी की हम बात करते हैं। तो वहाँ पे भी स्टैनफोर्ड में भी ये लाइट बोर्ड का इस्तेमाल होता है। इंडिया में भी बहुत जगह कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर में दे आर यूजिंग इट। लाइट बोर्ड में इसकी एडवांटेज क्या है कि नियॉन पेन यूज होते हैं और एक ग्लास का स्पेशल ग्लास इज यूज, ऊपर एलईडी लाइट होती है, जब आप ये मार्कर से लिखते हैं तो वो ग्लो करता है और कैमरा आप सामने रखते हैं और बाद में एडिटिंग जब आप वीडियो एडिट करते हैं तो आप फ्लिप कर देते हैं इमेज। तो जो ये आपको उल्टा दिख रहा है यहाँ पे प्रियम्बल लिखा हुआ है आर्टिकल 21 ऑफ, बिकॉज ही इज अ लॉ फैकल्टी फ्रॉम द लॉ डिपार्टमेंट, तो ये प्रियम्बल टीच कर रहे हैं। सो आई एम जस्ट शेयरिंग अ वीडियो जो सर के द्वारा शूट किया गया था, ये शेयर्ड ऑन द ईमेल, ईमेल पे इन्होंने शेयर किया था, तो आई एम जस्ट शेयरिंग अ वीडियो।
Namaskar, good afternoon. So today I'm going to discuss with you a new pedagogy of teaching that is called light board. Okay, so for instance, what is this light board? I will be explaining to you, but first of all, let me write something for you. Okay. Now, ये जो मैंने लिखा है प्रियम्बल, आपको ये उल्टा पढ़ने में नज़र आ रहा होगा, बट इसको सॉफ्टवेयर में मैं सीधा करूँगा। बट यू मस्ट बी थिंकिंग, एम आई राइटिंग ऑन द वॉल, और या मैं कहाँ हवा में लिख रहा हूँ, किस जगह लिख रहा हूँ मैं। फॉर इंस्टेंस अगर मैं बात करूँ आर्टिकल 21 ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया की बात करूँ, तो ये कहाँ लिख रहा हूँ मैं, ये किस तरह से सारा काम हो रहा। और बेसिकली ड्यूरिंग लॉकडाउन कोविड में मैंने देखा कि टीचिंग के लिए बहुत सारी टूल्स का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा, तो मैं भी सोचा कि आफ्टर ऑल किस तरह के टीचिंग टूल्स को इस्तेमाल किया जाए। और मैंने बहुत सारे सर्च किए, बहुत सारे वेबसाइट्स को तलाशा, और मैंने इसको लाइट बोर्ड को जब देखा तो मुझे पसंद आया, क्योंकि जैसे आजकल स्मार्ट बोर्ड्स आते हैं और भी टूल्स आते हैं जिसमें जब आप इंटरेक्ट करते हैं तो स्मार्ट बोर्ड की एक बहुत सारे फैसिलिटीज़ हैं, वो भी अच्छी चीज़ है, बट उसमें इस्तेमाल करते हुए एक प्रॉब्लम आती है, जब टीचर लिखता है तो उसका बैक हो जाता है कि आपको जब लिखते वक्त आपको पीछे देखना पड़ता है, तो आपका जो इंटरेक्शन है, जो आपके कनेक्शन है स्टूडेंट के साथ, वो कट हो जाता है, वो आपको डिस्कनेक्ट हो जाते हैं। तो उसके लिए ये लाइट बोर्ड में क्या है कि लिखते वक्त आप बिल्कुल सामने रहते हैं और आपका कनेक्शन स्टूडेंट्स के साथ बना रहता है। खास करके साइंसेज में या मैथमेटिक्स में ये काफ़ी हेल्पफुल होता है। फॉर इंस्टेंस जैसे अगर मुझे किसी को एक्सप्लेन करना हो कि फॉर इंस्टेंस ट्रायंगल के बारे में उसे एक्सप्लेन करना हो, एंगल के बारे में एक्सप्लेन करना हो, या प्लस माइनस करना हो, कुछ ये छोटे से मैं एग्जांपल दे रहा हूँ। बेसिकली मेरा सब्जेक्ट तो लॉ है, बट जैसे आपको कुछ प्लस करना हो तो कैसे करेंगे, ये सारी जो चीज़ें हैं ये बड़ी आसानी से इस पे बिना कनेक्शन लूज़ करे ये हो सकता है। ठीक है, तो इसमें आप ये इस तरह के कुछ एक फैसिलिटीज़ है। साथ में आप सॉफ्टवेयर का इस्तेमाल करते हुए इसको लाइव टेलीकास्ट भी कर सकते हैं। इस वक्त मैं लाइव नहीं कर रहा हूँ, तो लाइव में आप कहेंगे कि ये उल्टा दिखेगा स्टूडेंट्स को, तो सॉफ्टवेयर में उसको फ्लिप करने का फैसिलिटी।
So in the video I have shared with you, Dr. Anil Thakur has shared his views about light board, किस तरह से use होता है. Either you can flip the video in a software, film editing software, or you can place a mirror and then a camera. Mirror वो image को flip करके दिखाएगा और वहाँ पे आपकी live recording भी आप कर सकते हैं. So this is how the light board is used. ये यूएसए में इंट्रोड्यूस हुआ था, अब इंडिया में भी आया है और पंजाब यूनिवर्सिटी में ये पहली एग्जांपल है जहाँ पे डॉक्टर साहब ने ये यूज़ किया। सो मूविंग अहेड, एक बड़ी अनफॉर्चुनेट चीज़ हुई है, ये वीडियो शेयर करना सर के लिए ट्रिब्यूट भी है एंड सैल्यूट टू डॉक्टर अनिल ठाकुर ऑल्सो। ही लॉस्ट हिज लाइफ ड्यू टू कोविड पेंडेमिक, जब ये सेकेंड वेव या थर्ड वेव चल रही थी कोविड की। और ये बहुत कुछ करना चाहते थे कि मैं अपने लेक्चर्स रिकॉर्ड करके, यूट्यूब चैनल इन्होंने बनाया था डॉक्टर अनिल ठाकुर ने, तो जहाँ पे बात आती है टीचर्स की क्रिएटिविटी की, टेक सेवी की बात आती, तो इंडिया हैज़ गॉट लॉट ऑफ टैलेंट। इंडिया के पास बहुत टैलेंट है, बहुत टैलेंटेड टीचर्स हैं, वेरी डेडिकेटेड टीचर्स ऑल्सो। मैंने एग्जांपल स्टार्ट की थी अमेरिका से प्रोफेसर वॉल्टर की, लेकिन इंडिया में भी बहुत प्यारी एग्जांपल्स हैं। डॉक्टर सुगता मित्रा, उन्होंने जो एक्सपेरिमेंट्स किए, डॉक्टर अनिल ठाकुर की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ यहाँ पे। सो देर आर लॉट मैनी थिंग्स जो आपको डॉक्यूमेंट बताता है क्रिएटिविटी के बारे में, एंड दीज आर फ्यू एग्जांपल्स। मूविंग अहेड, अब बात आती है आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की, जो ये डॉक्यूमेंट बार बार बात कर रहे हैं। सो हाउ आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस इज रियली इफेक्टिंग अवर लाइफ, अवर एवरीडे लाइफ। आई एम शेयरिंग अ small video with you again to explain my point.
Every day, AI helps people with their personal lives, jobs. Every day, AI helps people with their personal lives, jobs, transportation, education, health, and more. Maybe even without them realizing it. Here are some examples of AI in action on a typical day. In the morning, a teenager wakes up and uses facial recognition to unlock her phone. She scrolls through social media feeds to see what's new. Then, she asks the voice assistant on her phone what the weather is going to be like that day so she knows how to dress for school. A college student uses an app on his phone to deposit a birthday check from his grandmother. He takes a photo of the check, and the app automatically reads the handwriting to figure out the amount. It then deposits it into his account. Meanwhile, a younger student uses a different app that is teaching her a new language. The app listens to what she says and can recognize what she's saying even if she makes mistakes. The app then gives her personalized feedback on her pronunciation. At the same time, a person gets in their car to go to work, and the navigation system plans the fastest route based on current traffic. In the car, they listen to a music streaming service, which already knows what types of songs they like based on what they listened to before. When a factory worker arrives at her job, she sees that, as usual, humans and robots are both assembling cars. The robots do some of the more dangerous or repetitive tasks, like welding or painting. AI helps the robots recognize the tools they need to pick up or check parts to make sure they have been cut exactly right. When the cars are completed, computers help manage inventory and plan efficient shipping routes to deliver them around the world. Now, meet a farmer who's checking on her crops. She notices that some of her plants look unhealthy. She pulls out her smartphone and uses an app to take a photo of the leaves. The app can detect crop disease and also identify harmful insects. The app identifies the problem and recommends treatment. A surgeon is using AI to help make a medical diagnosis for a patient, and then a robot helps her perform a successful surgery. Afterwards, she goes to visit patients in a nursing home, where robots gently lift seniors in and out of bed and help them move around. In the meantime, a traveler needs to book a flight to another city. An automated customer service chatbot helps him book his ticket on the phone. Once he's on board, autopilot flies the plane for much of the flight. AI is even used in space. On the International Space Station, an astronaut talks to a free-floating robot that helps with chores and does jobs that are risky for humans. Now that you've learned about how other people use AI every day, think about how you use it. Spend a few minutes thinking about this.
So when we talk about artificial intelligence, basically in our everyday life we are using artificial intelligence in many different ways. और सबसे जो कॉमन है, आप ओला उबर बुक करते हैं, जीपीएस आपको जो रूट बताते हैं, तो वो भी एक आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की बहुत बड़ी एग्जांपल है. मूविंग अहेड, दिस डॉक्यूमेंट आल्सो recommends that National Research Foundation should be formed, and in the budget of union budget of 2021-22, 50,000 crore rupees have been allocated for the National Research Foundation. And what has been suggested is, जो कहा गया है National Research Foundation को, we have to work in advancing the core artificial intelligence research and deploying application-based research, and we have to use artificial intelligence in healthcare, agriculture, and climate change. सो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया हैज एलोकेटेड ह्यूज बजट फॉर आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, और आने वाले टाइम में ये टेक्नोलॉजीज और आगे बढ़ेंगी, और जो पॉलिसी डॉक्यूमेंट की हम बात करते हैं, हमारे विजन की बात करते हैं, सो दीज थिंग्स आर रियली गोइंग टू revolutionize the society, our life. They are going to touch our life. So many more things are coming. And one more interesting thing this document really mentions is about job readiness. जैसे पहले बोलते थे कंप्यूटर आने से बहुत सारी नौकरियां चले जाएंगी, सिमिलरली दे आर सेइंग व्हेन आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस बहुत बड़े लेवल पे पेनिट्रेट करेगा सोसाइटी में, हमारी लाइफ में, तो जो आने वाले टाइम में हमारे इंडिविजुअल्स हैं, जैसे प्रीवियस स्पीकर वाइस चांसलर सर भी बात कर रहे थे कि हमारी एजुकेशन, बच्चे तो इस सेंचुरी के हैं लेकिन हमारे पढ़ाने की पद्धति या हमारे पढ़ाने का तरीका, दिस इज अ वेरी ओल्ड स्कूल, सो वी हैव टू रियली अपस्किल, या हमें भी टीचिंग की जो कॉम्पिटेंसी लेवल है उसको एनहांस करना पड़ेगा। और हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशन को इन्होंने कहा है कि दे हैव टू प्ले अ वेरी एक्टिव रोल इन कंडक्टिंग रिसर्च ऑन डिस्ट्रप्टिव टेक्नोलॉजीज, especially machine learning, blockchain technologies, and artificial intelligence. Or moreover, we have to prepare interesting instructional materials and courses, so then our young generation can learn about that. और ये चीज़ें implement भी हो रही हैं बहुत सारे schools में, Python language, programming languages, artificial intelligence और 3D printing, इस तरह की workshop school, colleges, higher education level पे करवाई जा रही हैं। +1 +2 या हायर सेकेंडरी लेवल के जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं, दे आर डूइंग एंड लर्निंग। और ये डॉक्यूमेंट आपको स्किलिंग और डी स्किलिंग के बारे में, पुराने स्किल्स छोड़ के हमें नए स्किल्स या और बहुत सारे प्राइवेट सेक्टर की ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस और ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म्स, एजुकेशनल प्लेटफॉर्म एजुटेक्स, दे आर ऑल्सो ब्रिंगिंग अप न्यू कोर्सेज जो फ्यूचर रेडी हैं, जो हमारी वर्कफोर्स को आने वाले टाइम में जो डिस्ट्रप्टिव टेक्नोलॉजीज आ रही हैं, सो वी शुड बी लाइक आजकल ईवी की बात हो रही है, इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स की बात हो रही है, उसकी टेक्नोलॉजी की बात हो रही है, तो न्यू कोर्सेज आर रिक्वायर्ड आने वाला टाइम व्हेन वी आर शिफ्टिंग फ्रॉम फॉसिल फ्यूल्स टुवर्ड्स इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स। तो the technology is based on that, the electronics, robotics, artificial intelligence, machine learning. So these are the in things we have to learn about that. एक और बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग चीज मैं आपके साथ जो शेयर करना चाहता हूँ, अब जब एजुकेशन की बात करते हैं, व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट हायर एजुकेशन, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस जो यूज यहाँ पे हो रहा है, देयर इज अ टेड टॉक वीडियो जहाँ पे अशोक गोयल जी आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के यूज के बारे में बता रहे हैं। इनिशियली दे डेवलप्ड ए आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस से उन्होंने एक एल्गोरिथम और एक बॉट तैयार किया। अब स्टूडेंट्स, और जैसे यूएस में जो सीनियर टीचर्स होते हैं, दे हैव अ टीचिंग असिस्टेंट विद देम, सो दे डिप्लॉयड जिल वॉटसन, जो कंप्यूटर था, जो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस जो सर्वर था, उसका नाम उन्होंने जिल वॉटसन रखा, और ये टेड टॉक पे आपके पास वीडियो है। तो उन्होंने बताया कि अब स्टूडेंट्स कोई सवाल पूछते थे, चैट करते थे कि ये चीज़ मुझे समझ नहीं आ रही है, तो यूजुअली वहाँ पे कोई ह्यूमन बैठा होता है जो टीचिंग असिस्टेंट है, वो बच्चों के जो डाउट्स हैं, डाउट क्लियर करने के लिए डाउट वो पोस्ट कर देते हैं, अच्छा ये चीज़ नहीं समझ आई, इस तरह से काम करती है। बट दिस टाइम दे हैव डेवलप्ड एल्गोरिदम, और उन्होंने ट्राई किया, एक्सपेरिमेंट किया, रिसर्च किया, लेट्स सी हम जिल वॉटसन को काम देते हैं। तो जिल वॉटसन ने बहुत ही खूबसूरती से वो काम निभाया है, और एंड में बच्चों ने ये भी कहा कि जो बेस्ट टीचिंग असिस्टेंट था इस साल, दैट वाज जिल वॉटसन। तो इनिशियली जब इन्होंने स्टार्ट किया तो बहुत फास्ट जवाब दे रहा था जिल वॉटसन, तो इन्होंने थोड़ा डिले उसमें डाला कि बच्चों को शक ना हो जाए, यार इतनी जल्दी कौन सा टीचर जवाब दे देगा। आप पूछते हैं, जैसे गूगल में आप कुछ सर्च करने लगते हैं तो साथ के साथ ही आपको वो ऑप्शन देना शुरू कर देता, आपको पूरा टाइप भी नहीं करना पड़ता, वो ऑप्शन आ जाती हैं। तो इन्होंने डेलिबरेटली थोड़ा सा डिले करके उसमें चीज़ें डाली। सो वेन एवर द स्टूडेंट आस्क फॉर ए क्वेश्चन या कोई क्वेरी उनके माइंड में है, कोई डाउट है, तो थोड़ा सा टाइम डिले डाल के, तो ये जो जिल वॉटसन थे, जो ये कंप्यूटर, दे वर आंसरिंग ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ टीचिंग असिस्टेंट। ये कंप्यूटर थे बट उन्हें लगा कि ये स्टूडेंट्स को ये टीचिंग असिस्टेंट है। तो आई एम प्लेइंग अ वीडियो फॉर यू, इसमें किस तरह से जो ये जिल वॉटसन ने कमाल किया है, और
would classify that new question into the appropriate. It has to do with Then we decided to change our course. So far, we had been relying on Jill's memory of previous questions and answers. We decided to instead also include the context and structure of Jill's interaction with the world outside, with his students. And once we added his homegrown modules, Jill's performance jumped. When Jill's accuracy rate reached 97% or higher, we removed the mirror forum. Now Jill was directly on the real forum. A lone AI in the middle of 350 students. We were all very anxious. I have to confess, I couldn't sleep that night. Will Jill answer any question? Will she answer it correctly? The next morning, Jill did answer a question. This answer is correct. A student is asking something about a PDF file, and Jill answers the question correctly. It is another question. This has to do with programming projects again, and if you don't know about these programming languages, don't worry about it. Python and Java are just programming languages. A question is being asked, a technical question in a specialized domain, and Jill gives a perfectly correct answer without any human intervention. At some point, after the day after the final examination was due on April 26th, I shared the identity of Jill with the rest of the class. And here are some student reactions. This is just a small sample. One student says, this is incredibly cool. Another student wants to build a Jill Watson of her own. Why shouldn't we all have a Jill Watson? A third wanted to nominate Jill Watson for the Outstanding Teaching Assistant Award. Now, I have a secret to share. At the end of this term, I'm going to nominate Jill Watson for the Outstanding Teaching Assistant Award at Georgia Tech.
So, ये जॉर्जिया टेक यूनिवर्सिटी का इन्होंने जो अटलांटा में है जॉर्जिया टेक, दिस इज़ अ वेरी रिनोन, जैसे हमारे आईआईटी यहाँ पे बहुत फेमस है, तो जॉर्जिया टेक के यहाँ पे टीचर जो शेयर कर रहे हैं वहाँ पे देयर एक्सपीरियंस विद जिल वॉटसन, जो कि एक टीचिंग असिस्टेंट इन्होंने एक वहाँ पे आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस यूज़ करके, और ये वीडियो 2016 का है जब हमारा पॉलिसी डॉक्यूमेंट अभी ये शेप ले रहा था। वी वर जो न्यू आपका जो ये डॉक्यूमेंट है, इट वाज टेकिंग शेप। सो दीज थिंग्स वर रियली गोइंग ऑन इन द बैकग्राउंड। तभी ये बार बार इन्होंने आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस यहाँ पे हमारे मेंशन किया है। और स्मार्ट स्कूल्स में हमारे अगर आप देखें स्मार्ट बोर्ड्स, हैंड हेल्ड कंप्यूटिंग डिवाइसेस, तो बच्चे अपने आईपैड लेके, अगर आप नवोदय विद्यालय चंडीगढ़ का अगर देखें वहाँ पे, तो सैमसंग हैज़ क्रिएटेड लैब, तो उन्होंने इंटरेक्टिव जो बोर्ड है या एलईडी टीवी वहाँ पे लगाया हुआ है, तो वहाँ पे टीचर्स पढ़ा सकते हैं। और उसकी कनेक्टिविटी जो वाईफाई कनेक्टिविटी है, वहाँ पे टेबलेट पीसीज दिए गए हैं बच्चों को, तो बच्चे वहाँ पे हैंड हेल्ड कंप्यूटर्स हैं, कुछ आपसे सवाल पूछेंगे जैसे कौन बनेगा करोड़पति खेलते हैं, तो ABCD ऑप्शन है, तो बच्चे वहाँ पे अपना आंसर्स, अगर टीचर कुछ पूछ रहा है तो वो ICT इनेबल्ड लैब्स वहाँ पे बनाई गई हैं स्कूल्स में। तो अंडर कॉर्पोरेट सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज बहुत सारी MNCs या IT सेक्टर की इंडस्ट्रीज, दे आर collaborating with schools, they are donating the ICT staff और labs establish कर रहे हैं। तो आने वाला टाइम बहुत ही मज़ेदार भी होने वाला है टेक्नोलॉजी का। मैं ये नहीं कहता कि टीचर की इंपॉर्टेंस नहीं है, टीचर की इंपॉर्टेंस तो डेफिनेटली रहेगी, लेकिन दीज आर द टूल्स। अगर टूल्स को सही इस्तेमाल किया जाए, जैसे कुली की एग्जांपल भी थी, टेक्नोलॉजी का सही इस्तेमाल हो तो एजुकेशन को हम नए आयाम तक या एक नए स्टेटस तक लेके जा सकते हैं इन अ राइट डायरेक्शन। और एक बड़ी मज़ेदार चीज़ है, चाइना इज़ यूजिंग दिस टेक्नोलॉजी। हमारा 2020 में ये डॉक्यूमेंट इम्प्लीमेंट हुआ, तो ये 2019 का वीडियो है वॉल स्ट्रीट जर्नल का, USA का ये वीडियो है जो इनकी न्यूज़ पोर्टल ने ये शूट किया है, हाउ चाइना इज़ यूजिंग आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस इन द क्लासरूम। तो बच्चों को कैसे मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं, और ये मानते हैं कि ये जो प्रोग्राम हम रन कर रहे हैं, दिस इज जस्ट एक्सपेरिमेंटल प्रोग्राम, कुछ स्कूल्स में रन हो रहा है, तो बच्चों के मार्क्स इससे बढ़ेंगे। और रियल टाइम डेटा कलेक्ट कर रहे हैं, बच्चे कब क्लास में अटेंटिव हैं, कब नहीं है, उनका ध्यान क्लास से हटा है। तो वो पूरा का पूरा जो एनालिटिक्स है, डेटा एनालिटिक्स है, वो टीचर के पास, पेरेंट्स के पास भी डेटा चले जाता है कि 4:05 पे सपोज ये बच्चे का ध्यान क्लास में नहीं था। तो मैं आपके साथ अभी वीडियो शेयर कर रहा हूँ, तो इसमें आप देखिए किस तरह से चाइना इस वीडियो को ये टेक्नोलॉजी है, टेक्नोलॉजी को किस तरह से अपने क्लासरूम सेटअप में यूज कर रहे हैं। सो आई एम शेयरिंग अ वीडियो विद यू।
Teachers at this primary school in China know exactly when someone isn't paying attention. These headbands measure each student's level of concentration. The information is then directly sent to the teacher's computer and to parents. China has big plans to become a global leader in artificial intelligence. It has enabled a cashless economy where people make purchases with their faces. A giant network of surveillance cameras with facial recognition helps police monitor citizens. Meanwhile, some schools offer glimpses of what the future of high-tech education in the country might look like. Good job! Classrooms have robots that analyze students' health and engagement levels. Students wear uniforms with chips that track their locations. There are even surveillance cameras that monitor how often students check their phones or yawn during classes. These gadgets have alarmed Chinese netizens. But schools say it wasn't hard for them getting parental consent to enroll kids into what is one of the world's largest experiments in AI education. A program that's supposed to boost students' grades while also feeding powerful algorithms.
为了就是国家的这个研究呀、发展呀，我觉得是没有问题的。
The government has poured billions of dollars into the project, bringing together tech giants, startups, and schools. We got exclusive access to a primary school a few hours outside of Shanghai. To see firsthand how AI tech is being used in the classroom. For this 5th grade class, the day begins with putting on a brainwave sensing gadget. Students then practice meditating.
现在想象我们眉心有一点柔和的光芒绽放。
The device is made in China and has 3 electrodes, 2 behind the ears and 1 on the forehead. These sensors pick up electrical signals sent by neurons in the brain. The neural data is then sent in real time to the teacher's computer. So while students are solving math problems, a teacher can quickly find out who's paying attention and who's not.
说明这段时间他是有点在那走神的。
A report is then generated that shows how well the class was paying attention. It even details each student's concentration level at 10-minute intervals. It's then sent to a chat group for parents.
就是他可以看到每个人的评分。
The reports are detailed, but whether these devices really work and what they exactly measure isn't as clear. We were curious if the headbands could actually measure concentration, so one of our reporters tried on the device.
This is a new technology with still fairly little research behind it.
Theodore Zanto is a neuroscientist at the University of California, San Francisco. He was surprised to learn that this tech, called electroencephalography, also known as EEG, is being used in the classroom on children. It's usually used by doctors in hospitals and labs.
EEG is very susceptible to artifacts. And so if you are itchy or just a little fidgety, or the EEG wasn't set up properly so that the electrodes didn't have a good contact, affects the signal.
Despite the chances for false readings, teachers told us the headbands have forced students to become more disciplined.
上课回答我的问题，就是他们的声音会比平常更响亮。
Teachers say the students now pay better attention during class, and that has made them study harder and achieve higher scores.
上课认真听讲，作业做的基本上是全对的。
But not all students are as enthusiastic.
时候有这种想法，就是自己感觉是脑筋，我感觉这里有个紧的。
This fifth grader, whom we caught dozing off in class, told us his parents punish him for low attention scores. And that kind of data adds a new kind of pressure for students.
你想啊，如果在一次考试全班人都考了95分以上，就你考了一个85，你会不会感觉你有一种
Companies we interviewed said the data can go to government-funded research projects. We spoke to parents who were unclear about where the data ended up, and they didn't seem to care too much. Santos says there's likely no privacy protection at all.
In a classroom, if you're trying to make an assessment of an individual student, you really can't anonymize it.
Experts and citizens alike are sounding alarms about various aspects of the country's huge push into artificial intelligence. These classrooms are laboratories for future generations. And while these new tools may potentially help some 200 million students raise their grades, just how this all works out won't be apparent until they become adult citizens.
तो अगर आप ये देखिए वीडियो में इन्होंने क्लियर कट यहाँ पे इज द ऑडियो क्लियर? आवाज आ रही है जी? हेलो?
यस सर, आ रही है।
ओके, तो जैसे इन्होंने वीडियो में यहाँ पे दिखाया है कि बच्चों को किस तरह से मॉनिटर किया जा रहा है। सो दे आर मॉनिटरिंग स्टूडेंट्स और रियल टाइम डेटा वहाँ पे रिकॉर्ड हो रहा है। तो दिस इज रियली जो एक नया आयाम है आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का। और ये पेंडेमिक के आसपास का अगर ये वीडियो देखिए, अब 2019 का अक्टूबर का वीडियो है, तो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस बहुत बड़े लेवल पे इस पे एक्सपेरिमेंट्स चल रहे हैं, इस पे रिसर्च R&D हो रहा है आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस पे। और आप ये वीडियो आराम से देख सकते हैं। दिस इज अ फर्स्ट एवर आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का जो सोफिया है, इसे सिटीजनशिप दी गई है। ये किस तरह से आप कोई भी सवाल पूछते हैं, ये अपना पूरा डेटाबेस इंटरनेट से निकाल के आपसे बात कर सकते हैं। और डे बाय डे जो टेक्नोलॉजी आ रही है आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की, और ये हमारे तभी डॉक्यूमेंट में भी यहाँ पे इन्होंने बड़े क्लियरली मेंशन किया है कि वी हैव हम इससे आंखें बंद करके, आंखें मूंद करके नहीं चल सकते। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस ये आने वाले टाइम में दीज आर द डिस्ट्रप्टिव टेक्नोलॉजीज, और ये हमारी लाइफ को चेंज करने वाली है आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस। और अगर आप यूनेस्को का डॉक्यूमेंट देखें यहाँ पे, सो यहाँ पे कंसेंसस का मतलब होता है एग्रीमेंट अमंग द ग्रुप ऑफ पीपल। तो ये डॉक्यूमेंट आप डाउनलोड करके और डिटेल में पढ़ सकते हैं। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस इन एजुकेशन, और स्पेशली एजुकेशन के साथ आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का क्या है फ्यूचर ऑफ एजुकेशन। देयर आर लॉट ऑफ रिपोर्ट्स लाइंग ऑन द यूनेस्को वेबसाइट। आप इजीली जब भी आपके पास फ्री टाइम हो आप पढ़ सकते हैं। और आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को जेंडर इक्विटेबल बनाने पे भी बात हो रही है, जेंडर इक्वालिटी। जैसे बॉयज़ और गर्ल्स को कि लड़कियों को पढ़ने नहीं दिया जाता है डेवलप्ड या अंडर डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज़ में, कुछ ऐसा अगर कुछ हो रहा है तो कई कंट्रीज़ में, तो उस पर भी थॉट प्रोसेस लाइक वी आर, जितने भी पॉलिसी थिंकर्स हैं या पॉलिसी बनाने वाले हैं, वो इस चीज़ पे सोच रहे हैं कि जेंडर इक्वालिटी आनी चाहिए और इक्विटेबल और इंक्लूसिव सभी को एक्सेसिबल होनी चाहिए आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस। और जैसे आजकल पहले इंटरनेट ने पूरी डिस्ट्रप्शन की थी, अब आने वाले टाइम में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस इज रियली गोइंग टू प्ले अ बिग रोल। और इस डॉक्यूमेंट में ये भी कहा गया है कि वी हैव टू फॉर्म अ नेशनल एजुकेशन टेक्नोलॉजी फोरम। और इनका काम क्या होगा, डिसीजन मेकिंग, हमें कौन सी टेक्नोलॉजी लेके आनी, कौन सी नहीं लेके आनी है, और डिप्लॉय कैसे करना है, इंडक्ट कैसे करना है, टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल कैसे करना है। देयर आर मेनी एथिकल इश्यूज ऑल्सो इन्वॉल्व विद द टेक्नोलॉजी। और एजुकेशन सॉफ्टवेयर के बारे में बात की गई है कि हमें जो स्पेशली दिव्यांग स्टूडेंट है, ये रिमोट एरियाज में है, तो वी कैन डेवलप एजुकेशनल सॉफ्टवेयर जिससे पढ़ाई लिखाई आसान हो पाए। तो हमें, और जैसे नेशनल रिसर्च फाउंडेशन को 50,000 करोड़ रुपए की ग्रांट मिली है स्पेशली टेक्नोलॉजी को डेवलप करने के लिए, तो उसमें सॉफ्टवेयर की भी बात है। और आई एम गोइंग टू शेयर अ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग वीडियो। ये वर्चुअल लैब का वीडियो है, कैसे इमर्सिव एजुकेशन। और इसमें अगर आप देखें तो बहुत सारी चीज़ें होती हैं जो बहुत ही, आपको बायो सेफ्टी लैब्स चाहिए, और कई बार आप स्कूल में कुछ एक्सपेरिमेंट्स नहीं करवा सकते हैं, उसमें वायरल इन्फेक्शन हो सकता है, बैक्टीरियल इन्फेक्शन हो सकता है, या इट्स सेफ्टी हैजर्ड्स हैं। लेकिन विद द हेल्प ऑफ वर्चुअल लैब्स किस तरह से हम बच्चों को एजुकेट कर सकते हैं, और जो बच्चों की एजुकेशन है आप सही ढंग से कैसे उसको आप लीवरेज कर सकते हैं. So I'm sharing a video with you. Just a second.
Science teacher more than twice as effective. But before I show you how all of this is possible, let's talk briefly about why improving the quality of science education is so vitally important. If you think about it, the world is growing incredibly fast. And with that growth comes a whole list of growing challenges. Challenges such as dealing with global warming, solving starvation and water shortages, and curing diseases, to name just a few. And who exactly is going to help us solve all of these great challenges? Well, to a very large degree, it is these young students. This is the next generation of young, bright scientists, and in many ways, we all rely on them for coming up with new, great innovations to help us solve all these challenges ahead of us. And so, a couple of years back, my co-founder, blackboards were being turned into YouTube videos, and far more effective simulations, we would also laboratory simulator. Well, we did it. We basically set out to create a fully simulated one-to-one virtual reality laboratory simulator where the students could perform experiments with mathematical equations that would simulate what would happen in a real-world lab. But not just simple simulations, we would also create advanced simulations with top universities like MIT to bring out cutting-edge cancer research to these students. And suddenly the universities could save millions of dollars by letting the students perform virtual experiments before they go into the real laboratory. And not only that, now they could also understand, even on a molecular level inside the machine, what is happening to the machines. And then they could suddenly perform dangerous experiments in the labs as well. For instance, also here, learning about Salmonella bacteria, which is an important topic that many schools cannot teach for good safety reasons. And we, of course, quiz the students and then give the teachers a full dashboard so they fully understand where the students are at. But we didn't stop there, because we had seen just how important meaning is for the students' engagement in the class. So we brought in game designers to create fun and engaging stories. For instance, here, in this case, where the students have to solve a mysterious CSI murder case using their core science skills.
तो जैसे आपने यहाँ पे देखा कि किस तरह से इन्होंने वर्चुअल लैब में, जैसे सैल्मोनेला बैक्टीरिया है या बायो सेफ्टी हैजर्ड है, आपको कुछ ऐसे एक्सपेरिमेंट्स करवाने जो एक नॉर्मल लैब में पॉसिबल नहीं है, बहुत ज़्यादा एक्सपर्टीज और बहुत ज़्यादा खर्चा इन्वॉल्व है, लेकिन उन्होंने वर्चुअल लैब क्रिएट करके बच्चे वहाँ पे ये सॉफ्टवेयर डेवलप किया है. बच्चों को लेकर गेम खेल रहे हैं, जैसे वीडियो गेम पबजी खेलते हैं. तो अब इसमें इन्होंने जो एनिमेटर्स हैं, इट्स अ वेरी हाईली प्रोफेशनल सॉफ्टवेयर. तो इस तरह से जो वर्चुअल लैब्स हैं, इमर्सिव एक्सपीरियंस और एजुकेशन प्रोवाइड करें, और ये आने वाली जो हमारी जनरेशन है साइंटिस्ट की, उसके लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है. तो ये वीडियो आप टेड टॉक का यूट्यूब पे देख सकते हैं डिटेल में. और कई स्कूल्स में उन्होंने मॉनिटरिंग सॉफ्टवेयर्स, जैसे ये यूएस की न्यूज़ है, और ड्यूरिंग कोविड टाइम रिमोट लर्निंग बच्चे क्या कर रहे हैं, और टीचर्स के पास एक्सेस था, जैसे स्पाईवेयर आप कह सकते हैं, तो वो सॉफ्टवेयर पूरा रीड करता है बच्चे कौन कौन सी वेबसाइट्स पे गए हैं या कुछ चैट कर रहे हैं, तो उनके मोबाइल फ़ोन पे जो भी एक्टिविटी वो पूरी मॉनिटर हो रही है. कई बार वायलेंस तो नहीं बच्चे कर रहे हैं, सेल्फ हार्म, सुसाइडल टेंडेंसीज तो नहीं बच्चे में, डिप्रेशन तो नहीं है, तो वो सॉफ्टवेयर ट्रैक कर सकता है. तो इसके बहुत सारे एथिकल इश्यूज भी हैं, क्या होना चाहिए नहीं होना चाहिए. तो बहुत सारे स्कूल्स बच्चों को क्या वो पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं नहीं कर रहे हैं, जैसे चाइना का दिखाया था, वो तो क्लासरूम में यूज़ करेंगे रिमोट लर्निंग, उनके डिवाइस पे कुछ इस तरह का सॉफ्टवेयर जो पूरा उनकी एक्टिविटी को मॉनिटर कर रहा है, तो ये पूरी की पूरी रिपोर्ट जनरेट कर देते थे सॉफ्टवेयर. और कई स्कूल में जो डिस्ट्रप्टिव टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल है, वहाँ पे दे आर यूजिंग टू स्पाई ऑन द स्टूडेंट्स के वहाँ पे कुछ ट्रबल तो नहीं है और बच्चे किस तरह से. बट इसका एक ड्रॉबैक भी आजकल है कि जैसे जेनी जेबहार्ट का ये एक्टिविस्ट हैं और इन्होंने ये लिखा हुआ है, सर्वेलेंस टीचेस टू एक्सेप्ट दैट पीपल दे शुड ट्रस्ट आर स्पाइंग ऑन देम। पे गए, उनके इंटरेस्ट क्या है, तो प्राइवेसी इश्यूज आर डेफिनेटली देयर। जो डिस्ट्रप्टिव टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं, सॉफ्टवेयर स्नूपिंग कर सकते हैं। और पीछे पॉलिटिकल स्टॉर्म भी आया था कि पेगासस एक सॉफ्टवेयर है, तो बहुत सारे पॉलिटिशियंस और रिपोर्टर्स के फोन्स टैप किए गए और उनकी जो भी एक्टिविटी थी वो मॉनिटर की गई। तो ये टेक्नोलॉजीज जो हैं, इसके प्लस पॉइंट्स भी हैं, नेगेटिव्स भी हैं। और हमें बच्चों को प्राइवेसी लॉज और साइबर बुलिंग के बारे में भी अवेयर करना है कि किस तरह से जब टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करें तो इसके कुछ ड्रॉबैक्स भी हैं। साइबर बुलिंग, इंटरनेट का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं या आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं, तो देयर आर लॉट मैनी नेगेटिव एलिमेंट्स इन द सोसाइटी ऑल्सो, देयर इज अ डार्क वेब ऑल्सो। तो बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं। आपका वेब कैम ऑन किया जा सकता है, उसमें से आपको पता भी नहीं चलेगा कोई रिकॉर्डिंग कर रहा है आपके डिवाइस पे, आपकी वॉइस रिकॉर्डिंग कर रहा है, या हैक हो सकते हैं आपके सिस्टम। देयर आर लॉट मैनी थिंग्स। तो ये भी एजुकेशन का ही एक पार्ट है कि हमें टेक्नोलॉजी के जो डीमेरिट्स हैं, कैसे बचना है, सेफ कैसे रहना है, वो भी बच्चों को और टीचर्स को भी इन चीज़ों के बारे में अवेयरनेस देनी बहुत ज़रूरी है। और एक और मैं आपके साथ बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग वीडियो शेयर कर रहा हूँ। ये जापान का वीडियो है, कैसे टेक्नोलॉजी पेरेंट्स की टेंशन को दूर कर रहा है। और यहाँ पे जापान में माना जाता है कि, और कई स्कूल्स में मैंडेटरी है कि आफ्टर अ पर्टिकुलर लेवल बच्चे को इंडिपेंडेंटली पेरेंट्स छोड़ने नहीं आएंगे, बच्चा खुद ही अपने आप स्कूल पहुंचेगा। और अब ये बच्चा स्कूल जा रहा है तो इसको क्या चैलेंजेस आती हैं, किस तरह से जाता है। Every weekday आई एम शेयरिंग अ CBS वीडियो विद यू। तो किस तरह से बच्चे स्कूल जाने के लिए और पेरेंट्स टेक्नोलॉजी कैसे इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं और सोसाइटी का क्या रोल है।
Morning, millions of American kids wake up and go to school, usually under the watchful eye of an adult. But in Japan, children are expected to make the journey alone. In the Tokyo metro area, where the population tops 38 million, that trip can last up to an hour, covering several miles. Seth Doan visited one family to learn how students going solo are protected.
From 5:30 to 6:30 a.m. on school days, Ruhei Sato's routine looks like pretty much any first graders. This being Japan, breakfast is rice with fish eggs and seaweed, but otherwise it feels familiar. It's what comes next that's so surprising.
It takes you 55 minutes to get to school?
Yes.
And you'll do this all alone?
Yes.
Is that strange?
No.
Take a look at the trip he takes solo. It's a 10-minute walk to the station where he swipes his card like a veteran commuter. There are trains to catch and rush hour crowds to contend with. Then there's a transfer to a second train and another walk all alone at age 7. But before you jump to judgment, meet his mom, Yumi Sato.
Do you worry about him?
At the beginning, yes. I was so worried.
In Japan, parents are encouraged to let their kids go to school alone. In fact, it's mandated at Sato's school.
It's a culturally indoctrinated understanding that children are supposed to be independent by the time they start grade school, really. So that's age 6.
Teru Clavel is a Japanese-American sociologist now living in Tokyo. She's also a mom who's about to let her own daughter commute to school alone.
In Japanese, it's kawaii ko ni wa tabi o saseo. It's a saying that children are exposed to, and it means to the adored child, send them on journeys.
We've seen kids in Japan serving food at school lunchtime and cleaning up afterwards. Yumi Sato notes Japan's trains are dependable and there's a modern-day tool to keep tabs on little Ruhei.
So you can see where he is.
A GPS tracking device which reports back to her phone.
Have you been to the US?
Yeah.
Would you let Ruhei go to school?
No, never.
I can't even finish my question. Absolutely not.
No.
Really? Why not?
Because I see a lot of guns on TV in the United States. I don't feel very safe, kids being alone and going to school by themselves.
In America?
Yes.
Japan has a relatively low crime rate, and the yellow flap on Sato's backpack marks him as a first grader. The community is expected to keep close watch. There are newspaper stories about pedophiles. There are subway cars in Tokyo that have been made for only women, so there's no groping. Do these parents have a sort of false sense of security here?
Every parent has to assess what he or she is comfortable with. Absolutely, there's crime in Japan, there's danger, but you have to weigh that against giving your child some freedom and being confident that you've given your child the tools to be able to navigate that.
You made it okay?
Yes.
Returning from school, the 7-year-old seemed unfazed by any debate of his daily journey.
Why do America's children can't go to school by himself?
Why do Americans not go to school alone? It's just seen as something an adult does. To take these trains that you take, to go all alone, seems like a big deal. What do you think about that?
なんで子供は
But why can't kids ride trains by themselves, he asked. Before we left, we spotted him doing some sweeping, just like a 7-year-old would anywhere in the world.
अब आप देखिए कि ये 7 साल का बच्चा और फर्स्ट क्लास में है और ये येलो बैग कम्युनिटी भी इस पे वॉच रखती प्लस जीपीएस टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करके पेरेंट्स के पास रियल टाइम रिपोर्ट जाती बच्चा कहाँ पे है। तो इस तरह से ये टेक्नोलॉजी का जो इस्तेमाल हो रहा है स्कूल लेवल जब हम एजुकेशन की बात करते हैं हाउ दे आर यूजिंग इट। सो यहाँ पर स्कूल का कल्चर है कि अगर आप बच्चे को एडमिशन दिलवा रहे हैं तो बच्चा खुद ब खुद आएगा, वहाँ पे पेरेंट्स छोड़ने नहीं आएंगे। और यहाँ पे अगर इंडिया में या यूएस की बात करें तो कई बार +2 में भी बच्चा पहुँच जाता है, पेरेंट्स छोड़ के आते हैं, पेरेंट्स लेके आते हैं। और यहाँ पे 7 साल का बच्चा और 1 घंटा अगर ट्रेन में लग रहा है और मेट्रो ट्रेन तो बहुत फास्ट चलती है। आप इमेजिन कीजिए कि आप बॉम्बे का अगर मेजर आप अगर पोर्शन है तो फ्रॉम वन प्लेस टू अनदर प्लेस ये बच्चा ट्रैवल कर रहा है, तो दे आर ट्रैवलिंग अ वेरी लॉन्ग डिस्टेंस और अपने आप ये मैनेज कर रहे हैं अपनी लाइफ और स्कूल जाना है और बच्चे को इंडिपेंडेंट बहुत छोटी एज से ये करवा देते हैं। और इसमें टेक्नोलॉजी का मैं दिखाना चाह रहा था कि किस तरह से पेरेंट्स भी एश्योर्ड रहते हैं कि हमारा बच्चा कहाँ पे पहुंचा। मोर ओवर कम्युनिटी का भी बहुत बड़ा रोल है। अगर ये येलो फ्लैप है तो कम्युनिटी पूरी नज़र रखेगी बच्चे को कोई तंग तो नहीं कर रहा है यहाँ पे। तो सारे यही समझते हैं कि हमारा बच्चा है और इसको अगर कोई तकलीफ होती तो एवरीबडी जंप्स इन और बच्चे का ख्याल रखती है सोसाइटी में। और जो हमारे डॉक्यूमेंट अगेन इट टॉक अबाउट मशीन लर्निंग और हमारे कोर्सेज भी मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी होने चाहिए और हमें जो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की जो वैल्यू चेन है इसमें चाहे वो डेटा एनोटेशन है, डेटा को एनालाइज करना, इमेज क्लासिफिकेशन, मशीन लर्निंग की जब बात करते हैं और स्पीच की ट्रांसक्रिप्शन उसमें नुएंसेस क्या है। कई बार आप गूगल ट्रांसलेट करते हैं किसी लैंग्वेज को तो वो मीनिंग कुछ और ही निकालते हैं। स्पेनिश को आप करते हैं हिंदी में, हो सकता है वो उसकी जो लिटरेशन है ट्रांसलेशन कहने को कुछ और हो सकता है। जैसे हिंदी में नीर वर्ड है या सूरज को और नाम से भी जाना जाता है, तो कई बार ट्रांसलेशन या ट्रांसक्रिप्शन की भी प्रॉब्लम होती। बट द टेक्नोलॉजी इज रियली लर्निंग और मशीन लर्निंग में बहुत सारी चीज़ें अभी इवॉल्व हो रही हैं और इम्प्रूव हो रही हैं। तो आने वाले टाइम में मैनी इंटरेस्टिंग थिंग्स आर गोइंग टू हैपन। और इसी तरह स्वेम पोर्टल है, स्वेम पोर्टल में भी स्ट्रेस दिया गया है कि जो मूक के कोर्सेज हैं अभी भी जो ये हमारा एफडीपी चल रहा है इसमें मूक के भी सेशंस आपके करवाए जाएंगे। तो स्वेम पोर्टल पे हमारे जो मूक के कोर्सेज हैं जो इंडियन वर्जन है स्वेम का, तो उसमें टाई अप किया गया है बहुत सारे इंस्टीट्यूट के साथ, आईआईएम के साथ, आईआईटी के साथ। तो दे आर रनिंग और भी जो गवर्नमेंट एजेंसीज हैं दे आर इन्वॉल्व, यूनिवर्सिटीज इन्वॉल्व हैं। तो ये ऑनलाइन कोर्सेज करवा रहे हैं, चाहे वो फैकल्टी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम्स हैं या स्टूडेंट्स के लिए भी बहुत सारे कोर्सेज हैं। और सीबीएस सिस्टम जो क्रेडिट बेस्ड चॉइस सिस्टम यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में इम्प्लीमेंट हो रहा है, तो उसमें भी बहुत सारे मूक के कोर्सेज स्वेम पोर्टल पे स्टूडेंट्स कर सकते हैं। और सिमिलरली अगर आप स्कूल लेवल की बात करें जहाँ टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, जो दीक्षा प्लेटफॉर्म है, देयर आर मोर देन 16 बिलियन मिनट ऑफ यूजेज ऑन द दीक्षा प्लेटफॉर्म। ये 36 स्टेट्स में accessible है, all over India it is accessible in 31 regional languages also और it is enabling 7 million teachers। और यहाँ तक कि टीचर ट्रेनिंग कोर्सेज बीएड, एमएड या एमए एजुकेशन उसमें भी या वर्किंग टीचर्स के भी बहुत सारे जो ट्रेनिंग मॉड्यूल्स हैं दीज आर अवेलेबल ऑन दीक्षा प्लेटफॉर्म। और ये जो कंटेंट एंड टेक्नोलॉजी है ये फ्री टू यूज़ है, कोई भी इसे यूज़ कर सकता है। दिस इज़ ओपन सोर्स बेस्ड है। किसी और कंट्री के लोग इसे कस्टमाइज़ करना चाहते हैं, अडॉप्ट करना चाहते हैं, मॉडिफाई करना चाहते हैं, तो जो भी कंटेंट है उसको यूज़ कर सकते हैं। ओपन सोर्स ये क्रिएटिव कॉमन्स के अंडर प्लेटफॉर्म दीक्षा प्लेटफॉर्म पे है। और ये कोविड में स्टूडेंट्स को बहुत मदद हुई है इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे, जिनको तो इनकी सही मायने में नॉलेज थी, समझ थी टेक्नोलॉजी को कैसे इस्तेमाल करना है। तो इट हैज़ रियली ट्रांसफॉर्म्ड लाइफ ऑफ मैनी स्टूडेंट्स। दीक्षा प्लेटफॉर्म, स्वयं प्लेटफॉर्म की अगर हम बात करते हैं, और जो हमारा पॉलिसी डॉक्यूमेंट अगेन इट टॉक अबाउट एपिडेमिक्स एंड पेंडेमिक्स, और जो हालात हैं आने वाले टाइम में भी हो सकता है कि और भी कोई खतरनाक वायरस आए। अभी मॉन्की पॉक्स की बात हो रही है, अभी पीछे चंडीगढ़ में अभी स्कूल में एक बच्चे को कोई प्रॉब्लम हुई है, तो वहाँ पे स्कूल को अभी लेटेस्ट न्यूज़ आज का न्यूज़पेपर में पढ़ रहा था, तो फुट एंड माउथ डिजीज़ हुई है, तो स्कूल को शट डाउन करना पड़ा है। तो आने वाले टाइम में भी अलग अलग तरह की बीमारियां, या स्वाइन फ्लू की हम बात करते हैं, तो लॉकडाउन या टेम्परेरी क्लोजर ऑफ द स्कूल्स रहेंगे, तो वहाँ पे अगेन टेक्नोलॉजी इज रियली गोइंग टू हेल्प इन इम्पार्टिंग द एजुकेशन, चाहे वो हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूट्स हैं या स्कूल्स की हम बात करते हैं। और डिजिटल डिवाइड भी एक बहुत बड़ा, हम टेक्नोलॉजी तो बहुत बात करते हैं, लेकिन इंडिया का एक और बहुत बड़ी जो स्टार्क रियलिटी है, सच्चाई है, गरीबी भी एक बहुत बड़ा रोल प्ले कर रहा है। और बहुत सारे बच्चे शिक्षा से वंचित रह जाते हैं। दे आर रियली नॉट एबल टू गेट द क्वालिटी एजुकेशन जस्ट ड्यू टू डिजिटल डिवाइड, क्योंकि उनके पास इंटरनेट रिचार्ज करवाने के लिए पैसे नहीं है, अच्छा मोबाइल डिवाइस नहीं है, और उसकी वजह से उनकी एजुकेशन सफ़र हुई है लॉकडाउन में। तो ये भी एक बहुत बड़ी स्टार्क रियलिटी, और हमें इस पे भी बहुत ध्यान देना पड़ेगा कि जो डिजिटल डिवाइड है इसको हम कैसे रिमूव करें, जो डिजिटल डिवाइड की बात है। और ये फॉरेन कंट्रीज़ में भी देखा गया, वहाँ पे भी बच्चों ने सफ़र किया है, जो फैमिलीज़ जो आईसीटी इक्विपमेंट नहीं अफोर्ड कर पाते थे, या स्टेबल इंटरनेट कनेक्शन नहीं है, पेरेंट्स की जॉब चली गई है और इंटरनेट नहीं अफोर्ड कर पा रहे, तो बच्चों की एजुकेशन डेफिनेटली वहाँ पे सफ़र हुई है, जो डिजिटल डिवाइड। और एज ए टीचर हमें जो टेक्नोलॉजी है, वी हैव टू बी गुड एट फोटोग्राफी, वी हैव टू बी गुड एट वीडियोग्राफी, वी हैव टू बी गुड एट वॉइस रिकॉर्डिंग, वी हैव टू बी गुड एट ग्राफिक डिजाइनिंग। चाहे पावर पॉइंट आपने प्रेजेंटेशन बनानी है, किस तरह से आपने बैकग्राउंड रिमूव करनी इमेज की, आपने किस तरह से पिक्चर्स बैलेंस वे में, जैसे पेज डिजाइनिंग होती है, कोरल ड्रॉ, फोटोशॉप या पावर पॉइंट प्रेजेंटेशन को इफेक्टिवली आपने कैसे यूज़ करना है, हाइपर लिंक्स कैसे देने हैं, ग्राफिक डिजाइनिंग के बारे में टीचर को पता होना चाहिए। ये बेसिक स्किल्स हैं। और आप सभी टीचर्स स्मार्टफोन्स का इस्तेमाल करते हैं, तो आई एम जस्ट शेयरिंग अ स्मॉल वीडियो अबाउट अ गिम्बल। दिस इज अ स्मॉल डिवाइस। ये एक स्टेबिलिटी लाता है और एक बड़ी डायनामिक और बड़ी फ्रेश लुक आपकी वीडियो को ये प्रोवाइड करता है। सो आई एम शेयरिंग अ वीडियो विद यू। अगर आप गिम्बल डिवाइस यूज करते हैं जब आप अपना वीडियो शूट कर रहे हैं, तो इट कैन रियली जो क्वालिटी का लेवल है वो बहुत ऊपर चले जाएगा आपका जो वीडियो शूटिंग। मैं अभी वीडियो शेयर कर रहा हूँ आपके साथ।
Yeah, I got that. Yeah, I got that. I got that.
सो ये डिवाइस अगर आप कोई अपनी डॉक्यूमेंट्री फिल्म बना रहे हैं, बच्चों का ट्रिप लेके जा रहे हैं कहीं पे, या कुछ फील्ड प्रोजेक्ट आप कर रहे हैं, तो आपकी वीडियो में बहुत बैलेंस और क्वालिटी लेके आता है अगर आप गिम्बल का इस्तेमाल करते हैं, स्टेबिलिटी प्रोवाइड करते हैं। और आजकल आपके जो मोबाइल फोन्स की कैपेबिलिटीज हैं वीडियो रिकॉर्डिंग की, बहुत ही अच्छी कैपेबिलिटीज है, एंड इट कैन रियली गिव क्वालिटी वीडियो आउटपुट। Then Facebook is really working on the metaverse और ये आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस और वर्चुअल रियलिटी और बहुत सारी चीज़ों पे इनका काम चल रहा है, और आने वाला टाइम बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग होने वाला है। जैसे फेसबुक ने बहुत सारी चीज़ें चेंज की हैं, और आपकी जिसे आप कह सकते हैं टेक्नोलॉजिकल इनोवेटर्स हैं। दिस इज़ अ वेरी ह्यूज कंपनी, और इन्होंने अपना नाम भी अभी मेटा करके चेंज किया है। आने वाले टाइम में ऑगमेंटेड रियलिटी, वर्चुअल रियलिटी, मिक्स्ड रियलिटी, ये चीज़ें बड़ी कॉमन होने वाली हैं। जैसे पहले बिफोर कोविड हमें ये नहीं पता चलता था कि अगर आपसे कोई बात करता था कि ब्लेंडेड मेथड ऑफ टीचिंग या ऑनलाइन टीचिंग, वेबिनार, ये बड़े एलियन से वर्ड लगते थे। बट आने वाले टाइम में इन नेक्स्ट 3 और 4 years वर्चुअल रियलिटी और आपका वर्चुअल लैब्स, ये और बढ़ के आएंगी, और इनकी क्वालिटी इंप्रूव होगी। And these are really going to modify our educational ecosystem, और हमें there are many good things happening on the technological front, और ये आने वाले टाइम में एजुकेशन को एक नया आयाम देंगे, और एक जिसे कह सकते हैं कि they are really going to revolutionize the field of education. So that's all from my side. Any questions? I'm open for questions. अगर आप सवाल पूछना चाहते हैं, most welcome. जी. Is the screen visible?
Yes, yes. Screen is visible. Thank you, sir.
जी.
It's a very enlightening session. You have actually touched upon the various modern digital teaching learning skills. And now I would like to invite Dr. Aarti Verma from the Department of Accountancy to take up the question answer session. Dr. Aarti Verma. Dr. Aarti Verma.
Thank you, dear Madhumita ma'am. Good evening, one and all. FDP on teaching, learning, digital skill in 21st century is the minuscule step to achieve goal of NEP 2020. Session was very insightful and edifying and made engaging through video clips. Curious mind, keep exploring and try not to let go any opportunity of learning. We have several questions from our participants to be addressed. Taking up few. The first question is from Dr. Shivaji Mite. Definitely use of technology will help the learner in great way. However, how do you justify use of educational technology for students, special education such as blind, deaf, etc.?
Okay. When we talk about using technology for visually challenged students, there are a lot of softwares like JAWS software is there. Then there are many mobile applications where students can use the mobile application. They can download the audiobooks from the internet. They can record the lecture in the class. So there are n number of possibilities available for the students. So a smartphone is a great aid or helping aid for them to perform very well in the class, to record the notes, to gather information, to do R&D. So this is a great tool for the students.
Our second question is from Dr. Priyanka.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure technology has become integral part, sir, but excessive use of technology can hamper creative thinking and brain development of children.
Okay. It depends upon the teacher, how we motivate and guide the students. Like as the old saying, excess of everything everything is bad. Or in Buddhism, we say follow the middle path. Like excess of everything is bad. If we depend on technology 1000%, maybe 10,000%, definitely it is going to hamper the health of the students, and sometimes it can affect the creativity also. The technology can be addictive also. Like you can see in the scene of PUBG games, students are very addictive to mobile phones. They have irritability syndrome. They are very irritated if you just take phone from children these days. So the technology is addictive also. So we have to follow the middle path, right amount of technology at the right time. If you just recall the video I've shared with you of that coolie from the Ernakulam railway station, he has used the technology in a very balanced way, in a very productive way. So if we use technology in a balanced and productive way, so that's the way to go. Excess of everything is bad, and moreover, a good teacher can really guide students. They can give some assignment work based on the technology, so students can explore technology in a very healthy way, and so the students get very enriched learning experience and lifetime memories from the technology.
Well said, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next question is from Dr. Doshri Gaurav. He speaks that India do not have, many colleges in India do not have basic teaching aids. And even they have reached to find hard time and have got technical glitches. They are acquainted with the technical glitches. So kindly guide when this gap would be fused, since we are talking about or constantly hearing about NEP 2020.
Okay, my humble advice is we can always invest in what we can say, we can buy a television. At least a teacher can buy a television, and if there's a picture here, I will share with you. So here is a television. Is the screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Is the screen visible? Okay. If you buy a 32-inch television from maybe Chroma store, or it costs around 5,000 to 6,000 rupees, 32-inch television. And if you buy 14-inch television for a big class, even 32-inch television is sufficient LED television. If you buy maybe a smartphone is these days costing a good premium smartphone is costing around 40,000 to 50,000 bucks. But if a teacher or a school authorities buy a television and a stand, you can use a mirroring of your mobile phone if you want to show some video from the internet. These days, internet packages are very economical in India. Every teacher has a smartphone. Most of the teachers in higher education or at the school level, they have access to the smartphones. So you can mirror that video, or through HDMI cable, you can just plug in into the television, and that technological, that handicap or whatever we can say, the limitation can be overpowered.
Yes, sir. Very correct. Thank you, sir. The next question is from Bhagwati Raheja. The future is going towards flipped classroom. So if so, how do teachers move a step ahead of students? Not every teacher would be technology savvy.
Okay. Can you kindly repeat the question?
Future is moving towards flipped classroom. If so, how do teachers move a step ahead of the students?
Okay.
Not every teacher would be technology savvy.
Okay. The first thing is we have to master what we say for flipped classroom. When we talk about the flipped classroom, teacher has to master the skills of photography, videography. In this video, this is a viral video of a teacher from Pune. she's recording her video. Like these days, these are the very basic things. You have to just press the button, recording button or pause button. So if you have a tripod or a stand with you, you can record your lecture. You can record your lecture. You can send your lecture in advance to the students, and students are already gone through the lecture. And the next day or in the next week, you can, if you have recorded maybe 50 lectures you have given in a pen drive, or you have posted your lectures on YouTube or Facebook or Telegram or through WhatsApp, you have delivered your lectures to the student. They have got received your lectures. They had gone through the lectures, video lectures. जो टीचर ने आधा घंटा क्लास में पढ़ाना था वो ये रिकॉर्ड करके उन्होंने ऑलरेडी अपनी रिकॉर्डिंग की बच्चों के पास भेज दी. इन अ फ्लिप्ड क्लासरूम, इन ए क्लासरूम सेटअप, टीचर इज गोइंग टू डिस्कस, या असाइनमेंट दे देंगे, कोई प्रोजेक्ट दे देंगे, उस पर आइडियाज आप ड्रॉ कीजिए, माइंड मैप बनाइए. देयर कुड बी डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ एक्टिविटीज. दैट इज बेसिकली फ्लिप्ड क्लासरूम के कंटेंट बच्चे पहले पढ़ के आएंगे, घर से पढ़ के आएंगे, या उन्हें सफिशिएंट टाइम दिया हुआ है, सैटरडे संडे दे विल गो थ्रू द कंटेंट जो आपने पढ़ाना है, और क्लासरूम में आके डिस्कशन होगी. अच्छा बेटा इसके वी विल थिंक अबाउट द निटी-ग्रिटीज, या उससे हायर लेवल की बातें करेंगे. ये नहीं कि हम वो क्लासरूम में. तो टीचर आज की डेट में, मोबाइल फोन इज अ ग्रेट डिवाइस. आपको कोई बहुत रॉकेट साइंस नहीं चाहिए वीडियो रिकॉर्डिंग करने के लिए. आपके पास अगर बेसिक इक्विपमेंट है, आपके पास स्टैंड है, और वो 2-2,500 रुपए का स्टैंड प्लस लाइट, रिंग लाइट आ जाती है. यूजिंग दैट रिंग लाइट यू कैन रिकॉर्ड योर वीडियोज, और रिकॉर्ड करके आप स्टूडेंट के पास भेज सकते हैं जो फ्लिप्ड क्लासरूम है. हाँ जी, हेलो
सर, यू कैन कंटिन्यू.
हाँ जी. सो आपको थोड़ी सी बेसिक अंडरस्टैंडिंग जो आपको, जैसे आप ये देखिए, ये टीचर अब अपने लेक्चर रिकॉर्ड कर रहे थे. आई वाज टॉकिंग अबाउट डॉक्टर अनिल ठाकुर. तो वो उन्होंने लाइट बोर्ड, उनका इंटरेस्ट था, उनकी क्रिएटिविटी थी. उन्होंने अपने घर पे कोविड-19 पेंडेमिक के दौरान उन्होंने रिसर्च किया, R&D की, एंड उन्होंने ये पूरा इस्टेब्लिश किया, घर में स्टूडियो अपना क्रिएट किया. इंटरेस्ट की बात है. अगर आप इंटरेस्ट लेंगे, आपका शौक है. और पंजाबी से एक हम वहाँ पे एक लाइन यूज करते हैं कि नचन वाले दी अड्डी ने रहंदी गाउन वाले दा मुंह. दैट मीन्स कि जिसे नाचना आता है वो कभी रह नहीं सकता है, या जिसे गाने का शौक है वो गाएगा ही गाएगा. जो टैलेंट आपके अंदर है, तो ये इंटरेस्ट की बात है, पैशन की बात है. अगर टीचर में पैशन है पढ़ाने का, टीचर को कुछ अच्छा करने का है, मुझे अपना लेसन प्लान अच्छा बनाना है, तो यू विल डेफिनेटली रिकॉर्ड इट, और आप सीख सकते हैं. जैसे कोविड में नहीं आता था किसी को भी ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म पे कैसे पढ़ाना है, बट टीचर्स हैव लर्न दैट. और सिमिलरली व्हेन आई एम टॉकिंग, अभी टाइम इज वेरी शॉर्ट, अदरवाइज आई कुड हैव टॉक्ड इन लेंथ. टीचर को फोटोग्राफी, वीडियोग्राफी, वॉइस रिकॉर्डिंग और ग्राफिक डिजाइनिंग पे मास्टरी होनी बहुत ज़रूरी है. ये सारी चीज़ें एस्थेटिक से भी जुड़ी हैं, परफॉर्मिंग आर्ट से भी जुड़ी हुई हैं, और पूरे वर्ल्ड की बिगेस्ट फिल्म इंडस्ट्री इंडिया में है. और आप मुंबई में, आपका मुंबई यूनिवर्सिटी के साथ जुड़ा हुआ है, तो बॉलीवुड इज़ नोन ऑल ओवर द वर्ल्ड. तो वीडियोग्राफी की जो बेसिक्स हैं, आप इंटरनेट से मॉड्यूल्स पढ़ सकते हैं, कुछ वर्कशॉप्स अटेंड कर सकते हैं. और ये पैशन की बात है. अगर टीचर में पैशन है तो डेफिनेटली यू कैन डू वंडर्स. स्काई इज़ द लिमिट आपकी क्रिएटिविटी की. और टीचर को ये बेसिक चीज़ें आनी चाहिए, ई कंटेंट डेवलपमेंट. और कोविड में तो इसकी इम्पोर्टेंस तो और बढ़ के आई है कि पता चला है कि इसके बगैर तो नई गाड़ी चलेगी, और हमें स्टूडेंट्स को एंगेज रखना है. तो यू हैव टू बी गुड एट फोटोग्राफी, यू हैव टू बी गुड एट वीडियो रिकॉर्डिंग, वीडियोग्राफी, वॉइस रिकॉर्डिंग एंड ग्राफिक डिजाइनिंग.
Yes, very true, sir.
हाँ जी.
So online learning pedagogies must be updated and upgraded by the teachers, I can say. The last question for the day, sir. Question is from Dr. Santosh Vadria. How the AI can be effective in remote areas?
Okay. AI can be effective in remote areas. Remote areas जैसे इंडिया में आप लद्दाख की बात कर लीजिए, कई बार कट ऑफ हो जाते हैं. लाहौल स्पीति की बात कर लीजिए, मे बी अंडमान निकोबार की बात कर लीजिए. अंडमान निकोबार अभी इंटरनेट कुछ साल पहले ही पहुंचा. देयर वाज नो इंटरनेट. स्टूडेंट्स को बहुत प्रॉब्लम्स आती थी. दे हैव टू जस्ट गो थ्रू द बुक्स. अब इंटरनेट आया है तो बच्चे अब एट पार विद रेस्ट ऑफ इंडिया. अगर कोई कंपटीशन मेडिकल कॉलेज के एंट्रेंस में अपीयर हो रहे हैं तो बच्चों को प्रॉब्लम आती थी कम्पीट करने में. और जो बाकी जो मे बी दिल्ली से जो बच्चे हैं जो कोचिंग लेके अपीयर हो रहे हैं, तो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की जब हम बात करते हैं, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस में आपके गूगल अर्थ की आप बात कर लीजिए, गूगल मैप्स की बात कर लीजिए, तो जहाँ पे इंटरनेट पहुंचा है, पहली चीज तो रिमोट एरियाज में जहाँ पे इंटरनेट है, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस हम उस तभी बात करेंगे कि आपके पास उस तरह के क्वालिटी कंप्यूटिंग डिवाइसेस हैं या हैंडहेल्ड डिवाइसेस, चाहे मोबाइल फोन है, टेबलेट पीसी है, आपके पास एक अच्छे सॉफ्टवेयर जो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, वो होने बहुत जरूरी है। तभी हम जो डिजिटल वर्ल्ड में हम आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की बात करेंगे कि पहला तो रिमोट एरिया, दूसरा वहाँ पे क्या इंटरनेट का एक्सेस है हमारे पास। अगर इंटरनेट का एक्सेस है, ओनली देन वी कैन टॉक अबाउट। जैसे हमारे पास अभी स्टूडेंट ताहिर थे, तो ही इज फ्रॉम अंडमान निकोबार से, वो बात कर रहे थे कि सर हमारी बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम रही है स्टूडेंट्स की, वहाँ पे इंटरनेट नहीं था। अभी कुछ साल पहले ही अंडमान निकोबार में इंटरनेट आया है, और इंटरनेट आने के बाद तो बच्चों की सोच में भी बदलाव आया है, और एजुकेशनल जो आउटकम्स हैं, लर्निंग आउटकम्स हैं, डेफिनेटली दे हैव इम्प्रूव्ड। तो अब जो टचवुड इंडिया में, चाहे बॉर्डर एरियाज, रिमोट एरियाज, अब दूर दराज के एरिया में भी चले जाइए तो इंटरनेट का एक्सेस टचवुड वहाँ पे है। और स्कूल्स में चाहे फाइबर ऑप्टिक केबल्स की आप बात कर लीजिए, अब तो 5G की तरफ द नेशन इज मूविंग टुवर्ड्स 5G टेक्नोलॉजीज, तो उसमें डाउनलोड और अपलोड करने का जो भी कंटेंट है, स्पीड और इंक्रीज हो जाएगी। तो मुझे नहीं लगता आने वाले टाइम में जो रिमोट वर्ड है वो लिटरली रिमोट रह जाएगा। जोग्राफिकली रिमोट हो सकता है, बट टेक्नोलॉजी पहुंच रही है जहाँ पे नहीं भी है, तो वहाँ पे थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा। तो जो रिमोट एरिया की बात है, मे बी फ्यू फॉरेस्ट एरियाज, जैसे आप कह सकते हैं कि वहाँ पे टावर कनेक्शन की प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है, या फाइबर ऑप्टिक नेटवर्क वहाँ नहीं पहुँचा है। तो बट द ओवरऑल सिनेरियो एज फार एज इंटरनेट इज concerned, it is really changing. Himachal Pradesh, I had gone to the very remote areas, वहाँ पे फाइबर ऑप्टिक केबल पहुंच चुकी, गांव-गांव तक पहुंची हुई है, और बच्चों की एजुकेशन इतने रिमोट हिल एरिया में भी जो टावर्स हैं वहाँ से सिग्नल आ रहे हैं, और बच्चों की पढ़ाई अच्छे से चली है, कोई इतनी प्रॉब्लम नहीं आई है।
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your elucidation on the questions. Lastly, I conclude that in the arena of online teaching learning, teachers must uphold and upgrade for 21st century role as a digital teacher. Thank you all. Over to you, Dr. Madhumita ma'am.
Thank you, Aarti, for taking up the question answer session. And thank you, Jisu sir, you've answered the question so well. In fact, we could understand the experience that you have, and you were speaking through experiences. In fact, it could go on and on, but because of the constraint of time, we had to cut it short. There are many more questions I'm sure people want to ask you, and they want your experiences to be shared. So now we move on to the last leg of this program. We would invite Mr. Raju Chauhan, who is the IQAC coordinator of our college, as well as the vice principal of the Commerce faculty, to convey the vote of thanks. Mr. Raju Chauhan.
Thank you, Madhumita madam. A very good evening to all. I, on behalf of Srimati P.N. Doshi Women's College and Guru Angad Dev Teaching Learning Center and teacher participants, would like to thank our distinguished speaker, Dr. Jisu Jaskanwar, for making an excellent presentation and making this session very meaningful and interesting. Sir, your videos made us aware of the reality, which we have to accept, and we will work on it. A very good example of the new era of digital teaching learning, sir gave Akuli Shri Nath K from Kerala. That video was very encouraging video for all of us. Even you made us aware about the vision document and NEP 2020 with artificial intelligence. Sir, we are very grateful to you. Your presentation have truly inspired us. So, sir, once again, I extend my most sincere thanks to you. Thank you. Thank you, one and all. Over to.
Thank you, sir. Sanjeev.
Thank you, Raju sir. Thank you, Jisu sir. It was a wonderful session. So with this, we end our today's sessions. And tomorrow again we meet. Tomorrow's lectures are very, very important because we are going into the main theme of our program, and that is MOOC. So in the morning, we will be having Professor Bishla, who will speak on Introduction to MOOCs in Teaching Learning. And then this will be followed by Professor Vimal Rao. Already we have heard her today. She will be speaking on design, development, and delivery of MOOC in 4 quadrants. So please, tomorrow's session, we have to be very, very attentive, because this is how the project will be based on this main topic, and also even it's one of the main theme of our FD. So looking ahead to your participation tomorrow also. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Jisu sir, thanks a lot for joining. For being one of our resource person. It was a very, very enlightening session.
Thank you.
Really enjoyed your lecture with a lot of videos and other things. There was so many things that you wanted to share. It was very interesting. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. God bless you all. Sanjay.
So we wanted to see you. Is it possible?
Ma'am, right now I'm not using webcam due to internet bandwidth.
Okay. Okay. No problem, sir. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, we would request everyone to put on their videos so that we can take a screenshot. We'll take a screenshot of everybody. So please, all the participants who are there now, we request you to put on your videos so that we can take a screenshot. If it's possible, please put on your videos. Thank you so much. Thank you. We have taken our screenshots. So again, we meet tomorrow at 2 o'clock with new lectures and new learning. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Looking forward, Madhumita madam. It was interesting. Today was very interesting.
Thank you so much, ma'am.